empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000
Check
lines
one,
of
check.
code in 2 minutes.
Ladies and
spot
gentlemen,
and fix bugs.
a
It
very
can
warm
translate from
welcome.
code to code,
We'll do
and
the
is
proper
one step
welcome in
closer
some
to
time.
Speaking 1,000 languages, even whale.
We'll be kickstarting off with the
Today,
proceedings
AI
of day
has
3 of MLDS 2025, which is also the concluding day of MLDS 2025 in a very, very short while. Please do enjoy the tea and the coffee, and then grab hold of your bottles of water, and then come forward, fill up the seats. We'll be kickstarting off with the proceedings of day 3 of MLDS 2025, the grand finale of MLDS 2025 in a very, very short while. I'll see you guys in a bit. Let's have the music, sir.
It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, a very important announcement. There is tea and coffee throughout the day, but we request you all not to bring in the cups, the mugs inside the auditorium. We leave, but after that, it's the cleaning staff whose job is just increased, whereas they shouldn't be having to do that and pick it up from places. There are some times when people are walking, so it just spills over. Again, extra work for them, not fair towards them. So we humbly request and insist, have as much coffee and tea and enjoy that outside. Don't bring it inside auditoriums 1, 2, or 3, because as I said, the cleaning staff, bekar mein their work gets increased, whereas it shouldn't. That was the humble request. In a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with the proceedings of MLDS concluding day, the grand finale, in a very, very short while. I'll see you guys.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and if you see
all the lovely folks entering the auditorium right now, welcome and a very good morning. Please do come forward, take your seats. There are lots of seats here, which are right in front of the stage. You get the best view here. Of course, you get great view from the blue seats as well. Do come forward, fill up the red seats, the seats right in front of the stage. We are about to kickstart proceedings of MLDS Day 3 2025 in no time at all. All the lovely folks entering the auditorium right now, we insist, do come forward, fill up the seats in front of the stage. We are about to start proceedings in no time at all.
Satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming.
Let's pause the video, sir. Let's have more light towards the center of the stage. Very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, enough checks. A very, very warm welcome, a very, very good morning. I see some familiar faces here who were there at day 2, who were there on day 1, and all the other proceedings as well. A very, very warm welcome. Can we have a show of hands as to how many people who were there on day 1? Okay, great, lovely to see. And how many people who were there on day 2? Absolutely amazing. What a great couple of days we have had up until now at MLDS 2025, India's biggest Gen AI Developer Summit. You guys have been one of the major reasons why the event for so many of these years has been such a success, and this year as well. Of course, what a resounding success day 2 was. Code Craze was an absolutely crazy contest here, which we'll see again today. And of course, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. How many people here who were awardees of the 40 Under 40 Data Scientists? We have one here. How many people here who got to witness, who were there for the 40 Under 40 Awards? All right, quite many of them. Let me tell you, day 3, which is going to be our concluding day, which is going to be our grand finale, is going to be all of this and a lot more. And the reason I say a lot more is because not just sessions from absolute thought leaders, from absolute industry leaders, innovators, which are there, which are going to be extremely path-breaking, extremely insightful, but of course, a live contest where we will see live prompt engineering, live coding happen. And right at the end, we have one of the funniest stand-ups in the country right now, Kumar Varun, famous from his TVF days, famous from his AIB days. He is going to be here. And as I told you guys yesterday, there is something in his contract which says every time he cracks a joke on Bangalore traffic, there's going to be some money deducted. I'm kidding. There's going to be a lot of joke on Bangalore traffic. So yes, the concluding day, the finale day of MLDS 2025 promises to be insightful, entertaining, engaging, and a whole lot more. You guys have, up until now, in the first 2 days, been an absolutely amazing audience. Can we have a round of applause for you guys, please? Amazing audience. Thank you so much. MLDS 2025, India's biggest generative AI developer summit, proudly organized by AIM Media House. There's something that we'd like to show you all. Let's have the AV.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
Welcome to MLDS 2025. Once again, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. Before we kick off, I'd like to tell you all that you guys already know, but still, we'll mention that there are some amazing sessions happening in Hall 2 and Hall 3 as well. Both the proceedings in those 2 halls start from 11 o'clock, so do check those out as well. We have lots of workshops, we have panel discussions, we have tech talks happening in those 2 sessions. Of course, the resounding success of MLDS 2025 would not have been possible without our extremely incredible sponsors and partners, our title sponsors, Genpact and Mathco, AI partner, Google Cloud, platinum sponsor, EY, gold sponsors, Synchron and Wex, and of course, our silver sponsors, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. We truly appreciate the never-ending support from our sponsors and our partners. Thank you so much to all of them. Before we dive into the day's excitement, of course, here's a little teaser as to what we have lined up here today for you all. As I mentioned, amazing sessions in all the 3 halls. Code Craze, where we'll see live prompt engineering, live coding happening in front of you. And of course, all of that will be showcased live on the big screen here. And then, of course, from 5 p.m., Mr. Funny Man, Kumar Varun, one of the funniest stand-ups in the country, will be here laughing all of you. You know, absolutely making you guys laugh away to glory. Without any further ado, let's kickstart with our first session of the day. We are going to talk about how to build state-of-the-art AI models from India. A question that we have specially been asking ourselves in the last 2 weeks, isn't it? When DeepSeek can be done, little, neighboring country, then when is India going to build its own? Some answers of that we'll find out in our session here. We kick off with a thought-provoking session on cutting-edge AI models and the magic of deep networks. Why do they generalize so well? How do billions of parameters create intelligence? To answer all of this, let's welcome on stage our first speaker, founder of A Turing's Dream, Mr. Paras Chopra. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Paras. Paras,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for introducing me.
Very good morning. Welcome to MLDS. The stage is all yours.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Paras Chopra, and I'm founder of Lost Funk. It was previously called Turing Stream, but recently changed the name to Lost Funk because the ambitions are much bigger. If you're wondering about what the name means, I'm pretty sure most of you won't be wondering about what the name means. But if you're really wondering, it comes from loss function, the most important equation in deep learning that makes all of the AI tick. So let's talk about how to build SOTA models from India. So I already talked about this, a little bit about me. I'm an entrepreneur turned deep learning researcher. Deep learning is something I've always have been in love with. I remember writing my first neural network 25 years back now in Visual Basic 6.0. Back then, I was writing a 3-layer perceptron, multi-layer perceptron, solving XOR problems. But after that, I ended up starting a company called Wingify, which I bootstrapped to about $50 million in ARR. And very recently, I sold Wingify, and with all the time in the world, now I'm aiming to build a foundation model AI lab from India called Lost Funk. So that's a little bit background about myself. Let's talk about why should India really aim to build SOTA models. Of course, I don't have to tell you, we have US with OpenAI, Google DeepMind, Anthropic, Meta AI, and now China has DeepSeek, Baidu, Quen, and a lot of other sort of new labs that you will get to hear about in 2025. It's pretty clear to me that a new Cold War is emerging. Stargate with $500 billion in investment in the US, and China with their response of about $150 billion of investment into AI models. If you think about it, why are these two countries investing so much in building AI models? $500 billion is a significant amount of money, and so is $150 billion of investment. They are rushing towards investing just this bootloads of money into AI. Why would that be? I think answer to me is clear, that AI race is about getting to a permanent leadership. A lot of AI Foundation labs started with this very expressed desire to benefit humanity. But if you start reading about how the narrative is changing, the narrative is really about how do you get to be the first and permanent leader. So I'll just quote this essay that recently came out by Dario Model. It is on his website. He's founder of Anthropic. What he says is, if China can't get millions of chips, we'll at least temporarily live in a unipolar world where only US and its allies have the models. It's unclear whether unipolar world will last, but there's at least a possibility that because AI systems can eventually help make smarter AI systems, a temporary lead could be parlayed into a durable advantage. I think this is the last line is the most important one, where he says that, thus in this world, the US and its allies might take a commanding and long-lasting lead on the global stage. So this is not just some AI pundit talking about it. This is founder of one of the most prominent AI labs talking about how they want to get into a position of permanent and long-lasting lead. And I know there are critics, and I have a huge respect for Nandan Nilenkani and a lot of people who are talking about that India should not build their own foundation models. I think there is this debate, and I respectfully disagree. It is pretty clear that the practical advantages of building a foundation model today does not exist. There is no point in replicating yet another Llama 3 or DeepSeek V3 or GPT-4o. The economic case doesn't hold true. You won't really build another model and be one amongst many. But I think what we are not really seeing is that the conversation should not be about where we are today, but the conversation should be about where the world will be in 5 to 10 years. Yes, it's true that we have Llama 3 open weights today, we have DeepSeek V3, but do we really believe that in 5 years we'll have Llama 10 and DeepSeek V10 very clearly available to us, just like it's openly available today? So let's not be fixated about where we are today, but let's be thinking about where we could be. And as we've seen Dario talking about, they want to get into a position of permanent leadership. And I think same is the true with China. So if everything is openly available today, it doesn't mean that it'll still be openly available in, let's say, 5 years down the lane. So if India really doesn't get its act together, if we together don't start building foundation models today, I sense that this is how it could play out. Of course, it's really a hypothesis, but everything that's coming together from a point of view of different countries like US and China, this holds true. I think either US or China could get to AGI first. A lot of insiders are talking about we could get to AGI, let's say, by 2025 or 2026. If not that, maybe 2027. But it's around the corner. It's not like we're expecting AGI to happen in 50 years from now. Once the AGI comes, I think there will be very fast loop of recursive self-improvement. And this is not just a buzzword. Let's not be fixated on recursive self-improvement as a buzzword. Today also, you may know that most of the software people have started writing through Cursor and Bolt. And more labs will start doing things around AI research through AI itself. So you will have architecture search, hyperparameter sweep, paper writing, paper discovery, a lot of things advanced AI models will start doing themselves. And once that happens, I think we will very soon surpass. This is a fast takeoff scenario that we will talk about. Once you get to the AGI, then you'll get to super intelligent models very, very fast. And whoever gets there first, let's say China and US, it's very likely they will embargo model weights and research also so that nobody else gets access to it. So the embargo in China that's happening where they have like limitations on GPUs like H100s, it shouldn't come to our surprise that once even more advanced compute, even more advanced models, even more advanced research it's out there, that we won't have embargo in other countries as well. Like you couldn't predict that whether India will also have embargo. So why are we assuming we'll have Llama 5, Llama 6 access once they get there? And once these folks get into a super intelligent model kind of a scenario, it's clear that other nations will become dependent on either US and China. So just to reinforce, there is this Palantir CTO talking about the very similar
I think
point.
one of the obvious lessons of DeepSeek R1 is something that we've been saying for the last 2 years, which is that the models are commoditizing. Yes, they're getting better across both closed and open, but they're also getting more similar, and the price of inference is dropping like a rock. But I think the real lesson, the more profound one, is that we are at war with China. We are in an AI arms race. And I got into a disagreement with Sam Altman about this at the Senate AI Summit over a year ago, where I was arguing that we are in an AI arms race, and there's an opposing view that we can all get along and we can cooperate on these things. And I'm sure the other side feels quite different, realizing that their IP has been stolen in this process here. But this war started long ago. It was an economic war with the ascension of China to the World Trade Organization, the greatest IP theft in history, the greatest wealth transfer in history. It is an opium war. The #1 cause of deaths of 18 to 45-year-olds in this country is fentanyl. That is coming from China. It is a diplomatic war. The Belt and Road Initiative is basically indentured servitude for other countries to the CCP here. And the unprecedented phase 0 gray zone operations of the CCP, how many times are we going to believe that anchors are dragged across the sea that cut undersea cables here? But I think one of the things, China knows they're at war. The question is, we kind of equivocate on it as a peace-loving nation. But one of the things I want to make sure we all do realize is that the engineering in R1 is exquisite. The optimizations that they've done are really impressive. And I don't think you can get away with the facile explanation that the Chinese just copy and we're the only innovators. We have to wake up with the respect for our adversary and realize that we are competing. But they absolutely did steal a lot of that through distillation of the models, and perhaps they stole even more. And then you can look at the GPU sales growth in Singapore. It's a tiny island nation. I'm pretty sure there's some sanction invasion going on there. And we have to realize that the AI race is winner take all, and it's going to be a whole of nation effort that extends well beyond the DoD in order for us as a nation to win. And that M-Day was yesterday. The time to mobilize has come.
Yeah, so if you notice, there is the whole language is about war, AI wars, race, mobilize, and all that. And this is Palantir, a really big organization that helps US defense. And so this stance of almost war-like focus, both China and US has. And And I think we must ask ourselves, does it make sense for the world's most populous country, ourselves, to be left behind permanently? And the answer to me is just pretty clear. We can't just be left behind while US and China are focusing so intently in winning the so-called AI arms race. So I think just like nukes, AI has become a matter of national security. It's pretty clear world's two most powerful nations view it as a matter of national security. That's why they're investing $500 billion, $150 billion, and talking in this language of mobilization, DoD, embargoes, and so on. So just imagine that if 1970s we had not done Pokhran tests. Just imagine we did not have the foresight to do and develop our own nuclear weapons. I think today we would have been in a position of really frightened nation with our neighboring countries having nukes. I mean, just see what happened to Ukraine, right? There's just like a helpless country there because another country with nukes is just sort of bombarding them. And I think the same foresight we need today. We should not be looking at what's possible today, but how things could evolve in, let's say, 5 to 10 years. So I'm pretty convinced, and I hope you are convinced too, that India does need super intelligent AI models that are homegrown, that we can build and consume ourselves so that we are not permanently left behind from any other nations. Otherwise, I think let's say in 2030, we might be importing Chinese values. You ask DeepSeek, tell me about COVID protests in China. This is what it ends up saying. Do we want that? I'm pretty clear, as a democratic nation, we don't want that. So building cutting-edge AI models from India is important. I hope we all can agree. But can we do that? I think a lot of people also doubt that as Indians, we can't build really cutting-edge stuff. Everything is happening in Valley or China. They're so far ahead. What do we do? But I think we don't have to look too far to answer whether we can do cutting-edge stuff. I think Sriharikota is just 6 hours drive from here. If you've never been there, I highly recommend to go there and take a look at the rockets there. I've been there, and it's just so heartwarming to see this whole 20-foot, I don't know how big these things, I think 30-storied buildings right in front of you, and it just feels interesting. And I'm not sure how many of you have seen those photos where the first rocket is this small, and it's been sort of carried on a cycle. From there to here, it's just a matter of foresight. You obviously can't get to this on day one. You obviously can't get to O3 level models on day one. But if you don't even begin, how would you get there? So it's all about the foresight and the vision. And as a nation, I think we don't have to look too far to see. We have done and we can do a lot of amazing things that are best in the world. So how do we build ISRO off AI from India? I think more GPUs is not the answer. When I was looking at this chart of GDP per capita of US and China and India, I had to look multiple times to see whether I was looking at the right number itself or not. And actually, I had to do calculation and mind. I knew that, but still my mind was blown that India's GDP per capita is 3% of the US. I think being in Bangalore, probably sometimes we end up forgetting that our GDP per capita is quite far behind US and of course even China. So it's really clear we can't outcompete US and China on sheer scale of investments. I think it would be unfair for us on the government or the private industry or investment industry to expect that we can get $500 billion of investment for it. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think it's going to happen. We have to be realistic. But if we don't have the similar scale of investment, I think what we can rely on instead is breakthroughs that come with our brain power. If you imagine intelligence, human intelligence to be distributed on a curve like a normal distribution, then 1/5 of the world's population must have the most number of geniuses out there. It's just true by definition. You just multiply two numbers and you would get, where would the most number of geniuses be? India. The proof is in the pudding. It's just not a hypothesis. This paper that kickstarted everything. Everything that you see in Gen AI today, attention is all you need. From primary authors, 2 of them are Indians. And not just Indians who've, let's just say, Indian settled, let's say they were born in US, they actually studied in Indian institutes. Ashi studied in BITS Mesra, Nikki studied in Pune Institute of Computer Tech. So this was done from Indians as primary authors. And from a hardware perspective, the attention is all you need paper. The first transformer model was trained in 12 hours on 8 GPUs. And I think I'm pretty sure all of you here can do this within $20 today if you want to do that. So it's the breakthrough is not out of reach. It's just probably out of imagination. And if we put our imagination, we can get there. Just not the old attention is all you need. If you see, there was this NeurIPS, the top conference on neural networks in the world. They had this efficiency challenge, and you see the winners. India, 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 India. And so we are going out there and winning these challenges on NeurIPS, which is like an amazingly big and it is the #1 neural network conference out there. And of course, who created PyTorch and who co-created TensorFlow? Again, Indians. So I don't know how much more proof do I need to show that we are capable of doing it. And I think a lot of people say Indians in the US do it, but all of them have studied in India, and I think that's the important bit. Their education, their brain power, everything is just very Indian. But I want to come back to the bitter lesson. I think if you've just spent any time thinking about this problem, the bitter lesson just keeps staring you in the face. For those of you who don't know about the bitter lesson, it's all about the hypothesis that scale is what matters, that you build big models, you throw a lot of compute, and that's how intelligence happens. And wherever we put a human ingenuity, someone with more compute and data can simply outdo you. I think it's somewhat true, but it's also it's also something which you can work around with creativity and a little bit of intelligence, and we'll see how to do that. I think the proof of existence against bitter lesson, in some sense, is human brain. Human brain is an extremely efficient AGI. It runs on potatoes. You eat potatoes and you have an AGI. You don't need this nuclear power data center to run an AGI. And it's just not hypothesis. We all have an existence within ourselves. It's highly data efficient. I'll tell you, I'll give you a few examples and you grok the whole pattern. It's not like Llama 3 where you need 15 trillion tokens. It can adapt quickly. If I tell you a game that you've never seen before, I just need to tell you rules once and you understand it immediately, unless a lot of models where you have to just keep feeding in them tons and tons of data to keep fine-tuning them and so on. And it's highly general, from chess to poetry to plumbing. This thing can do everything. So if anyone tells you about the bitter lesson, I think you should keep thinking about, we have a very personal counterexample to bitter lesson, which just runs on potatoes, right? How did human brain become so efficient? I think that's also a question. If we are throwing tons of compute at AI models, I think the answer to that is evolution. Evolution doesn't like wastage. Any organism that wastes anything, it gets outcompeted by another organism. So when you're competing for limited resources like all our ancestors have done for billions of years, the first life arrived on Earth, actually a billion years or so. After that, just there has been a competition for resources, and it has driven human brains to be more and more efficient. So who else is competing for limited resources? Who else has been competing for limited resources? It's the Chinese labs like DeepSeek. And it's so interesting that these constraints and limited resources end up pushing for efficiency into areas that nobody else thought is possible. Why did US companies not produce something like DeepSeek? The answer is clear. They had tons of funding, and there was no incentive to really work around that funding and find clever ways to scale things up. But only when you have these embargoes, only when you have these constraints, only when someone denies you something, that you rise up and see, how do I work around that? Otherwise, just you are swimming in funding, and there's just no incentive for you to think creatively. So I'll spend a couple of slides talking about different innovations that DeepSeek did. This is the only technical part of my talk, but I think it's worth spending time on DeepSeek to see what they ended up doing. For example, the first innovation they did was multi-head latent attention. Everyone assumed, and it is true, that the key value cache of these large models grows quadratically, which limits the size of inputs and outputs that you can produce. And everybody assumed that either you use inefficient ways like linear attention, or you do this grouped query attention and so on. What they did was pretty clever. They took this KV cache matrix, which grows quadratically, but they came out with a low rank approximation of it. Excuse me, what they called as compressed latent KV. And this helped them dramatically, processing longer inputs. And because they could process longer inputs and outputs, they could produce a long chain of reasoning, which just led to the reasoning model that you see in very limited constraints. Again, very, very creative. Nobody else thought of it. Everybody had given up that maybe KV cache, you can't compress much, but they just went ahead and did this. The second they did was multi-token prediction. Everyone for the last, 5 years has been predicting a single token. They just asked themselves what would happen if you predict multiple tokens at once. And it turns out that if you're predicting multiple tokens in advance, you are forcing the model to do a much harder job. You don't have to just do the second token, you have to predict the third token as well. And this feeds back much richer representation that makes you more intelligent. Excuse me, sorry, I'm not too well. So the third innovation they did was smarter mixture of experts. And mixture of experts is a architecture that you end up doing when you have to save money on inference or training, because you are able to isolate different parts of the model in different GPUs. But again, everyone was doing either let's just route it to the so-called best experts, or route it to fixed number of experts. Their innovation was to think about that the intelligence is comprised of two parts. One is the general things you need. For example, English grammar is what you need for anything you need to answer. And they called it, let's say, the shared expert. And the other things are very specific, like coding or world knowledge and so on and so forth. And they called it the routed experts. So shared experts are what are called all the time in all the queries, and routed experts are chosen dynamically. Again, very, very clever. And that was not all. I think there are tons of other innovations. In fact, probably the biggest innovations they did was to get to CUDA, and not just CUDA, PTX level. So NVIDIA has this intermediate language called PTX, and they ended up getting to that level to work around memory bandwidth bottleneck. They were the first ones to also do FP8 precision training. Sorry. Everyone thought that you can only do training in FP16 or FP32. They just went ahead and did in FP8, which means they could do it on smaller GPUs, and they also innovated GPRO. So it's amazing, the single paper containing so many innovations, and all that helped drive the cost for training and inference by 10x and 20x. Of course, this whole headline number of $5.5 million, I think it's a little bit exaggerated. A lot goes in the background to get to a model that you can finally train in $5.5 million, but it is true that they didn't have resources of OpenAI. They were able to do it much, much more efficiently. And not just in training, inference also. If you see DeepSeek's per token cost, it's 10x lesser than the other models. So I think we can all agree that creativity is born out of constraints. And it's just not DeepSeek that's been efficient. I'll just give you 3 or 4 more examples of people doing amazing stuff with very less amount of resources. I think this is first model is Kokoro 82M, which is state-of-the-art text-to-speech model trained in just $1,000. So now 11 Labs has raised $100 million. And this is, I'll just play you a sample. This is $1,000. Can you play the audio?
Kokoro is an open-weight TTS model with 82 million parameters. Despite its lightweight
maybe a little bit more
architecture, it delivers comparable quality to larger models while being significantly faster and more cost-efficient. With Apache-licensed weights, Kokoro can be deployed anywhere from production environments to personal projects.
Yeah, so this is $1,000 instead of $100 million that 11 Labs. How did they do it? Again, they were very creative. They took like a larger academic model. They ablated layers of that model very, very creatively, so that at the end they left with an 82 million parameter model that they trained with very high quality data. The other example is this lab, Sony AI lab. They trained a SOTA diffusion model in under $2,000. So the images that you see on the right, it's not stable diffusion that raised, I don't know, $200, $300 million. This is $2,000. They were able to do it. I'll just take some water. Is there water? Okay. Third, this is someone replicated O1 preview kind of model in $450. Very good data curation and distillation, and they got to a performance that was better than O1. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, all the people who are standing, there are a lot of spaces here. While I drink water, why don't you come over? Yeah, please do.
Check. All the folks standing in the back, there are quite a few seats up front here that are empty. Please do come forward, fill up the seats in front of the stage. Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome. Okay, so we know constraints truly breed creativity. And now a couple of points on the roadmap to build SOTA models from India. We know that, that there is a global AI war and India cannot be left behind. We also know that this is why we ought to build our own SOTA models. And we also know that Indians have done this. And we also have lots of examples of how people have done this in extremely frugal budgets, but through their brain power. And we also have an example of this efficient AGI that runs on potatoes. But how to get there? I think the first number one thing, which for me is just super, super important, the most critical, is have global ambitions. I think Indian LLMs are great, and we need a lot of focus on solving India's problem. But we need to aim to be SOTA in the world. Unless we are aiming to be state-of-the-art at something, it doesn't have to be state-of-the-art at everything simultaneously. But unless we are aiming to beat some global benchmark, some global aspects of being best in the world, we'll not get there. Unless you aim to be the best in the world, you'll not be the best in the world. It's as simple as that. So I genuinely believe we don't lack in talent or funding or even creativity. I think we right now lack in ambition. And only if our ambition is like 10x and 100x can we get there. So having global ambition is number one priority. I think number two priority, or the point which is important, is also to build on top of other models. Sometimes you can swing too far in the opposite direction and say we have to invent everything from scratch. We're not inventing our transistors. We're not inventing our operating systems. So why just say everything has to be homegrown? I think we should be utilizing whatever we can in the open source community and build on top of it and to go beyond it, which means there is no shame in starting with distillation, pruning, quantization. Think of open source models as a free resource. Llama has spent $100 million and given like a bounty for everyone in their pre-trained models. There is Allen Institute where they have open source their whole training data. There is Corpus and so on. So we don't have to build everything from scratch. We can and we should build on top of other models. And I think third, not a lot of people like this word, but I love it. I think we should be using a jugaad mindset to pursue efficiency. Excuse me. We will be GPU poor, relative GPU poor. I don't think this is absolute GPU poor. We will be relative GPU poor nation for a while. So I think we need to make the best out of the resources and very creative. I think when we are faced with constraints, we really end up impressing ourselves and everyone else. So if we use jugaad everywhere, why not use jugaad here also? And jugaad doesn't necessarily mean hacky. For me, jugaad really means pursuing an outcome in a very creative and unexpected fashion. We don't have to follow everyone's path. We don't have to follow necessarily the path that OpenAI DeepSeek is seeking. We can create our own path. We are very creative that way. And fourth, I think we need to invest in talent. We cannot expect to have top talent across the world to move in India unless we start paying them an equivalent amount of salary. I think it's pretty clear nobody likes to let go of the economic opportunities they have, and we should not be expecting it. And this is what also China did. China, I think they had a top 100 researcher program where they scouted the US and saw who were the top Chinese researchers in US doing amazing stuff, and just paid them through the roof and got them back into the US. So we don't need all the researchers, Indian researchers in US to do so, to relocate here, but I think we need a critical mass of people from US and other places who are doing great stuff to come here and seed that culture so that we can do a lot of amazing stuff around it. I think it'll be unrealistic for us to appeal to people and say you need to maybe let go of their economic opportunities. And this is realization we need to have. Top people will demand top salaries, and there's just no way around it. And I think second last is invest in computer infrastructure. Yes, I think creativity is great, but we need both creativity and compute. The bitter lesson still holds. Unless we have an algorithmic breakthrough that gets us to human level AGI in 20 watts, we are competing on a very different, very similar trajectory. And for that, we need compute. And I'm very excited and happy that India's AI mission, they are sponsoring, I think they have a grant of around $250 million for homegrown foundation models. And I encourage all of you to take a look at their grant proposal, request for foundation model, and submit a proposal of your own. And I think sixth is taking an ecosystem approach. None of us will do this by ourselves. We need to figure out a way how we can lift the entire boat together. How can we collaborate? How we can have both enterprises and universities come together. I don't want to do it just for myself. I think it will be awesome if the whole ecosystem lifts and India starts getting known for producing breakthrough AI research. Yeah, so ask yourself, are you interested in helping build this? Should India's flag be there with US and China when anyone is talking about AI and breakthrough AI? I'm certainly very excited. And we need many, many parallel teams to try to build SOTA models. I'm just throwing my hat in the game also. So I'm hiring at lostfunk.com. If you're interested, go check out. It's a 3-line website. You won't find much, but you'll have a form to apply if you are interested in this. And I think this is a take-home message that I want you guys to think about. That I think SOTA from India will not just benefit India. We have a real opportunity to be the leader of a multipolar world by building AI that benefits the entire world. For good or bad, US is sort of antagonizing its allies, which is crazy. I don't understand why would you antagonize your allies, but it's happening. And China, of course, people have a lot of fear with that. So I think if India rises, we have an opportunity to not just benefit India, but to benefit entire world and entire humanity. Because as a democratic nation, I think we have a great opportunity. I think if we do that, it's building AGI from India in the world will actually be like having our own permanent seat at the UN Security Council. We might not even need that because we'll have an AGI and pretty soon after a super intelligent model of our own, and we won't be dependent on anyone. So yeah, let's aim to build an ISRO for AI starting 2025. It's a perfect time. We're at inflection point, so why not aim that? Awesome. Thanks. That's all.
Check. A fantastic session. And if somebody's looking for a job, then we got to know where you can apply as well. I am dead sure there are lots of questions. Please just raise your hands. And we have our team here who have the mics. Let's come forward to sir here. White t-shirt. And yes, absolutely. And one for sir as well. Anybody who has a question, just raise your hands. We have time. We have lots of time to take questions.
I'll ask. Yeah. Hi. Thank you, Paras. It was amazing, amazing session. So, a couple of questions. The first is on we are kind of competing with GPUs and TPUs. What do you think about quantum computing? Can that help, expedite this entire, this training and other things? And the other question would be that what do you think about Krutim AI, which Ola and their team has come up with? It looks quite promising some of my friends work there as well. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, on first, I think we're pretty far away from any practical applications for quantum computing. Um, I don't think we should be betting on it because any unproven technology is up for, I mean, by definition, unpredictable. So I won't be betting on it because you don't know how it's going to pan out. And on Krutrim, I think all the attempts to do great AI research are commendable. So we need more and more teams to attempt it. It's going to take a lot of teams to try to build an ecosystem. So have respect for what they are doing, and I wish them all the best.
Yeah. Hi, Paras.
Hi.
Thanks for the inspiring session. So my question is more on the data side. So as we look forward to build Indian language, LLMs, so we all know the data is less than 1% in digital space, especially in the Indian languages. So what's your take on that?
So, I mean, if you think about what's required for AGI, it's knowledge, reasoning, creativity, and these things are shared across languages and across humans, right? So, for example, what's the capital of India? Delhi. It's a fact that's true in any language at all. So, I think language is like specific languages are cherry on the top, but intelligence is shared across humans, across languages. So it should not be a worrying factor. And in that sense, I don't think what we should be interested in is that enough Indian context goes into the models. Let's say what are Indian cultures, values, because it's just too important to miss. But as a lot of machine translation models have shown, you can easily translate from one language to another. So from a latent perspective, I'm not sure that limitation really holds. We should be trying for Indian knowledge and not necessarily Indian languages, because you don't need so much of tokens of languages to be able to start doing intelligence in Indian languages.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else with a question? Please go for it.
Am I audible? Yes.
Yeah.
This is Praveen. Thanks, Paras, for the inspiring talk. Couple of points. It's not just a potato, right? It's billions of years of evolution and coding. So
Can you hold it a little closer to the mic?
Sure. Okay. So the problem that we are trying to solve with transformers is language, basically. Tomorrow, no matter how better we improve transformer or come up with a better architecture, the problem will still be there. Some companies will keep building state-of-the-art models. But ultimately, how I look at it, if we evolved without language, for example, if we could transmit thoughts, we could take actions with just thoughts. Without using language, we wouldn't be in this problem in the first place, right? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I mean, I don't think I fully understood it, but the point is, how do you record thoughts? Of course, I think what we get from the internet is the outcome of thoughts, and much better would be to train on how people are thinking, but that's all hidden unless there is enough data or we have algorithms which are data efficient. That data set is forever inaccessible. What's going in your head is what no model can train on, but if it could train on that, I think that's a much richer signal to learn from than just language. So I agree with you, but I also don't know how do you get to that place.
Okay, the mic, I'm sure, has been passed on. There were quite a few hands that were getting raised up. There were a couple of hands that were getting raised up behind there. All right, anybody else with any questions for Paras? Paras, it's a bit of a shame that, okay, we have a question here. Let's get the mic to Sir here. But it's a bit of a shame. What I was saying is that there is a very interesting session, Smart Q session, that is starting in Hall 2. And the people know that. Everybody is very smart here. And that is why a lot of them got up from their seats right at the end of the session. That is the bit of a shame. But otherwise, I'm dead sure there would have been a lot more reaction, a lot more questions as well. Let's have the question from Sir here.
Thank you, Paras, for the session. My question is that while we understand that there is a war going on for AI race, but what is the economic value of creating a model from India where we have all the models already there? Right?
I think the economic value is that in future we might not have access to the best models, and we deserve best models. And different enterprises, governments across the world will want access to the best models when they might get embargoed. So if that's the case, that's a clear economic opportunity, right? When you can't get access to Llama 5, you need something like Llama 5 or even better, which is not embargoed.
Yes. Sir has been one of the vocal people with multiple questions and multiple very good questions. Please, sir, go for it.
Awesome session, like
it's a little closer.
Kind of a pep talk to me, honestly speaking, and then feeling like so proud about that. The thought process is about India, and then making it more world-oriented kind of stuff. So the question here is, we already got an announcement somewhere from somewhere in India that within 10 months or within 1 year we'll get first AI model in India, sort of kind of model, state of the art. Any insight that you already have, or somebody that, because this is, I feel it's a country project kind of thing. Then maybe a lot of people should unite together and work towards it, right? So any thought that you already have that government of India is already doing a lot of things on that side?
I think they have this grant that they'll give to different teams. So I'm expecting great stuff to come out of multiple teams, not just one.
So you are already in touch with them? You already got some grant from Indian government?
I think the first deadline is not even there. They'll start giving the grants in the coming months.
Understood. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anybody else with a question? Yes, let's get to sir then. ABB, right here in the front. And then we'll come to sir. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a very inspiring speech. I have two questions. One is, what do you mean by general intelligence, which we can achieve by 2025, right? Because general intelligence for me is a robot doing an operation in operation theater, plus it's doing my project management and the product management. Because one can do individually, it can be great. It cannot be great in generally doing all the things, right? So how could we reach that general intelligence? What do you mean by that achieving in 2025?
Yeah. Sir, if you have another question, please ask a short question together itself.
Yeah, I think second one is again, we always get carried away with Indians are great, doing great stuff outside. I think it was a lost decade. We could have already achieved it in the last decade, but it's still not late. What's stopping us, right? You obviously one thing you talked about is the cost and all those things. But for the greater organization, their spend on R&D is really less in India, right? So what's stopping us?
I think the first question, different people have different definition of AGI. My definition is mix of two things. The first is more on sample efficiency, data efficiency, which means could a model learn to do something new with just a few examples? Because that's how humans do. So it's not about, I'm not talking about, let's say, having a fixed model which you train over trillions of tokens and it's able to do coding really well. But could you have a model that's never seen coding, just like humans do, and you go through one tutorial on React.js and it picks up that and then starts becoming better and better over a period of time. So it's really about data and sample efficiency instead of how good you're performing. Because if any human would have seen, let's say any human who would have had a knowledge base equivalent of Llama 15 trillion tokens would perform really well. But that's not AGI. AGI is that if you have seen just one tutorial, just like a human would, and you get it, and you start implementing it, and you start becoming better at it. So sample efficiency is how I define it. The second part of AGI is really economic value, wherein could you start performing as well as the top human in any domain? Let's say, could you have a model that's as good as the top lawyer in India, for example? To your second part, what's stopping us? I think it's the ambition and vision, essentially. I don't think it's a matter of funding. It's a matter of creativity. It's a matter of brain power. It's just that we need to wake up to the fact that, like you said, there have been a lost decade, and we can do really amazing things. So it's just setting our ambition really high is what's needed. And I'm confident and optimistic that more and more teams will set their vision very, very high. So that instead of just saying, let's be best in the world, or best in India, we say, well, let's be best in the world. Yeah.
One last question. We have time for one last quick question.
Yeah. So thanks, Parth, for the great talk. Two quick questions. By SOTA models, do you mean multi-model models exclusively, or a LLM-based model which is SOTA in the space of LLM? That is enough, number one. And second is, do you think that we would still need to stick to the transformer-based architecture, or for attaining low-cost compute, we would probably need to go to some new type of architecture?
So by SOTA, we mean state-of-the-art on some aspect which is important. So it could be actually research where you come up with a new architecture and show that there is a post-transformer model that's better at, let's say, context, memory, speed, or there is a benchmark like, let's say, math, law, code that it's better, or it can be multimodal, let's say, image understanding. There's so many aspects of AI. AI touches everything that SOTA doesn't mean. No model will be, let's say, best in everything. So if you can pick even a very small, tiny niche, can be even machine translation, for example, Hindi to English translation. Could you be best in the world at that thing, is what I'm suggesting.
Can I add one comment?
There was one question, like, I think he had the mic. Do you want to ask the question?
Sure. Not a question, I just comment. I think the way I think of it, thanks, Paras, for the nice talk. And this is a reset point in some sense, right? Meaning no one knows what directions it will go in. You always otherwise are catching up with the leader. You're always trying to reach up to the leader. Now you are having a sudden reset point. There could be new directions. And if we now start working and understanding what those possible new paths are, that will allow us to take a lead and never have to catch up. Otherwise, we'll always be catching up, unlike like in any other technology, right? And another thing I'll say is that many a time we get carried away by chest pumping nationalism in the sense that, oh, this is from India, this is great, right? But I think we should be like Israel in the sense that we should be highly critical as a society, right? We have to ask the question, is this really, really good? What did they really do? Is this a really new model that has been trained? What is their base model? We should ask these deep, deep questions because when this is compared with, let's say, XYZ country, right? They're not going to tell us, oh, this is great just because it's from India. Right? You chest pumping doesn't mean they're going to do chest pumping, right? It has to be genuinely original, genuinely novel, and genuinely pushing the boundary, right? So I feel that this is a highly good opportunity now because it's a reset point and we have a high this thing to really push the bar.
I agree. I think we missed the bus on number of big trends, especially manufacturing that China really ran with. And maybe this is the opportunity we can jump onto and become leaders and not just catching up all the time. Yeah. Thanks, Sumant. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, just the number of questions that we got, even with half the session, because half of them stood up for the other session, I think kind of showcases what the session was like for all of you. Can we have a huge round of applause for Paras, guys? Come on. Thank you so much, Paras. Very, very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a very, very thought-provoking and insightful Smart Q session that started at 10:50 a.m. in Hall 2. Do check out that as well. And continuing with our trend of thought-provoking sessions, we have up next, data observability challenges in multi-tenanted data products. Data observability is the backbone of AI reliability. In this session, we will explore how modern AI products navigate multi-tenancy, compliance, and AI-driven observability solutions to scale securely and efficiently. And for that, on stage, I would like to call the CTO of Zeotap, Satish KS. Can we have a huge round of applause for Satish? Satish?
Hello. Mic on. Thank you for the intro.
Satish, thank you so much. Stage is all yours.
Sure. That was a wonderful session from Paras. And just to add to what all is coming out from India, I just want to say, in the privacy and security area, we have some pole position companies. So do check out. And my session is not going to be classic ML and DS. It is going to be more of an orthogonal concern. Say you build the best ML model and the DS model, and now you put it in production. How to make it run smoothly and how to make your customers are going to trust your entire product. So this is going to be a little bit conceptual and less on a bit of a technical as well, because I kept it much technical light. I didn't go too much into box diagrams and architectures, but invariably some things will come. So stay with me on that. So quick intro. We are a leading customer data platform provider. Our primary markets are in EU, UK, and MENA region at this point in time. We don't operate in India as a market. And I come with some 22 years of experience, and fortunately, I have been on the big data trend ever since it started way back in 2012. And I've been staying on with that, building data platforms in multiple companies, the latest one being Zeotap. And why are we here? This is the evolution of companies. If you go pre-2010, every company will claim we are there in the transformation journey, we are a technology company. Okay, we use technology was a trend at that time. And by 2019, every company became like, oh, we are a technology company, we are a technology first company. Then by 2023, that trend completely changed, and everyone became a data company. You talk about any digital natives, any company, now they're like data-driven, data is the new oil. Ambani goes on stage and says data is the new oil, so everyone becomes a data company. Now, post-2023, what has happened is everyone wants to jump onto the AI bandwagon. Everyone is becoming an AI company. What this means, there is a deluge of data, and there is a deluge of data products and AI products which are going to come into the scene, okay? And what else is maturing? If you look at this is a Gartner hype cycle. If you look at it, there is a bunch of data keywords you will observe, and none of them have gone to the plateau of productivity. This is the opportunity we are talking about in terms of the data companies which will come out of India, around the world, and India definitely, as in the previous session stated, has a very big opportunity there. You'll search for the word data in all these places. It will be either in the slope of enlightenment or in the peak of inflated expectations. Especially if you look at it, there is a data product which is just entering the peak of inflated expectations in terms of this thing. How do you meet the expectations? So that is what we are going to see in this talk. The second thing, multi-tenancy. Since I assume many of the audience come from a AI and ML background, so multi-tenancy is a concept in terms of, it started with software where they hosted something on the cloud, and every customer gets a tenant for themselves and they're able to operate on that. It brings a bunch of challenges in terms of how you operate your product as a whole. I just put a word art of what are the challenges which will come. You will have the noisy neighbor problem where one neighbor is cannibalizing the other neighbor's services. Then you have these various concepts of shared nothing architecture, hybrid architecture. Then multi-tenancy, the two important things is you need a attribution, proper attribution of who's utilizing how much of your resources. Then the other thing is the context changes. You will have a vertical context. You might have a customer who comes from a telco background. You will have a customer who will come from a retail background. You will have a customer who will come from BFSI or a finance background, right? So you have all these contexts, the vertical context, then also the org-specific context. Each org will come and put a condition in terms of how their InfoSec policies is going to be, what they're expecting in terms of how your product has to operate in the environment. So all these challenges come into the play. Then there is a separate thread which is happening, which is called the observability. The key, I would say, inflection point for observability as a story started in 2003 when Google released its SRE paper, or the Site Reliability Engineering. I just put the definition. It is about building, operating highly reliable, scalable, and efficient systems by applying software engineering principles to IT operations. So data observability is an evolution of this particular concept, and I just put this thing showcase of how everything else is remaining. And in 2016, there was another inflection point by this gentleman called Peter Borgen. I have put it in a 2017 highlight. So he called about 3 pillars of observability: logs, traces, and metrics. So this is called as the 3 traces of observability, and we'll be looking at how we cross-position many of these into the data observability arena. And by 2024, you know, it is the AI deluge is happening, and Gartner has released a magic quadrant. Think about it. Observability as a concept comes from control theory way back in 1960, but the Gartner concept of the chart has come only in 2022. That is the opportunity we are talking about here. Now, with so much of observability evolution happening, what is data observability? So just tell you how easy it is. You know about this concept, this Japanese concept of ikigai. So that means living a peaceful and worthy life. It is a amalgamation of this bunch of concepts in terms of how you are able to do what you love, what the world needs, what you get paid for, and what you're good at. Simple concept, but really difficult to follow. Observability is probably going to give that zen in terms of how you're running your products, but you just search the literature, go to internet, go to Gemini, go to ChatGPT, search the literature, what you're getting in observability, this is what you will get. You will get a bunch of pillars. Somebody will say lineage, volume, freshness, this is the pillars. Another will say LTM is the pillars. Another will say OEC is a stack. Then observability itself is increasing in terms of version 1.0, 2.0, dynamic observability. You will hit this moment in terms of WTF, what is happening here, right? So now, ZeroTap by definition, so I just put another this thing based on the previous slide in terms of, there was a talk about what big data was way back in 2013. So observability in a similar scenario, everyone talks about it, nobody really knows how to do it, everyone thinks everyone else is doing it, so everyone claims they are doing it. So this is the reality at this point in time in terms of how observability and in especially data observability is happening around the world, not just in India. So we had to release our platform way back in 2020, the new version of the platform. So we went back to the first principles in what exactly we are trying to achieve by putting these concepts. So at the end of the day, that is a noun. So from the noun, what exactly we are trying to achieve. So before that, I'll tell what the platform is meant to do. So we are meant to deliver a real-time data product, which is surgical about customer intelligence delivery, collection, in process, storage, and distribution delivery to the MarTech and AdTech ecosystems for various customer engagements. It can be for customer acquisition, it can be for churn prevention, cross-sell, upsell, you want to retarget, you want to reacquire the customer, so for various kind of use cases. So a classic fan-in of data, a fan-out of data in various modes, and if you think about it, this product is going to sit as part of the ecosystem. It is not like a standalone product. If I put it in an enterprise, it has to talk to multiple systems and it has to talk back to multiple systems. So that is the thing. And what we provide as suite of product is we provide customer intelligence, customer 360, ID resolution strategies. We provide real-time orchestration journeys. We have predictive models. We have audience segmentation. And the most important thing, by virtue of operating in EU and UK, we provide a consent. So consent will come to India very soon. Be aware, everyone who's working on AI and ML, the DPDP law is in the draft form. It might hit by this winter session. So consent is already very, very sensitive topic in EU. So that is another thing which the product offers out of the box in terms of how we handle that. Now, just to conceptually differentiate between the previous generation of AI software or the data software like the Snowflakes or BigQueries or the Databricks of the world and what these new age of data products are coming into fore is the previous ones, they'll come and sell the infra and the tool, right? In terms of, okay, this is a tool, you bring your set of engineers, let them operate on top of it. But whereas data products, there is this third row which you see, which is called the data ownership, okay? So we, by definition of providing a data product to the end customer, we become an extension of more or less like their internal data teams. So it should operate in more of a fire and forget mode. They just create all this in the self-serve UI and they expect everything is going to be working fine. They don't go back, write any code, do anything. So it is like an extension of the data teams and the internal ecosystem to enable business. This is a primary difference in terms of why observability alone is not enough. You need something above and beyond to operate your data products. The second thing, which is the fire and forget mode, which I just explained, and we aim to operate in the zero-touch ops model wherever we deploy. So with this concept, customers want at scale. Data means everyone happy about scale. Everyone calls about, oh, I handle 100 petabytes of data, blah, blah, blah. So they want at scale reliability, speed, and quality. So these are the three metrics which guide what we are expecting from the tooling, okay? And pre-sales, there will be a bunch of questions. Can we answer this pre-sales? Say, for example, they'll come and tell you, hey, boss, I'm going to drop some 10 GB of file. will I be able to utilize in my downstream data API after the processing, ingestion, etc., in a matter of 2 hours? And there will be quality questions like, what if a rogue data comes in? Would your pipeline break, right? And how much is the throughput and end-to-end? Suppose my website, my user is clicking or swiping for a particular event. What is the end-to-end latency before I can kind of send him a discount coupon? Because I know he is a very high-value customer. I want to immediately convert him for a sale. What is the end-to-end latency I can expect in your product? Then there will be on the API. So data delivery would be three modes, right? You will have a PubSub mode or a batch mode or API mode, which we call it as a batch, real-time, and just-in-time. So data APIs are part and parcel of any data product. So what is the latencies you can expect on an API which you give the data? Even in AI, after you do the model and everything, you will have a model serving API. So there are a bunch of tools which help in that. So API becomes a core construct in kind of any product delivery if you want to achieve this thing. The last curveball which will come in a data product, if you think about it from the data ownership perspective, they will come and ask you, hey, this is running as a black box for me. And I have my own internal regulations and InfoSec policies. So for that, can you integrate it with my tool? And it is not a very simple problem because your internal processing logs can be humongous in nature. And the moment you want to put it into your customers' tools, you will incur one additional processing cost, you will incur lots of network costs because you are aggressing not just the data, the valuable data for the customer, they also want the logs and other things, the monitoring, semantics of that. So everything kind of comes as a curveball for you. So how do you kind of manage this as well, right? So this is the pre-sale scenario, and internal ones, of course, internal, when I say it's your CSM support and the product teams, they want more of a shift-led, zero-touch ops. They want to have a very fast resolution for any instance management. They want fast RCA. Moreover, the engineers, they don't want to be afraid of putting anything in production. That was one of the core principles of DevOps and SRE. We are just applying the same principle for a data product, right? So whenever they want to make a code change and deploy it, they want a very fast feedback. Is it actually something is going wrong because of that? Because by definition, it can bring you lots of boundary conditions, okay? I believe since most are informed in this data science space, you know what is a boundary condition. So data products comes with lots of boundary conditions because it has unbounded degrees of freedom. So that is a problem we are trying to tackle. So we created an internal project almost 2.5 years back with a simple goal of creating. So what we wanted is, we wanted to be the first platform which gives a committed so-called data service level agreement, which is contractually agreed upon and given to each of the customers who's getting onboarded in the platform, okay? This will govern the time frame and the numbers around all the data points and the data sets that are going to be processed and made available for the consumption. This spans everything, the real-time, batch, just-in-time, all the distribution scenarios which we have, okay? So we had a two-phase. First is the monitor and act phase, and second is the predict and prevent phase. So with this, and the customer wants, we distilled down to two concepts. So I put a company name there. They beat us to that in terms of creating a nice PR around the data downtime as a concept. We also had a similar concept called data uptime, but data downtime is becoming more of a standard in the world of these AI and data products. So be aware of this. Data downtime is very simple. It refers to the periods of time when your data is partial, erroneous, missing, or otherwise inaccurate, okay? So if you just flip over, it is a quality, but in a time series kind of manner, okay? And it follows the same cycle of what a software bug means. If you look at the funnel at the bottom, this is like a classic software bug, right? You have this, how much it is going to cost for the company in terms of a software bug, while you find it in QA, all the way to finding it by the customer. So it closely resembles the same cycle in terms of how the software is going to work, right? Then, the second concept, this is what we introduced in terms of, because we wanted to provide data SLAs to the customer, is what we call as the data flow time. Now, flow time is a very new concept. Big opportunity. There is no company out there. We are not creating a data observability tool. We created this because we wanted to make our product better, but we are fundamentally a data platform, but this is kind of, nobody in the market is providing this at this point in time. So it is a total time to take the data to move from its source to intended destination, and how to measure it, and how to ensure you create error budget on top of it, and how to ensure you give this reliability semantics, right? So what we are looking at is not just shortening of this entire data flow time. We want to make it adequate. It's not like all the use cases need real time. I know customers can be crazy. They'll say, hey, I want everything in sub-millisecond. Not necessary. Many times there will be use cases where things only happen once in 24 hours. You have this classic concept of slowly changing and fast changing dimensions. So you need to be well aware, and you need to position it properly in terms of what we are talking about. Now the measures for this, downtime, of course you want to decrease both of them. If you look at it as a mathematical function, you want to decrease both of the data downtime and the data flow time. But in data downtime, who's the first class citizen you are measuring? It is always the data quality semantics in its various avatars. Whereas in data flow time, the first class citizens becomes your pipelines and jobs. Pipeline could be a real time and batch, and job could be a one-off job, or some SQL queries and handling and all these stuff, right? And what I have put in the downstream is, how do you actually measure it? So data downtime is the number of instances. You can see the equation. And in data flow time, we are introducing two new concepts to come up with the actual data SLAs. It is called the actual flow rate and the expected flow rate. So flow rate is nothing. I'll just go over this thing, formulas in a moment, right? From here, we derive the P99 monthly SLAs in terms of what we are able to achieve. And that is for each of the tenants. So translating it for the customers, we are primarily what we have highlighted, all contractual data SLAs. We are able to give that, and adequate quality guarantees, and the processing SLAs and the uptime guarantees. Uptime, again, comes from the core infra and software principles of infra and software uptime, okay? Now, internal, of course, it translates to the three pillars which I internally told. And there is a small tidbit which I had to take because this is a conference and I have some bragging rights. So ZeroTap is the only customer data platform which was able to, in 2024, give a 99.95% pure uptime and a 99% data SLA. And we are trying to improve it by another 9. We are trying to make it to 3 nines this year. And beyond the tenancy challenges which I put in the word art, what comes from a data perspective is, one is, if you think about it, I just showed a small architecture diagram in terms of a fan-in, fan-out. So the integrations explode in any data products. If you're going to put AI product will be sitting inside, but AI product might be taking multiple data streams as its input, and it will be serving probably your customer contact center in terms of giving them better recommendations, right? So you have this bunch of challenges, both upstream and downstream, in terms of integration explosions. And there'll be lots of quirks which come in from your customers. They'll say, hey, I want a 3-legged OR. That's a little bit of advanced security in terms of how you integrate with the platform. Another customer would be okay with a basic OR. And in terms of mode, some customers will say, hey, I'll give you a Kafka, can you push it to that? Another will say, I'll expose an API, can you push it to that? Now, even in that, they'll say that, hey, Kafka, you can only push 10 GB per hour. In the API, you can hit only like 1,000 hits per second. So that is the maximum you can do. Then they can change the data formats as well. Some say Google, if you're integrating with many of the Google products, they can take only the protobuf as a serialization format, right? So you have these various quirks which is coming in, and this is something we need to solve inside. And the observability tool should be aware of all these in a way, right? And there are data domain challenges in terms of what the catalog itself changes. Say, suppose you have multi-tenanted, the catalog of a telco company of customer 1 versus customer 2 is going to completely change. So this is something we need to be aware of. Now, multi-tenancy and observability are opposite end of the poles. Observability is trying to create a single pane of glass where you are able to see everything in a single metric. But by multi-tenant, what you're trying to do is you want to create data isolation for your customers, right? So how do we solve this? So there is a impedance mismatch. So how we do it is nothing. It's an old software engineer principle of using a global and local semantics. This may not be the, I would say, the more optimized solution, but this actually works in production. So architecture, this is a bit of a standard, as I mentioned. All the global semantics happen in the control plane in terms of metadata, metrics, and everything of the customer, and you have the common UI for the customer. Whereas your core data processing, whatever data processing which we are providing behind the scenes, that is happening in the hybrid plane of the data plane of the customer. So this very simple differentiation kind of helps you on the previous slide in terms of how to solve the observability for your multi-tenant, where these two are actually talking about two different things. Multi-tenant talks about a different end of spectrum, and this talks about different end of a spectrum. So this actually, it came as a serendipity because we started as a control plane, data plane for different purpose, but we found out it is also helping in this particular scenario as well, right? Now, a little bit of this thing in terms of data downtime, which is the first concept which we talked about. So what we do, it's simple. At each processing stage, we have an orchestrator in terms of looking at 3 levels of how the data quality is taken care of, right? One is definitely you just process the errors. Second is, as and when possible, you create a self-healing mechanism for the errors. These are all queued systems. Then the third is whatever error is happening, you want to report it and ensure there is a proper observability. When I say observability box log, from there it connects to your alerting and your various dashboards and other systems, right? But the design principle there is the bad data is never going to block the subsequent ones. So that is how you kind of reduce the blast radius of how much the rogue data can obstruct the system. So that is one. And the second thing is these are kind of the pillars on which what we are measuring. So I won't go into each of this. Many of them are kind of self-explanatory. For example, completeness. It talks about the sparseness of what both from a length and breadth perspective of your data table, how it's going to look like. Correctness, you are well aware of. Timeliness is the freshness. Standardization is like, say, for example, a data source will give a data as yum. Another will give, for mail, it will send a code as 0. You have to standardize all this into a singular catalog before you send it to that, right? And you have to have certain expectations and thresholds beyond which you can create the alerting mechanisms. So the expectation thresholds are, of course, tied back to the contract, what you're going to put with the customer. Now, this is the thing in terms of what we are giving as the downtime. So if I just mentioned this. So you have the point-in-time measurement of the data quality. You just flip it as a time series, right? You get that graph, and that is going to give you what is the 100% uptime semantics for that over a period of time. So, and our measurement semantics is at this point in time is a monthly semantics on which we operate. This is a little bit of a tech. I may not go much deep into that. Behind the scenes, what we have done is we have created our own microservices in terms of it creates a policy. So the policy contains which layer it has to act on, whether it has to act on the schema or on the data value or on the retention time and all these things. Then the action is what is the action you want to do, right? Suppose there is a quality issue, sometimes you can self-heal that. Sometimes you may need to drop it, you can't do it. And if there is a null, you want to impute it to a certain figure. So this is the various things in terms of how we do it. It's a very simple microservice with the RDBMS. So we just transposition the policies and actions, and at runtime, we know which policy to act on depending on the incoming data. Then the catalog is something, so the equation, the functional equation captures it in terms of what we are actually doing, the function of policy, and the G of parameters gives you the action to be actuated. Say, for example, there can be a blacklist, whitelist policy, and the parameters might come from the event value. You just say, hey, drop that value, because it is not really complying with the PII standards. So that is the way we operate. And this is a little bit of the runtime. I mean, again, it's a very, very self-explanatory slide in terms of how it happens. So first you do the schema level policy, then you process, you action on it, then you do the value level policy, you action on it. Then when I say our audit logs, it goes into the 3 levels of dogs. It figures out whether it can self-heal, whether it can actually, it has to be dropped, or it can do anything else, right? So this is how you get the cleansed data set. One caution here. I know we get carried away with all this. Start simple, okay? So don't directly jump into using advanced probabilistic data structures which are without analyzing how your data is looking like. Of course, we do use sketches in LLL, and don't go for a direct sampling, this is multi-stage stratified random sampling and all to figure out how your error works and other things. Start with something very simple, right, in terms of counts, normal distribution analysis and all this, and then move on to the other things. Because I know many people take this broad jump, and then this kind of incurs a huge cost on top of what you're trying to do. And the results may not this thing. But if you go into the literature, this is what you will get in terms of what all you could do for a bad quality data. And this is something I always call out in terms of when I'm giving some talks on governance or quality. So you need to be aware of these scary creatures which can come with your data. So AI-ready data in IoT and many of the spaces which is coming with a timestamp is like you have a valid data plus valid timestamp. That is AI ready, okay? You can send it to your AI and fetch the right outcomes of it. But you will have this bunch of creatures which I have listed there, right? Undead is without timestamp, and a Frankenstein has two values. One source says this is a male, another source says this is a female. Then you have this invalid data value, but with a valid timestamp, that is a toxic creature. Then you have this ghost, which has an empty data value, just your, this thing, valid timestamp is coming, in which case you need to put some techniques like imputation. Then you have a valid data value and an invalid timestamp, right? So this is the closure of the data quality, and by virtue of that, the data downtime and data flow time comes next. We started data flow time with a very little law. It is also called the little law from the 1950s. So what it says is L is equal to lambda into W. We can apply the same thing for a pipeline. You can apply the same thing for a queue. You can apply the same thing for a query engine. And that gives you in terms of what you have to monitor. Say, for example, in a pipeline, the L, average number of records, which is there, unprocessed. That is what you are. And lambda is the arrival rate. What is your TPS which is coming in? And W is the how much is each processing taking. So that is what you are measuring. So like this, if you can break it down for each of the various workloads, you can figure out what exactly you want to monitor. It gives you a simple set of variables to monitor. And now we know what to observe. What is a SLA? So SLA, very simple again in terms of the end time of the last stage of your processing minus the start time of the first stage of processing. I'll also tell you in our architecture how we actually calculate it, because this is, again, the control plane, data plane, semantics helps us in that. And from here, we create the monthly SLAs in terms of how much error we have caused for a customer, right, in terms of the time deltas. Then what are the entities measured, the workflow, data set, data points? So these are all first-class citizens. As I told, the jobs in pipeline become a first-class citizen. They have a specific this thing there. And the metrics example, I just listed a bunch of examples. So API, everyone knows the 5xs codes and the 200 codes gives you the reliability semantics. Like that for each of this, the flow time, reliability, which you already mentioned. And the tool sellers, if you look at, I just showed that amalgamation metrics, they will come and tell you, oh, you send me all unstructured logs, I'll take care of everything for you. It'll be shitty expensive. Don't do that, okay? Good old logging wisdom still applies. Define your grammar. Ensure your people follow that grammar when you're architecting any of these systems. Then ensure you're able to put it on any cheap storage and it is actually queryable, right? So I just listed a couple of things in terms of what the logs grammar should include. And a simple prod story. So for example, there was a sudden drop of the aggression volume on multiple egress channels. So this raised a volume alert and a sparseness alert. Think about it, if the volume drops, you may not get logs. So there is no log alert here. You have to rely on the data quality alerts, which I talked about. That's why I mentioned logs may not be sufficient for a data observability. So you have the volume alert and sparseness alert, and in a period of 1 hour, team figured out, less than 1 hour in fact, team figured out the sparseness alert has come from the consent master, and the consent master, we store everything, every attribute with the lineage from which source it comes. We figured out one of the sources is not stopped sending, and we checked whether it is our problem, whether we released something. When it was not that internally Zeotap release, we notified the customer, they figured out, okay, they have made some small change in terms of how the pixel is generated, and it was all fixed. So the incident, so this is what I called about the internal piece, right, which we want to create. Now, some reference works. So this is how our internal architecture works. So we have 2 homegrown systems, Kingpin and Symphony, which helps in the entire downtime calculation. And we have the classic dashboard alerts and pager on top of it. And we have got a new kid in the block. There are a bunch of new observability tools, which is based on eBPF. eBPF is a kernel framework in Linux, where you can create traceability in the kernel space, not in the user space. That's a new tech which is coming in. So we have just introduced that, and it has been just 1.5 quarters, so we are yet to measure the entirety of the success of that project, but till now we have been on homegrown systems. And this is a very simple infra example, right? So what are the resources you monitor for your data stuff, and what are the telemetry feeds you get, what are the metrics you want to monitor, and what are the alerts and delivery. This is for the proactive monitoring system in terms of, so the singular metric what our company or the support team operates on is, how many bugs are you able to, when I say bugs, how many downtimes are you able to figure out before the customer figures out? So that is a very, very simple North Star metric on which we operate on, and we want to optimize that metric. So some internal results on that key North Star metric, customer reported to internal finding. The target is set for less than 20% should be there. Say suppose 100 issues are coming, only 20 issues should be reported by the customers. At this point in time, we are at approximately 30%. It's like a weight loss program, so the last miles would be always very difficult to achieve, but we are getting there. Then SLA embedded architecture as a culture is in the team. Then the other collateral we got is a huge cost reduction in all this, right? Then that can be passed on to your customer in terms of better pricing. So just one more slide, some creds, again bragging rights in terms of what we are talking about here. We are monitoring close to 1,800 data pipelines, of which 300 are end-to-end real-time pipes. And we have data APIs at less than 100 millisecond P99s. And we achieve throughputs of close to 200K TPS per this thing. And the egress, we are very heavy on egress. We egress close to 20 billion data points a day from the platform in terms of what we are operating on. And future scope, this is for anybody who wants to bootstrap companies in this particular space. The log information retrieval and storage is very, very immature. It is now a very string format. You have graph neural networks, very good advanced techniques there which can be used for this. Then the eBPF, which is a framework. Now only companies, I think as of now, there are 4 companies who have started eBPF first. There are a couple of companies who are retrofitting their platform to get into that. Then the agentic POC, we are doing something with Gemini to convert our support agents and this entire proactive monitoring into an agentic system, but that is still this thing. But when you are doing this, beware, you are chasing a moving goalpost because data dimensions keep on changing on a daily basis. So you need to be aware of that. There is quite a stress in the system in terms of what is happening. And we are seeing a new breed of engineering coming, just like the SREs of yore. They are called the data reliability engineers. So this is what we think as the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody with any questions? Yeah, there you go.
First of all, excellent talk, and as we know that data is the food for any model, and if you don't feed it with the proper food, it will not give you the proper results. It will not give you excellent talk, and possibly every company and everywhere who is dealing with data is facing this problem. But one question I have, which is very focused and maybe very specific to some specific applications, that which perplexes me all the time, that the rogue data. When you see that some data or some pattern is really rogue, how do you know that it is basically the data which has corrupted, or the inbuilt, or the process or the system from which it is coming, that it is the problem of the system or the process? How do you distinguish between the two, that whether the problem is in the data or it is problem for the system or the process which is generating the data?
Good question. So what you're saying is there is a source which is generating data. You want to know whether it's a source problem or the data itself is a problematic stuff, right? So that needs a certain bit of, say, suppose the system is within your boundary in terms of what is happening. So you need to correlate what is the processing logs of the system and the data values generated. And data values, you have a pattern in terms of it could be a regex analysis, it could be a bucket analysis, it could be very simple in terms of what is a bound, right? What is the range bound of what that data is going to be? So you know the value is corrupted or not in terms fundamentally. So whether the system is kind of corrupting the data by its processing is something you need to correlate these two. That's what I just mentioned, that lineage stuff, right? So it could be like the system has done some wrong computation, some software has come there and they've introduced a bug in the system and it is corrupting the data, or the data flow itself is long. So it is not like a very easy answer, but it is more of a correlation story between these various two semantics. In terms of what the value is coming in, you first get that actually value is wrong. That is the first signal. Second signal is you need to look at the processing logs. As I mentioned, we did not introduce any change in that SDK. So we know that we have not actually corrupted data at that point in time. So something else upstream has happened, which we need to look at. So it is like a discovery journey. This framework is to make that discovery journey faster. It is not like you are not going to hit this. That is what I mentioned by the moving goalpost, right? You're always going to hit these problems, these questions. But how fast you can correlate is the question. So there is no exact right science behind it in terms of how we can solve that problem. It is very, very contextual.
Thank you so much. We have time for just one more question.
Hi. You talked about data.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Here, Dinesh here. The last.
Hi.
Yeah. You talked about identifying data issues before the customer finds out, right? The main identity of data observability is to identify bugs as early as possible so that it's not found. I want to know about what are the frameworks that are being used to identify these anomalies. Are there generic frameworks like SQL detections, the algorithms that's already written by default, or are there any AI machine learning models that are being used? Because traditionally, people use SQL checks and other things which are always being done in the system, right?
Right.
Only when business catches it, we identify, okay, this is something that is not anticipated.
Right.
How
right.
do we identify these type of anomalies?
Exactly. So the thing is, it's an evolving field. There is a good amount of anomaly detection field, which is also AI-driven, which is happening there. And there are some very good libraries. Say, for example, a couple of open source ones or Algebird from Twitter. You have Amazon DQ library, and we also open sourcing something in the CDAP Wrangler community. So at this point in time, ZeroTap has close to 90 plus directives, which is not, you need not write SQL, you can just give them as directives to say, hey, this is how my data is going to look like, and this is how it is like. Because you rightly pointed out many times, the business users only know whether it is right or wrong, right? So how do they, see, at the end of the day, it is the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and there is a little bit of a processing in terms of what you're looking at. So the business user is aware of what is the right-hand side it has to. Left-hand side is what the data is coming in, right? So this RHS, we are making it as declarative as possible. Okay, if it is a simple threshold, how it is going to look like. If it is a band, how it is going to look like. Or do you expect anything else? So this is called the expectation of the data, what it is going to look like. So there is a bunch of open source libraries where you can contribute and you can reuse as well. As I mentioned, we are also contributing to that. But yeah, at the end of the day, you can create an AI agent which continuously monitors the data and generates the patterns and knows that, hey, this is a complete out of pattern. So there is a good amount of work happening in that arena as well, instead of being this as heuristic like this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, let's just, I know. Let's keep it a quick question and a quick answer because we are running short of time.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question on your control plane and data plane, right?
Yeah.
When in an enterprise grade, when you deploy those two, so what type of data actually is getting transferred between your control plane and data plane?
Brilliant question. So as per GDPR and this thing, isolation semantics, we don't transfer any of the customer data from the data plane to the control plane. It is always the metadata and there's metrics and some derivatives on top of it. So it is either the control flow or the metadata flow which is happening between the control plane and the data plane. There is no raw data ever flowing from here to here.
Thanks. My second question, small question, about the data API, right?
Yeah.
So how actually you are handling the PII? Because when we talk about the enterprise data, there will be a lot of financial data involved, right?
Right.
So if you are putting a data API on top,
right.
So how your the confidentiality is maintained, right? So how you make sure, like, actually I'm not exposing any of my PII data outside through that data API?
Okay. That's like another tech talk on its own of export privacy. So the simple answer is there are a bunch of differential privacies as needed by the customer, which we do. Second thing is many of the data APIs are not public internet exposed. It is mainly for the friends and families of the customers within themselves, because we are handling all first-party data. So this is, you think about it as an extension of the customer's platform itself, right? So they are only this thing. But of course, we have a bunch of export privacy. The PIA handling is little different in the platform of how we handle that. We have the classic masking techniques, encryption techniques, and we are also experimenting with these homomorphic techniques and all these things in terms of how we handle that. As I mentioned, the privacy is a little bit of a separate topic in terms of how we do it. Another day, perhaps.
Ladies and gentlemen, Satish KS, wonderful session. Huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satish.
Thank you.
Now for our next session, this is a question that is, oh my God, so relevant. AI and the future of programming. India's tech workforce is quite literally at a crossroads. How will AI reshape software development with low-code, no-code being quite literally the talk of the town, being so extensively used? Will developers soon start asking themselves this question? Is there even a point in training ourselves? What is our future? to discuss all of this and a lot more, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage founder and CEO of Invact Metaversity, Tanay Pratap. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for Tanay Pratap. Welcome, Tanay.
Mic check. All good? So I was instructed to come and stand here first so that I get a good photo. Yeah, done. It's important. Thank you so much. Cool, because what I'm going to talk about is definitely controversial. And that's why the first slide is why me, because why should you hear like what I have to say? I'm going to say AI will take all your jobs tomorrow, India is in a very bad shape. Or I'll say, no, nothing is going to happen, we are going great. Why should you, or anyone for that matter, listen to me? And that's a question I ask myself. See, I think if we draw a Venn diagram, I would be one of those few people who have done three things. So first is I have seen a lot of code at scale. I have worked at Microsoft. If you're using any of Microsoft products, first of all, I'm sorry about that. But if you are, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Outlook, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, if you're using any of that, if you're using the commenting feature, that's my code, my actual code you are running on your system. So I know what's the difference between toy apps, enterprise apps. I know what's real-world complexity of these big, huge code bases have. Okay, so there are many, like at least 1 million developers who have seen this. But I have also worked extensively in AI when I was at Cisco. That time it was about CNN, RNN, all that stuff. So did that. I am not an expert, but I understand what AI is. I know what most programmers, full-day programmers might not know. So this is the second thing. And the third thing is what AI is trying to do, I am trying to do as well for living. It's trying to train a supercomputer to do coding. I feel Indians or students are supercomputers already, and I teach them how to code from zero, build real developers. In my 5 years career as a teacher, I've got 1,000+ students into coding jobs from zero to hero. So if you draw this diagram, thank you. If you draw this diagram, there would be few people who would be sitting at the center of it, and I think that's why you should hear me out at least with some questions in mind. What's the current state of AI? I am the, it sounds very nice, CEO, and ex-Microsoft and all of that, but I code a lot in my startup, and I use AI a lot to code, right? Extensively, so much so that I have only one more developer, a junior developer, my own student who I hired, and that's all, and we write a lot of code. So I know what's the current state of AI is. Right now it is trained on next token prediction. I think I don't need to cover this. But it doesn't know what the code will do. It is basically trying to predict the right token, can't understand how things will work. And that's why when you are doing these toy apps, right, I created Splitwise, people go ballistic on Twitter, oh my God, coding is over. Because I can do now that triangle which is triangling. It can do really good scripts. So someone says, I just downloaded all my data from YouTube and now I can do all of that. So, coding is over. So non-coders, I see they are losing their shit all the time. And generally, these are the guys who are very vocal on Twitter. When they say so much about what AI can do, yes, I use AI, but I know what its limitations are, at least today. Is it that good? I don't think so, not really. And the moment the code grows a little bit and, decent, I'm saying 10,000, 50,000 lines, it just starts breaking all over the place. So much so that now I have this thing that I read any code which AI is writing before accepting it in because I know I'll have to be the one debugging it after 10 minutes or maybe 10 days. It's just that it gets you off the ramp very easy, but after some time you have to pay the piper. And that's why it's not great right now. It needs a lot of manual intervention. Wow, this timer is, my God, this countdown timer, it's making me so nervous. So are we safe? Yeah, I mean, come on, if you are a good coder, are you safe? I think not really. And I'm sure somewhere in the world, someone has thought about what I'm going to say, or someone will figure it out. But still, I keep thinking about, as I said, from my AI background, I get into it, and from coding at scale, what is the future of coding in AI? And I'm sure someone would figure it out. Right now, I don't see any research paper on this, but 5 years from now, here is what I'm saying. Current AI models are text models. It works on next word prediction. It does token-based learning, and it is built for languages, not for coding. Right? Coding is a different world. But we are right now, even right now, we are doing the right kind of training, but on the wrong kind of data. Sorry. So I missed a slide. So what it can do is, in programming, we can break code into structured pieces. And we have seen this in image training, right? So image training works on masked pieces. So you mask something, and then you make the model predict it, and then it learns. We are not doing that for code, but code is also masked. You can mask it at a functional level, at a loop level, at a class level, at a file level, and make the AI predict what it should be because of the API it is talking to. So if you are writing some code in the file, you are basically importing some functions of that code from that file into a different file. So AI should be able to predict what are the things this file needs to do, or this class needs to do, or this loop needs to do, or this function needs to do, so that everything fits into the larger picture. And that's how we are training the image models today, but not the programming models today. But why? So RL tells us very clearly, clear rewards equals to better learning. I think we have all caught up on what DeepSeek did. And AI finds the optimal paths. But the good thing about programming is it has built-in rewards, right? If from today we change to AST instead of text, AST is, by the way, abstract syntax tree. So AST is how program is understood by the compiler. AST is the real language of the code. And if we move to that and start training on that, I think in 5 years or whatever time, I don't know, I'm not that person who says 36 months we will have AGI, I don't know. But this is solvable. So instead of predicting tokens, we predict blocks, and we train on passing tests. This is again how programming happens everywhere, TDD, test-driven development. So if someone picks this up, does this will train AI much better on coding, and whatever problems I have today with AI coding for me might go away. Tests as training, train on smaller data sets, unit test first, then do integration test, then do end-to-end tests, and optimize your RL path for this. Someone is going to do it, mark my words. Because this is how real programmers work, this is how code is written at scale. And programming is rewards all the way. You get linter feedback, you get compiler feedback, you get test feedback. So rewards are built at every level of the code, every line of the code, every block of the code. So that's how we should train the models. Why not now? So if one line of code is, say, 10 tokens, in AST it would be 100 plus tokens. So it's harder, it needs more compute to train. Compiling and running everything every time will need more compute to train, needs isolated environment so that when you are training, you don't just RM minus RF everything. So not now, not happening. But come on, we all have Stargate and whatnot. So compute is coming, we are not safe. Humanity is building it. It's just a matter of time. We'll be there. So 5 years down the line, I feel the problems which current AI coding has will go away. So does that mean we are over? No, I think AI will create more jobs. And why I think that is because the factory floor. So I don't know how many of you know about how factories work here. We are all from very IT crowd, right? But in a factory, say 10 really good mechanical engineers and electrical engineers set up a factory, and then hundreds of people do the daily work. They take care of the machines, they take care of the output, they make sure that the belt is functioning, things are moving. So, and today in a modern factory, all the heavy lifting is being done by the machines, right? All the heavy lifting is being done by the machines, but the handlers keep it running. I was looking at Twitter again, and there was this term which came up, which is very derogatory if you take it that way. So it's not my term. I'm not coining it. I liked it. I'm just saying it. It's called code coolie. People who are code coolie. I think it explains itself. So I think that's where most of the heavy lifting will go. And my God, things I want to say. In India, we think of our country in two different sections only. Either we are the FANG engineers, the product company engineers, or we are the Zomato, Zepto delivery guys. There's no in between. There's no izzat. There's no respect for the middle crowd. That is something which is actually killing us more than AI, but that's another topic for another day. But I think that's where the opportunity lies for us. The handlers we would need for programming after 3, 4, 5 years is where a lot of work will again come back to India. And a lot of people said, you would not need coders. Why would Microsoft hire more coders? Why would Google hire more coders? I'll come to that as well. Few experts will build the core systems. This we talked about. Companies won't stop at good enough. See, this has happened again and again. The more we did better, got better at coding, the more features we came up with. The more our hardwares became capable, the better our apps became. Now, some people can call it software bloat. I, from a software perspective, I call it you are getting more bang out of the buck, right? So it's not like, it's again, I have seen this, like I'm in industry from 15 years. I look very young, don't think that I'm very young. But I have been here for 15 years. I have seen this transition from React, like when React and Angular came and people were like, oh my God, now, web development is so difficult, this, that, but this jQuery mess is going away. It all looks so clean. And it just created more and more demand of web developers. It created more and more demands of sophisticated UI. So much so that, I don't know how many of you know this, but some of you, if you have used the very old crowd, so people have used the old Outlook, right? Outlook on desktop. That was completely written in C++. And then in my team at Microsoft, we wrote that complete old Outlook into a new Outlook using React. So because it came up with so many good effects that we had to do that shift. So many a times when a new technology comes in, we feel that, this is too good. We don't need people. But the big cause, the Googles and the Microsoft and the Facebooks of the world are not in the money-saving business, right? So AI, good. Microsoft is not in the money-saving business. Microsoft, and I'm using Microsoft just as a placeholder because I come from it. I relate to Microsoft a lot. But it stays true for any company. Companies are not out there to save money. Companies are out there to make more money. And if building new feature becomes easier, the race will be to the bottom. Everybody will have more features because you don't, I'm sorry, when I say you don't know, I'm not trying to say you don't know. But a lot of people don't know how cash-strapped teams are even inside big companies. Like there are 6 engineers or 10 engineers working on such a big feature and the PM wants 10 more features to be built in and we say, no, come on, work-life balance, bro. So that goes away, we build more features. So I personally, even though at one point I see AI growing a lot, I don't see companies cutting cost. Instead, companies would make more money by hiring more of these engineers, these handlers. And that's where I think our opportunity is, because what AI can't do is this long-term maintainable code, these edge cases, this business need, how will this module interact to the different module? Like, for an example, you know that when a new Windows comes in, it has to be compliant to the Windows which used to run software even 25 years back. Because so many enterprises depend on it that they have their own intranet software written on Windows. You can't break it. So anything which you do has to be, like when I was working with, Word and PPT, the whole, we call it WPE suite, the Word, PowerPoint, Excel suite. There were so many backward compatibility issues, so many. We can't break things. We can't write things from new because it would break a lot of intranet stuff. So these edge cases, this security, this compliance, these are the things where a lot of the engineers will go because we'll build more features, we'll need more of this. And that's why I'm saying software handlers are the key. They would debug the AI-generated code, integrate it. They would keep quality under control. Again, factories need operators. Even though autopilots came, pilots are still there. And same would happen with AI. More software, more engineers, same point again and again. AI is not a replacement, talked about it. The world won't need fewer programmers, it will need better ones. Now coming to, I think, the main point. What does it mean for India? And thank God I have time, because I did not practice this. So, what does it mean for India? This is a very, very important question, at least in my mind. The reason I left my job at Microsoft was to build something for India, to make the country richer. So I keep thinking about this question, and I think if you have thoughts about it, please, let's talk about it as well. In your mind, what is India's biggest strength? So the economy report comes in, and what's India's biggest export? Anyone in the crowd, anyone wants to take a guess? What is our country's biggest export? Yes? The service sector, right? So out of around $800 billion, which what's your name, ma'am? Shalini. Thank you, Shalini, for that. So Shalini is right. Out of the $800 billion export we have done the last year, close to $300 billion we have done only and only for IT services. No Zomato, no Zepto, no export has been done from these companies. Export is being done from, and we all know, export adds real value to the economy. So that drives our economy. Answer is already given. And this money which is coming from outside is basically helping this Bangalore bubble grow. The Swiggy, the Zomato, the 10-minute delivery, the Zerodha. This money keeps India moving. We don't realize that this is the bigger game here when it comes to the country. And automation is coming. A lot of this IT services support work is more about again, so when we were at Microsoft, we had a team with HCL who would do all the testing before the release, because deploying a developer to write all those bigger automated E2E tests or maintaining that would have been so much difficult. Nobody would want to do that actually also. So it was all given to we would call them vendors. So it was all given to the vendors to do that job. I think that is the bigger risk here. The bigger risk is not programming. The bigger risk is people who don't know programming, who don't code, have had a bigger share of work, $300 billion export, that support job will shrink. Companies, because the cost of automation will go drastically down, companies will automate more, they will outsource less. So stock market, real estate, things which we care about at the top, all of those things will start shrinking down. And this means the middle class is at risk. If we have less support IT jobs, it means fewer manual jobs. Automation will cut non-coding roles. And that's where I think India's economic engine is in danger. That's the bigger threat, IMO, in my opinion. I could be wrong. So we have around 2-3 years. If we don't learn to code, and when I say we, I mean the entire IT sector, we get left behind. We need to understand systems and architecture now more than ever, because that is going to be a real job. The machine handlers know how the machines function end to end, how a car is getting assembled. They know their part, they know other parts. We don't have that kind of tech savviness built right now. We need to work on real production code so that we understand these issues upfront. And I'm honestly, like, when these folks reached out for a talk, I thought a lot about what should I talk about. And this is one problem which keeps me up at night many times, because if your job is just support or testing or things like that, I'm scared for you, because most likely those jobs are going to go away very soon. But there's hope. We have to produce, I'm not saying good, best, FANG level, DSA level engineers. No, that's not my thing. But people who can write code, real production code, who can understand business to code development. We need to shift from support to more building, from support to more development. And where you see an issue, you also see an opportunity. So this is also, I think, an opportunity for India. If we shift from coders, if we train coders at scale, we shift from operators to engineers, it could also be India's moment. Because if, and everything is an if in AI world, if there are more features needed, if coding becomes easier, then all that work should come to India. In my opinion, India should become the knowledge capital of the world. So all KPO works, thank you. Thank you so much. All KPO work, all services, all coding work should come to us. Think of a demography who is as young as we are, who is as hardworking as we are, who has the English advantage, and who has the population, and who has $1 equals to 85 rupees. And we don't need roads, we don't need ships, we don't need factories. Our factory is our laptop. Bangalore is amazing. Sit at your home, code the day out, ship, and not the manufacturing ship. Ship code. So this, what is a problem for the entire world could be an opportunity for us, because we are ripe, ready for this. So that's all I had, I think. Thank you. That's all. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh, questions, sorry. I can't see where. And my query is not returning anything. No. There.
What is the difference between workflow and agents in Gen AI?
What is the difference between workflow and agents?
Like I've been hearing these words a lot.
This is a Googleable question. I would like to take questions which are more or more related to the talk I just gave. But after the talk, if you want me to explain that, we can talk about it.
Sure, sir. We can talk personally.
Thank you.
Anybody else with a question? Please, can we have the mic to sir?
First of all, sir, your name, please. Arun, thank you for being an awesome audience. I was looking at your eyes all the time. Thank you for keeping me calm. Thank you so much.
Quite inspiring.
Smiling all the time. Thank you so much. You made my day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been quite inspiring session, honestly. See, the question here is you mentioned about you are using AI to generate the code.
Yeah, a lot.
Right? And then later on, you're saying that I will end up in debugging this, so I need to better pay now and then understand the code.
Yep.
So that's one mindset. Second mindset is whatever I will write, I'll write from scratch so that I know in and out of everything. The gentleman asked about the question on agents and all that. A lot of frameworks are there, but what I learned yesterday is write something from scratch. You know exactly what is going on. Don't build on top of the frameworks and all. That's another aspect of it.
Definitely.
For this generation, like people, whatever, if I need to write a Fibonacci, I will just go for ChatGPT or DeepSeek now and then give me the code. I think this generation should start from there as a kickstart and then build on top of it the entire skeleton, or you are recommending people to still go back to the basics and then start something from scratch and don't use automated generated code and only learn how it is working? So what's your perspective on that?
This is basically, thank you for putting me on a spot on this question. So yeah, this is a very tricky thing. How should we learn coding in the age of AI, right? But we have to define basics somewhere. We don't get into assembly code anymore. We don't get into OS anymore. A lot of students I teach, they don't get into React anymore. They don't get into OOPS anymore. So there are a lot of APIs, and interacting with those APIs itself provides a lot of value in today's world. We can think of ChatGPT or DeepSeek or any of these coding agents as APIs producing code, right? But at the end of the day, you are the one, for a lack of better word, I'm saying, plumbing the code, right? So, and tomorrow if there's a leak, you are the one who's going to fix it. And there's this whole thread going on about vibe coding. Again, very good for toy apps, but anything production, you can't just say ChatGPT, hey babe, this is not working, can you fix it? And
also maybe you should not call ChatGPT babe.
Yeah, so it will not. So in that way, I am not saying you should learn coding from scratch, but at the same time, you should have a basic understanding of how these layers are built. Like, nobody here would know how data is transferred in bits and bytes when it goes on Wi-Fi, right? Your laptop is talking to a router here. Data is going in the air. How is it happening? We don't know. We don't care, because that is a basic piece. But as we move on top of the layers, we have some understanding of how HTTP works. We have some understanding of how web browsers work, little bit more understanding of how web works, and then a lot more understanding of how HTML and JavaScript works. So every layer, you have to understand at least a little bit of what's actually happening before just saying that, I don't need to understand anything. Sorry, not babe. Hey, ChatGPT, you do all the heavy lifting for me, because that I don't think is going to work. So some basic level of understanding at every level how things work is always going to help. And that's what I was trying to say, that some level of systems understanding, architecture understanding. Because if you don't have that, you would be at loss. So there are only two people who say a lot about how AI coding agents will change the world. And there are just two people. One who are like, they have never programmed and they are just so happy suddenly they can write scripts. And there are a second class of people who have programmed a lot, and they know how to get this debugging done. They know how to exactly give the right prompt, get the right code, like me. And they are like, oh my God, this is over, coding is over, right? But they don't realize that they already know so much of coding, and that's why they are able to get this output so well out of this. Like, if you don't know what stack is below, many a times you will not be able to get the output from these stuff. So I hope that answers the question.
So one thing, sir, here.
Okay, one last question, sir. We'll take a quick one.
I'm Sashikumar, sir.
Hi.
There are so many coding platforms are there, like Codex or Microsoft or your ChatGPT, so many things.
Right.
Which one is the most consistent and reliable so far to depend upon platforms?
So again, personal opinion, I am a Microsoft guy through and through. So I use Copilot a lot, and I find it good enough. I tried Claude for some time. I didn't find it that good. Like, it was not adding a lot of value for what I use AI for. So my AI is saying, hey, this is the function, or this is the class, this is the test, write it. And most of the time, their first output are really bad. So I then go and comment in the code, put it again, write it again, and then it writes. So I'm not the right person to answer this question, maybe. But if you are a little bit pro-level coder, any AI tool will work out for you the same. Doesn't matter much, actually.
Okay, sir. Another one, sir. Can you take this analogy? Earlier days, an engineer used to work with sliding rules instead of a calculator for doing the things.
Yes.
So whatever this codex or whatever the autocodes are generated, can we compare these things with a calculator so that it will assist for further developing our generation of the codes? Take advantage of this autocode flow and generate your code, and as like a calculator, we can use it as a tool for enhancing our total code performance. Can you do that analogies here?
I mean, 30% yes, we can do that. But the things are little bit more complicated than that because, see, the software engineering salaries are so bloated, right? It's not like, and again, I'm gonna get thrashed for this, but it's not like software engineers are much more smarter people than people outside who are earning, say, 1/5 of the salary for doing finance work or data work or, or business marketing work or business development work. We are not, like, I used to get 1 CR at 30, 28-year-old. I am not special, right? Nobody is, but that is because of the specialty in software, and that's why those salaries might go down, and that's I think where our opportunity lies, because it will first go down in US, so we will have a lot of money with us, and then it will also like standardize across industries, because this will not be that difficult thing to do as it is right now. And so the bloating of the salaries is definitely, I feel it is bloated, because it's not like we work very hard and we need mental days off and work-life balance and 6 hours and all of that. I mean, this is very IT industry specific thing. You go out, you look at a shopkeeper, runs the shop 12 hours a day. It's not like you are like some God-given intelligence you have, and other people are like beneath, yeah, तुम साला सब हमेशा पैर के नीचे का रहेगा, वो लगान थोड़ी चल रही है यहाँ पे. So it's not that, but we think of ourselves like that, and I think it's time to come home and meet your God. And I think that's where the calculator thing doesn't work. So 30% yes, but 70% is massive economies at play here. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, candid.
Thank you.
Real. So candid that told his annual income. I'm hoping that was, no, that was monthly income or annual income.
I mean, if it was monthly, I would be very happy, but it was annual. And for someone who's coming from a middle class family, mom being a teacher, that was a lot of money. That money made me leave the job. कि इतने पैसे का करूँगा क्या?
Wow.
so I didn't know what to do.
As real as ever, Tanay Pratap, can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanay. Such a delight to have you here. Very funny guy as well. Talking about funny, the absolute finale act, one of the highlights of MLDS 2025, is going to be one of the finest comics of India, Kumar Varun. You know him from the channel All India. The next word is something I can't say in a public platform, but I think this video will give you guys an idea of exactly how funny it is. Let's play the AV.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स. कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है, तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए, बस आप 2 साल. एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं, आप लोग साथ में, कोई जज नहीं करता. भगवान देख रहा है, कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरे. हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale act of MLDS 2025 from 5:30 p.m. today here in Hall 1. Comedian Kumar Varun for one full hour. Be ready to laugh out loud a lot. But before that, let's move back to our trend of extremely insightful sessions. This is a man with whom I have hosted a panel discussion, and my oh my, some extremely innovative ideas and thoughts are coming your way. Transforming sleep and service. WakeFit's journey with AI, and for that, we'd like to welcome on stage CTO of WakeFit, Yash Dayal. Put your hands together and welcome Yash Dayal. Welcome, Yash.
Glad to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just test my clicker. Okay, seems to work. Great. I know that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to make it a little more exciting and also a little bit briefer than what I'd planned for. So I'm Yash, I'm the CTO at WakeFit. Today we're going to talk about transforming sleep and service. Right. A little bit about me. Started programming since I was 15 years of age. I knew that computers was what I wanted to do. This is a photo from my, this is a robot I built as a part of my engineering project. This was the tele robot. That time technology was not up to where we are today. Sorry, just give me a minute. I have to quieten that down. Thank you. And sorry, I was just saying about this robot. And what I actually see is that the kind of effort, just to go back to the what we were discussing for the previous speaker, right? The foundation level of what you had to build to have this robot actually go into many places, control it remotely. A lot of that foundational work has become a lot more simpler now, a lot more easier now. I was able to build a similar version in probably like 1/5 of the time and at a much lower cost. Over the years, I've realized that while I love computers, consumer internet is something which I've become very passionate about. I really like building products which reach to millions of people. The pace of change, you can launch a lot of products very quickly, so I really like all of that stuff. I think I wanted to also give a little bit of gyan here. I think all of us are living this big change. Generative AI has come in. There are questions on whether developers will have a job in the future or not, and how Gen AI is going to impact. I think it's a very profound change. It's almost like a systematic change that's happening. So it's almost comparable. In my view, I think of it as like how internet came. It launched a whole new slew of products. A lot of internet companies got launched. It was a full paradigm change. A similar change is going to happen because of Gen AI. And I think it's up to us. Either we can adopt it, grow with it, learn how to live with it, and become more successful at it. But this change is going to happen, so this change is inevitable. I'm going to talk about 3 things. We'll give you a little bit of introduction about WakeFit. Hopefully, many of you know about WakeFit. Then we'll talk about, for a company like WakeFit, what are some of the challenges in the supply chain? And then we'll talk about some examples of what a company like WakeFit can do to solve those problems. Okay. So WakeFit was started in 2016 by Ankit and Chaitanya. We have their photos there. And we actually, we started off as a digitally native company, was a website only. And now we've launched stores. And we've actually now have about 100+ stores across India. That's a photo of one of our stores. Right. Now, actually before that, just a show of hands. How many guys know what WakeFit or know about WakeFit? Show of hands. Good. And how many people have actually bought a product with us? Good. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all your support. All right. So, especially for the folks who've bought, I think this will be interesting because you'll get a glimpse of what are some of the challenges and the complications which we have while fulfilling these products. Right? Now, when you look at a typical, if you look at a standard supply chains are anyways very complex, very deep problems. But when you think of supply chain for, let's assume that you are a t-shirt manufacturer. Now, and you're only selling t-shirts. Now, if you go into your warehouse, you will have a bin where you'll have t-shirts stacked. So assume that there's one bin which has about 20 t-shirts there, right? For a person to go and pick one t-shirt out of those 20, it's quite straightforward. You can just go pick one t-shirt out from those 20. If you have to move these 20 t-shirts from one location to the other in the warehouse, it's not that difficult. You can actually carry it by hand or have some assistance to carry it. However, when you start thinking about, I have a stack of headboards, like you have a bed, we have headboards or the main boards of the bed. Now this stack is there, right? Now if I have to pick one from this stack, I have to actually get a forklift or I have to get some other mechanized equipment to move some of those boards. If I have to move between locations of the warehouse, I have to use a forklift, take this whole stack, move it to the other area. If you have to ship it from one warehouse to the other warehouse, going back to the t-shirt example, you can actually, if you just take the case, you have to ship one T-shirt, right? You can just put it in your bag, get on a bike, take it over. If it's close by, you can maybe just walk with it. But when you start thinking about this large furniture, you'll need like you'll probably need a truck or a small conveyance. You load it into that, then you take it to the other place, you unload it, and then you go and keep it into the other place. So basically, it's a lot more complex. And the more you move, the more you risk of damaging or breakage. So in order to be successful with large goods supply chain, you have to ensure that your processes are very, very streamlined. You have to ensure that your movements are minimized, and you try to build efficiency around it, right? The other complication we have is when you look at a category like sofa, right? Compare that to, again, to a T-shirt example. So for T-shirts, you'll have a single T-shirt, a single SKU. But sofas, typically people buy in sets. So you will buy like one-seater sofa, one two-seater sofa, one three-seater sofa, or you'll buy one two-seater sofa. So you want to have the same kind of style in your living room. So for example, if you look at the one on your right, so this is a 2+1 sofa. So we have a two-seater sofa, and then we have two single-seater sofas. Right? So this whole set is what people can term as a parent SKU, and then the individual items are called child SKUs. Right? And then if you look at the image on the left, I think the single-seater sofa, the single-seater SKU is also there in the other set. So you have a whole parent-child relationship while you are fulfilling products. Right. Sofas get even more complex, and other products as well. Right. So we saw single-seater, two-seater, three-seater. You can also have the sectional sofa. So one is a regular sofa, then you have sectional sofas. On sectional sofas, you will have where the chaise is on the left or the chaise is on the right. So it's a lot more complex. When you look at beds, more complexity there as well. You'll have a single bed, you'll have a double bed, you'll have a queen size bed, you'll have a king size bed. You'll have a bed which has storage, you have beds which don't have storage, you'll have beds where you have the mechanism is hydraulic. And of course, all the colorway, all the types of finishes that you want on the beds. On wardrobes, if you have wardrobes, you will have options like, I have this area in the wardrobe. Do I want to keep this area where I can like hang my shirts, etc., or do I need shelves in that area? So those options are there. Do I need a mirror on the door of the wardrobe, or do I need one without the mirror? So think of all these combinations and think of the complexity of these large products, and that kind of gives you a sense of how the supply chain is very complex, especially for an industry like ours. Right. I'll come back to this one. So we talked about this one. So basically, you can have child SKUs, you'll have parent SKUs. And then for beds, multiple parts. So child SKUs can also be parts of the bed. So you'll have, the bed can be broken into maybe 2 or 3 child SKUs, where one is the headboard, one is the footboard, and then other SKUs which comprise of the rest of the bed. Right. And in order to ensure that all of this complexity is managed and we have good traceability, we want to track as a company, you want to track item IDs. So you want to ensure that all of these SKUs are tracked throughout their journey, right from manufacturing until they reach the customer. Right. So that was a little bit about the complexity. We can talk more about, sorry, I think I missed one slide. I'll just go back to that one. Right. Now, how does the fulfillment journey happen? Right. So for fulfillment, this is an example of a typical manufacturing company who is probably making furniture. So you'll have one or more manufacturing units, and this is where all the products get manufactured, all the child SKUs get manufactured. Then these products will be stored into a large warehouse. So you may have one or more warehouses across the country. And then based on how you want to design your network, you will actually have distribution centers or smaller warehouses, one or more layers. So right now I've just shown one layer, for example, but you may have one or more layers as well, so that you can actually seamlessly fulfill the orders. And then these warehouses, either the main warehouses or the fulfillment centers, can actually fulfill to both customers' orders, and they can also do replenishment that we require to do in the stores. We talked about this, we talked about. All right. So let's go a little bit into the technology here. I think of this as a way to build supply chain well. So we'll actually so one of the mechanisms to actually build this in a smoother manner is, if you go back to the problem where we talked about you have a stack of products, right? Now, if you want to build item ID traceability, it becomes a lot more complex there. We'll actually come to this in a little bit later, but please keep this thought in mind. So this is what it is. So imagine that now you have this rack, and you have all of those maybe large bed headboards that are kept there on the one, right? Now, if we start, if we use item ID tracing, so when you are, for example, back to the t-shirt example, let's say you wanted to pick t-shirt number 3. So you have 20 t-shirts, all are numbered 1 to 20, right? You want to pick t-shirt number 3, you can go and say, okay, 1, 2, and you pick out the third one, and then you can track that third one is gone all through the supply chain. Now, imagine you have a stack of headboards. Now, if I want to take the headboard number, in this example, let's say I want to take out headboard number 6. Right? Now, to take out headboard number 6, I have to actually take that whole set out, remove the top 2 headboards, take out this headboard number 6, keep the ones back, and then put the whole thing back into the system. So this is a very, it becomes a lot slower. So what works well in these kind of environments is that you can have some sort of fungible inventory. So whenever you want to pick something, you can actually just pick something from the top of the stack. And the tech system will actually ensure that it does the mapping as and when you're going across the journey. Right. So it kind of brings you to this, where you have flexibility in fulfillment. So when some product is going from the mother to a pod, then maybe that was item number 5 that was picked up. So in this case, let's assume item number 1. So let's say item number 1 was picked up. That is the one that is going from the mother warehouse to the pod. And then at the pod or at the distribution center, they are stacked again. So now maybe this was the first one to reach, and then this becomes the bottommost one. So then when we are fulfilling a customer order, you can actually again take the top one, and this tech will actually ensure that it does the mapping of this item to this order, and that brings it through. It brings a lot of efficiency. It makes operations faster, and it ensures, and we also get full traceability across the system. So wanted to kind of go back to this one. So it is, you can't decide on what item ID you want to send, but you will ensure that the orders are fulfilled properly, you have full traceability. It may not be the same product, same specific item ID across the supply chain, but the right products will always get delivered. Right. So I think I'll take a pause here. Any questions on this? I know this is a very different paradigm or a different way of running supply chain. This is in the way, so when something gets manufactured, there's an ID that gets associated to that particular item. And then as and when they're moving from the factory, you would stack them up. Exactly. It is as and when it comes into that warehouse or into that distribution center. So I think if you think from factory to main warehouse, you may still be able to manage an order level. But when you're thinking from like the warehouse to a distribution center, Now, this distribution center may actually get products from multiple central warehouses also. So let's say there was some, I'm just making a hypothetical example. So let's say you had one warehouse in Bhopal, right? And then you had one mother warehouse in maybe in Delhi and then one in Chennai, right? Now, some products went from Delhi to Bhopal, some products went from Chennai to Bhopal. All of these will have different serial IDs. And let's say the Delhi one reached first. So those will be kept at the bottom. And then once the Chennai ones reach, then you would naturally keep them on top. And even putting them in a serial order is also more inefficient, right? Because then you have to again do the same process again.
Yes, myself, Amit. Actually, like I was just going through your supply chain slides where you mentioned a couple of things, from your manufacturing hub till deliver of the product at the customer's locations.
Yeah.
So do you think that, I was thinking there are two things. One is the digital, fixed asset management systems, right? And second is the digital twin. So do you think that if you implement these two things in your system, will it be useful to track your items? Because you were giving a lot of example to pick up the shirts from this location to this locations. Do you think that these two technology will useful for your
Sorry, what were the two technology you said?
One is the digital twin, and one is the systems called fixed digital management, digital asset management systems.
So it's kind of so when you are trying to build supply chain for these kind of products, you would kind of build. There is basically behind the scenes there is asset management that's happening where you have traceability of which inventory is in which area, and you typically have WMS. So most companies will have a WMS system, warehouse management system, which will actually map which SKU or which ID is kept where. So all of that is there. But we can of course discuss more offline.
Yeah, and most of the airport, right? Because I'm a consultant. And so I have noticed that they are using the digital twin, right? So are you using that? Or
can you give an example of how digital twin would be useful here?
See how digital they will create a replicate for any product, right? So need not to go anytime to warehouse to find out whether this product is available or not, or sometimes this product is missing. So using digital twin technology, it seems you can track everything.
Okay, I'm not sure how, we'll have to talk more.
Yeah.
But typically when we are fulfilling, you really want the actual product to be sent to the customer.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Right.
Hello? So one question.
So Yash, would you like to continue with the slides and take the questions at the end? However you want.
We'll just take one last question and then we'll continue.
Okay, ma'am, we'll come to your question right at the end as well. No worries.
My name is Vivek. So if a defect comes in a product, do you again need to trace it back to from various pods to the warehouse? Do you want to trace it back? Do you do that?
There is capability in the system. Yeah. I can't answer exactly what we do at Wakefit. Okay. But typically if you implement this item level traceability right from manufacturing until the fulfillment, then at an item level you can trace if there was you'll have the entire history of when it was manufactured and when it was transferred to the main warehouse, when it was transferred to a pod, when it was transferred to the end consumer. And even if you have this fungible item level mapping, at a leg level you will always know the traceability. So I think I have this here, right? So basically at a leg level, which is basically from the mother hub to the pod, it's one specific item ID, so you will have that full traceability. So if you want to try and look back, you'll be able to see all of those values. Right. So I'll continue. Demand prediction is a very important problem for most supply chain companies. And then when you have again large products, it's even more critical because you want to ensure that you have the right products in the right places. And going back to our first principle where we don't want to move products a lot. You want to ensure that most of the time you have the products in the right places. Right? And there are a lot of standard models that can be used for demand prediction. I think what I want to focus here today is what are some of the business inputs that you can give while building a demand prediction model. Right? And again, these are very generic ones. And at WigFit, we use some combination of these. But I think I just wanted to give it more as an example of if you are in this, if you're trying to build your own demand prediction model for your own company, what are some of the factors you should be using while building this model? Right? So you can actually decide if you want to do planning at a parent SKU level or a child SKU level. The advantage of doing at a child SKU level is that your child SKUs can be leveraged for multiple sets. So assume that you have set A and set B. In set A, you had one child SKU, and the same child SKU was in set B. If, let's say, sales of set A are not happening that much, the same inventory can be leveraged for for set 2 as well. You can look at doing, especially if you're a manufacturing company, you can actually decide that for which products you want to actually produce upfront and keep them in your warehouses or in your distribution centers. And some products you can actually decide that, okay, maybe the sales are not so much for these products. I will actually, once the order comes, then I can actually manufacture them, and I can quickly manufacture them and then have them delivered to the customer at a reasonable time. And of course, you have to map all your times of how long it will take you to manufacture, how long it will take you to ship the product from one unit or from one warehouse to the other warehouse, etc. Then this is the first one is fairly standard. Most people look at what your historical sales patterns have been to actually predict what your future demand is going to be. Right? You can also, if you're trying to launch some, so let's say now you have a model, but now you're trying to launch some new products. So you can either start with a standard number, and then start getting, as you start getting more sales, as you start getting more information, you can actually start tweaking that input for that particular product into your demand model. Then you can also be a little bit smarter. So for example, if you know that there's a sale that's coming up, in India we have a lot of these flagship sales which come around Diwali time. So you can actually decide and plan for more inventory, or plan for your demand model can actually adapt to that increase or surge in demand that's going to happen. Right. Cool. So how do you do the modeling for fulfillment? Right. So the fastest way to fulfill is to actually fulfill from the store or the distribution center that's closest to you. We have many, I think quick commerce is a great example of this, right? So the whole reason why they're able to deliver in 10 minutes is that their dark store is actually near the customer's house. And you do a lot of planning to ensure that the products which the customer needs are there in that, are closer to the customer. So you can have multiple mechanisms. So the fastest is to have it as close to the customer, but then you can always fall back and say, okay, maybe in my closer distribution center, this is not there. Can I fulfill from my main warehouse? And for some products where you actually take a call that, okay, maybe we don't want to create inventory, or we don't want to create the products up front, then once a customer orders gets placed, then you can actually kickstart the manufacturing and have the product go all through from manufacturing till the customer. I think second point we covered. I think dark stores is a great example of this, where for products that you want to be delivered faster, you want to keep them as close to the customer as possible. And I think someone had asked this question about returns cancellations. Actually, this is not for returns cancellations, but for example, if there's an order which was placed, the inventory or that product reached, let's say, the distribution center close to the customer, and then the customer actually decided to cancel the order. So this is brand new, clean inventory. Now this inventory is available, and then if there's another customer who's placing an order, then this inventory can be allocated to that customer, because this is new inventory. It's just that customer A didn't want this to be there, right? And then of course we talked about item level tracking. So you want to ensure that you have very clean item level tracking across the systems. Right. So that's it. I said I also wanted to be brief. So we've the summary. We'll just quickly summarize. I think large items have more complex supply chains. if you are a manufacturing unit, you can actually take orders for future inventory. Item ID brings some improvements and efficiency across the system. And when we talked about the demand and prediction models, more in terms of what were the business inputs which would go for building such kind of models. That's the end of my slides. I'm open for questions.
We have a question there with ma'am. Ma'am, we'll have your question now.
Yeah, I think you just covered my question. I was asking about returns. That's why. Thank you.
Great, we got the answer already. Anybody else? We have time for just...
Maybe I'll just clarify. I think I didn't cover a lot on returns, but I can speak to you offline. I think what the case which I covered was specifically where a customer has placed an order, but this has not been shipped out yet. So it's like just inventory is there. But returns is a little bit more. I can speak to you offline.
All right. We'll take two questions.
Hi. Hello. Hi. So I have a question.
Sorry, where are you?
Yeah, here.
Yeah. Okay.
So hi, my name is Sumit Sharma, and I work for Eli Lilly. So my question is, since you already have a demand forecasting model, and you already have a tracking, so could you not, track the journey, the entire journey of a particular product that goes from warehouse to the customer, and do an optimum level performance on the inventory management?
Exactly. So that is what I think if you have a company in this space, that's what you would actually optimize for. You would want two things. One is to ensure that you have very clear and accurate traceability across the process or across the fulfillment journey. And then as you have more traceability, that adds to more data. And then you can then help to build your models accordingly.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? One last question. Sir, Mike, sir, please.
Sure. Thank you. Are you doing this demand prediction for the high velocity items or for all the category of the items, low velocity, medium velocity items, or exclusively for high velocity items?
I think for Wakefit, I'll not be able to answer that specifically. But generally, what I've seen in the industry is that typically you would want to manufacture you want to keep inventory for high velocity items. But the demand prediction you can still do for everything else also, because even if you're not manufacturing, even if you don't have even if you've not created the inventory upfront, but you still want some planning to happen at the manufacturing side as well. So you would want to do demand prediction across everything.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the CTO of Wakefit, Yash Dayal. An extremely insightful session. Can we have a round of applause for Yash?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Yash. His socials were here. He's going to be here for like a minute or two if you want to come and speak to him offline. So yes, thank you so much, Yash. Please come forward. It was lovely to have you here. Do enjoy the rest of MLDS.
Sure.
Continuing with our trend of enriching, enlightening, insightful sessions, up next, we're going to talk about building a learning organization through application of generative AI. Generative AI is transforming how organizations learn, adapt, and grow. But how exactly can businesses leverage this technology for predictive modeling, optimization, and continuous improvement? For that, let's welcome on stage Vice President, Project Test Domains, Intelligent Cockpit at Harman Automotive, Mr. Anish Acharian. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Anish. Welcome to MLDS, Anish.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know all of us are really hungry. So I think I'm standing between the lunch. I think there is one more session in this hall, I understand. Okay, so a lot of talks on AI. It's packed. All of you know all the models now, assuming that all of these things are there. I am assuming that most of you are well versed in, at least have a very good understanding about AI. What my talk is going to talk about is more on how do we learn, how do we create organization which is self-learning, right? And there are aspects, there are knowledge which we have built within the organization, which can be a pointer for you, which you can build it on top of it further, right? So I have with me Shamir and Ajo also representing and who has helped me prepare this presentation. Thank you, Shamir. Thank you, Ajo. A brief about me, you can see all the other details out there. I work for Harman, I work for the testing team. We are largely focusing on testing validation of our global automotive products, which we have. We have a lot of ready products, which I'm going to talk about. I'm also going to talk about what does Harman do, those of you who are not aware of. I'm also a runner. Those of us who are not into a fitness regime, highly recommend we do that, because to do all this AI/ML, we need to be staying fit. So I've written a book. Check it out there. The book is Every Step Matters. Okay, a brief about Harman. I'm sure most of you would be aware, but just for a collection of that, we have multiple businesses, primarily focusing on automotive, lifestyle, digital transformation services. In automotive, we are primarily in intelligent cockpit, connectivity, ADAS, the premium audio, the Ignite, this like the Play Store of car, yeah, and the cloud services. On lifestyle, we are in multiple things, yeah. I see most of the speakers, at least which I can observe, is from JBL. So JBL is part of Harman. And of course, we have the digital transformation services, which focuses on multiple other services from the, as a service which we provide. We are number one in multiple places, which I'm not going to read about. It's a brief history about Harman, just to put this in context. More than 75 years, I think we have been there. JBL is our many brands which we have around. And last 2 to 3 years, we have been largely working on our automotive-ready products. A lot of AI, ML aspects which have utilized inside the product. I'm not going to talk about so deep inside that, but that's something which is out there. You can check it out further. We work with most of the OEMs out there. Most of the OEMs. The names are mentioned out there with whom we work with. These are our lifestyle products which we have, right from JBL to AKG, Harman Kardon, and the multiple other products which we have, and there are multiple pro solutions which we have as well. Some of the products out there. So I'm just going to skip that. Okay. So I'll set a little bit of a context in the context of automotive, right? If you see today, we talk about car is a software-defined. When we say software-defined, there are a lot of details behind it, right? There are multiple layers which we are talking about, right from the hardware. There's a hardware abstraction layer. There's a middleware and API. And on top of it, there are multiple applications which we are talking about, right? So increasingly, it is becoming more hardware agnostic, right? It's more centric from how we can bring more and more software aspects on top of that, and how do we create abstractions on top of these things. So how do we do this? And you can go into the further details if you see, right? There are standalone ECUs, there are linked ECUs, there are multiple functions which is on top of it, and if you see, there is also a lot of discussions around car being itself as a computer, right? We talked about CCU, central computing unit. There are domain controllers and so on. Right now, most of the cars which we see out there has a lot of wires running across. So increasingly, there are cars which are getting into central compute-based approach, right? If you see, and most of the things which would happen would be around the app side of things, where the car is not like you have sold the car, and after 10 years later, you go and upgrade your car. There are a lot of business models which is coming where you're going to make your money, make your revenue out of the services which you offered on top of it. So whether it is the different applications which you're selling on top of it, whether the cloud services and so on, whether the V2S. I'm going to give you a short demo or short video about the different products which we have. This gives you some perspective, those who are not from automotive. Now, why am I telling this in this context of AI/ML, right? So this also is bringing to the perspective that there is a lot of digitization that has happened, right? And wherever there are digitization, wherever there knowledge that is getting transferred, that's something where we can bring whether it is from a AR perspective or whether from a V2X, vehicle to infrastructure perspective, whether it is our biometrics which is there, which can be utilized for seeing whether are we tired, are we drowsy, and so on, right? It can really help in really improving our safety and so on, right? So that's the perspective from which I am coming to speak about that, how this is going to help us in the long run. AI in the context of automotive has a lot of advantages if you see, right, what I just now talked about, whether it is on the autonomous driving, right, or whether it is about predictive maintenance. If you see most cars which are coming in, whether major OEMs, whether it is Tata or MSI or Maruti Suzuki or Mahindra or the other major OEMs which we have, right, most of them have their own apps where they tell you about predictive maintenance. I think there are a lot of analytics which is done behind it and so on, right? Manufacturing automation. We always say, in our organization, car is an extended living space, right? No more, if you have looked into the latest cars which has come in from the OEMs from India, I mean, whether it's the sound quality, whether it is in fact, recently, there are also a lot of, the Dolby systems which is coming in the car itself will give you an experience which maybe you may not go to theaters. I'm just kidding, right? Smart traffic and fleet management, right? The V2X. So we talked about vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, how we can get information from that, and that can be utilized for, how to, manage this better and give early indications to us that how, if there are some hazards which is coming in and so on, right? So there are a lot of other use cases which is around automotive, which, AI and ML is opening up. A brief about us, like where we are utilizing this, right? We have multiple, unlike automotive where, typically it takes 8 months, sometimes 3 to 5 years or sometimes longer than that. For the OEMs, we are talking about today, we are able to take to production something in as close as 1 year to 2 years, right? Almost like cutting down the time by 100%. This would not be possible if we don't have products which are ready, which can be customized. So there is a lot of work Harman has been doing in the back end to improve on this, and there are multiple ready-suit products which we are going to talk about. I have a short video which maybe team out there, if you can quickly play, that would help us to set the context of this.
This song slap. Turn it up.
1 sec.
Dad, you okay? Yeah, I'm doing great.
Shh, it's okay. Go back to sleep. Wow, so crisp. forget you.
Maybe we can take a pause there and we'll come back to the presentation. I mean, there are a lot of videos out there. You can see, you can go to car.harman.com. I mean, I just want to give a quick preview. There are a lot of aspects which we have done in the back end, which I'm not going to cover in this presentation. That's not what I wanted to cover. Now, in the next few slides, what I'm going to talk about is that how we are utilizing the power of AI, in fact, generative AI, to really learn from our mistakes and so on. How many of you are in this group who are out there who are from a management background? Management means who want to, who is doing project management, yeah, some other kind. At least few hands I can see. And how many of you have lived enough or worked enough to see, who have heard about lessons learned? You did this mistake once and you want to kind of stop it happening again, right? I mean, this is something which we have been seeing time again and again and again, right? Lessons learned we have heard about, but how do we kind of utilize it and so on, right? That's something which we have done, I'm going to talk about. There are multiple use cases. 5 of them I will bring it to you, which we have utilized for our internal consumption. I always believe that while we are saving the world with respect to AI/ML, as a company, when we are working and developing products and solutions, we need to take care of our way of working in a much better way. And there are out there AI/ML tools which is out there, which can really help us do things but better, and our way of working can be really improved, right? There are multiple things. I come from a test background, so there is a lot of things which we have done on generating test cases automatically, learning from our systems to really reduce the number of duplicate tickets which we have, right? That can improvise to improve the cost of quality. There are also testing improvisations which we have done, because we do a lot of testing on the aspects where the chimes has to be detected, and the testing, it's very difficult when we are going for road testing, right? And we do hours and hours of road testing where we look for detections, whether it's the CAN logs or whether it is the chimes which comes in. So it is very difficult to get a human or a tester to really identify by themselves. So we get those data, feed it into the system, and that can really identify if there are patterns of problems and so on, right? And there are also solutions which we have developed for predicting the quality, how good it would be that before you give a release, if you can at least get a prediction that how good the quality is, or at least from the kind of defects which you have found or you're seeing, you can say that, hey, there are high chances that these modules have problems, yeah? So that can be focused reviews around it, architecture reviews around it, and so on. Of course, I don't have to go through, you have seen this enough in the last 2 to 3 days about how does large language model works and so on, right? So, of course, there are multiple things which we're talking about. Like the biggest advantage of the LLMs is making the tasks more simplified when the inputs are given from multiple directions, whether it is text, images, audio, code, or many other things, right? Whatever we are pushing in, and based on that, how do we kind of make the things more simpler? Let me go to the text-based solutions first, right? So if you see, right, the first one comes is lessons learned database. Do your organization have a lessons learned database? It's lunchtime, I know, but please participate. Otherwise it becomes, you don't want to just me to give a speech and go, right? The purpose is to really involve and create pointers to all of us. And I think that's the purpose of this conference, right? To create pointers to us that not everything would be, you will just adapt as is, but some pointers that can feed you and you can do something by yourself, right? I'm sure every organization has, right? Peter Senge has written a book called The Fifth Discipline. It's a very nice book. It talks about that how to build a learning organization, how to create mental models and the personal mastery and the knowledge which can be created so that the organization can learn by itself. Because the organization who doesn't learn, which will perish one or the other day. So our attempt here has been, when we talk about lessons learned, there are multiple things we learn, right? Whether from the mistakes which we do, or the practices which we have generated, the defects which we have created, the escalations which we get from customers, and so on and on. In fact, our biddings and so on. What our attempt here has been to really learn from our defects. We have years of data of different kinds of defects that came in. we feed it into a database, understand that what kind of defects which are coming in, what are the non-functional, whether it is performance-related defects, maintainability, whether it is security, safety, and all the other parameters, compatibility, interoperability related defects and so on. Because what happens is that when these informations are being fed, this has to be converted into the kind of vectors, right, so that it can be processed properly. And this is large data which we are talking about, right? That is where we've used different language models, large language models, to process this information and give it in a format which people can consume it. What would really make sense, the management team out there, right? What makes sense to you? You start a project, you're starting a new project, right? Whether you are a product development company or you are offering services or to anybody, right? What's the first thing you would like to know? What kind of mistakes? I'm sorry, I know I'm prompting questions and you don't have mic. I just want you to think about it. What kind of questions? Right? Typical questions would be that, have we done similar kind of projects, first of all? Right? That's the first thing. If we have done, what kind of issues have come in? Right? What kind of issues have come in, whether it is performance, if performance, what kind of issues? So that it gives you a lot of knowledge that what you can avoid. If you have heard about failure mode effect analysis, FMEA, right? People who are from largely automotive and mission critical system, we can't afford to make mistake here. These are mission critical systems, whether it is, you're talking about airline industry or such mission critical industry, the mistake is very costly, right? In such places, it really helps us to really get this data and create failure mode databases and help it and build it on top of this further. So whatever we have kind of grayed out because of, we have make it anonymous so that the sensitization of information can be removed. But the point is that there are large chunks of data which you see, the bigger boxes. Those are the system where there are maximum challenges or system which we need to be focusing on. You can further do drill down, zoom into that particular domain or component. You can also find out where are the hotspots and so on. Okay, that's the first part. Another use case. This is a test case generator. I'm sure you and your organization would be using some of the other, whether it is Copilot or any of those models or large language model from Meta, which you have used and so on, right? Some of the language models you will be using. If not, you should maybe give it a try. What our attempt here has been that, like many of our previous speakers talked about, is what contextualization. How do we bring context to these models, right? Like if there is no context, you cannot take a open source, code or whatever which is there with no knowledge inside, and then the prediction will not work here. So in this case, we have large amount of test cases which we have over the last years of experience which we have. We are teaching this model. What are the different kind of test cases which we have, different components, and so on, right? Whether it's from audio, media, Bluetooth, connectivity modules which we have, whether it's navigation, and different kind of tests which we have, we feed the system. And this can also help us, like typically we are asking to a chatbot, whether it is Copilot or to ChatGPT about generating test cases. Our tester uses this to create test cases, and help us and so on. I'm going to skip this and if you have questions, we can talk about this in greater detail. I mean, the biggest waste is to, do things which nobody wants. How many of you have done analysis about duplicate defects in the system? The moment you are a small company, you are in a startup with a 10-member team, this does not make a big difference. But the moment you become 50, 100, and a 200-member company where you have different teams testing it independently and so on, there are challenges that you may not have day-to-day collaborations. It's difficult, right? And there is where duplicate defects identification is very important. So there are also systems or tools which we have developed to see what kind of defects which are duplicate, which is already there. You don't have to raise it. Just see that if this is existing, you can just club it with that and so on. So this is another thing which we talked about. Let me get into a couple of more points about audio-based solutions which we have. You have heard about telltales, right? Whenever you go in your car, whether it's a warning signal, put the seat belt, and on and on and on. There are so many, chimes that keeps coming in. Do you take actions out of that, or anyway, it's saying something, right? So one of the challenge which we used to have for the chime detection is that when you are going for road testing, there are multiple kinds of sound, right? It's not like there are, road sounds in the road, vehicle noise, and so many other noise that comes and clubs together, right? So really identifying from a human perspective, all of this thing is very, very difficult. So really training the model with respect to what is the right chime and what is not the right chime, and really, removing it and detecting it and doing the right kind of test was a challenge. And we have developed this based on our own, understanding and our own knowledge. This is a large amount of tests we have developed around it to really do the chime detection and helping us and so on. I'll talk about this forecaster system. Now, everybody wants forecast, right? Whether it is weather, whether it is earthquake, or any of these things. Do you have a forecaster system within your company where you can really predict whether you can deliver on time or not? Whether your quality is good or not? Right? Of course, this is no way complete at this point of time. While I'm speaking, we are learning from our own knowledge what we have, right? One of the things which we are trying to do is forecasting the defect trend for the upcoming sprints, right? Based on what we are developing, we are extracting the data, and then training the model and seeing that where are the hotspots, right? This can really help us to understand that, I think data doesn't lie, right? If you have, over the last 6 months or 8 months, if you have tested and you have defects coming in, your defects curve cannot be zoom, just coming down like this. And suddenly everything has become 0 defects or only few defects, right? If you have worked sufficiently enough in software industry, you would know that, how many of you used a curve called Rayleigh curve? I mean, there used to be, if you have to do a scientific way of predicting that, okay, whether the way things are going, whether it will really converge correctly or not, we used to use that. I think this is a similar method what we have developed, is that there are high chances that you are not going to organically make it happen, right? You need different kind of mechanism. Either people have to, more people are required with the right experience. There are also buggy modules which we flag it early so that actions can be taken, and we display the hotspots which are there in different parts and so on. So that's something which we have also developed in the bigger scheme. I have 5 minutes left. I would like to keep the points open for more questions. What the bigger point, what I wanted to bring out of all of our discussion is that we are doing a lot of stuff, not only our products which we are developing, whether it is, if you have seen in one of the video, there was a father-son duo. Father was driving the vehicle, and did you understand what was the video about? Hopefully, it's a cognitive intelligence, right? In that, basically what we are trying to do is, we are collecting the information with respect to how drowsy the person is. So basically there are multiple algorithms which we have worked on it, and improvised, and with multiple data. A lot of data has been fed, and based on that we can really detect if somebody is drowsy or not. And if there is drowsy, there are multiple other parameters which is fed, like for multiple actions which is being driven. One is, you see the sound suddenly increases, and the guy who had the headphone, he opens it, he asks that, hey, Dad, are you okay? Right? While I'm speaking, we are working with multiple customers to deploy this solution. There are also other actions which starts, like we are also working with our partners, for, the seat partners which we have, who can help you, maybe give necessary massage, to say that, hey guys, are you okay? Do you need a break? And so on. So, and there are multiple other indications which can be brought in. But that's on the product side, right? this part which I covered in a little bit more detail was about giving focus on how do we improve our coverage, our test coverage, our test case improvisation, how do we learn from our mistakes, right? Because if you see, right, we are doing the same mistakes again and again, and which can be avoided, right? And before you go into development into a new product, it's very important that you see what are the different patterns of issues which are there, and if you can take some actions out of that and so on. And of course, there are a lot of other actions which we are talking about, predictive analytics, right? Where whether it is quality outputs, there is also some things which we are also working on, which I have not brought in on, based on our, I think morning, we also talked about observability, right? We are creating a model on observability based on the pattern. I tell to my team that we are talking about testing without testing, right? Now, how do you test without testing? Because you don't have to test, because already the system, the way it is behaving, you can make output out of this, right? So a lot of outputs which we are taking from our observability engineering to push that in our CI pipeline, and we are also building some models around it, which is work in progress in some sense. With that, I will take a pause and take questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mic is there. We have let's get the we have somebody standing already.
Hey, hi. Thanks for the presentation. So my question is more around the first use case that you mentioned, learning from the past mistakes. So let's say when the organization is small, everything is good. But when it grows to a scale of maybe 10, 20, 30K, it becomes difficult to monitor all these things. So what are the best practices that your organization took in this regard to make sure that they are getting all the issues recorded properly, the database is maintained properly?
Okay, first thing, this work is in progress, a lot of work which we have done. What we have done is that, everything is here, what I am talking about, it is completely automated. Whatever, now the lessons learned, as I said, there are many feeds to lessons learned. Defects is just one such thing, right? Now there is a model called Seki model, I don't know whether you've heard, which talks about socialization, externalization, internalization, and combination. This whole gathering is a socialization, more than the conference and the talk, and we need to be very thankful to the organizers, right? They are bringing people together. This cannot be done by any tool. No AML can do this. This has to be talked. That's what the tacit knowledge has to be converted. What I have brought in, or our team has brought in, is about how do we have knowledge which is explicitly available in the form of defects. It is lying there in some defect tracking system for the last 15 years, data is available. You're doing nothing about it. What we are saying is that those information is out there, we are plucking it out, and with the large models which is available, again, a lot of things are open source. You need to see the right licensing, whatever, and ensure that you bring it. And it's at a click of a button, you can tell to the respective team that these are the problems out there. Take actions out of it. Now, after that also, if you don't take actions, nobody can help, right? So that's one thing which we have done is, before a project starts, look into those details which is out there. What are the kind of similar defects which we are doing? We are also working on aspects like creating failure mode databases. Now, what is failure mode databases? Failure mode, when we're talking about, mostly it comes from I said design for X, yeah, for non-functional or common functional things like performance, security, safety. There are common failures which is happening, right? If we are plugging a database, and based on that, there are some ready-made test cases which we are creating. So basically, that's what I meant. Before you testing, you don't have to write test cases. These are out there. Based on this learning, you can create test cases which are, we call it TOTS, test off the shelf. So these are test case libraries which we have created, which is off the shelf. For a similar product, similar projects which are there, we can directly reuse these test cases. You don't have to write specifically for this team. Some of them, but more we can talk offline.
So one thing, sir. Related to this road safety, vehicle safety, there is a vehicle that BMW has flown from, I think, while coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. There is one of the Tata's directors got collided, met with an accident, and he has got expired. So such a high technical oriented that BMW or that engine having the lot of safety parameters and inbuilt safety systems and lot of onboard connected to the cloud also. in spite of all those aspects, still why it has happened?
It's a very interesting question. See, there are specific case we need to see. There are a lot of aspects around it, but I think the fact is that we can avoid all of these things as much as possible. But there are parameters like, for example, one of the cricketer, I forgot his name, he dozed off. Now a driver, and we are not in at least our roads are not in a situation, the curves are some places very poorly designed. I don't know about this specific incident, what was the, I've not investigated that, but the point is that there are a lot of unknowns which are there, whether it is the curvature of the road, whether the, I mean, just because we have the highest paying, vehicle does not mean it has all the modern, solutions which is out there, right? These are also things which we are working with large OEMs, whether it is the ReadyCare product, which I just not talked about, and there's a lot of work which we are doing to have this, inbuilt into that. So, not sure what was the exact system which was used, but I would say if the person has been either was drowsy, we don't know whether was he drowsy, whether there was any other conditions which the person was facing. But a lot of these things can be avoided. I will tell you one case here, or use case scenario, maybe a minute more, and then I will. In this case, right, there are 3 levels which we can create. One, when a person is drowsy or fatigue and things like that, one, the sound can be increased to the highest so that the person get completely awake. Second is that the second measure is the seats can start, giving some prompt so that, you know that, you need to take a break. And the third level is the vehicle can stop automatically, maybe put a brake, keep stop, and you can say that you need to literally, because there is also a drowsiness index which we create, right? With that, I think we can also take some actions on it. Now that's one part, but there are many other factors, right? The way some of these roads, we say danger spots, right? Some of the road, the curve is so bad that if you're not really alert, it's very difficult. And if you go to these roads in some of this, NH road, especially when I go to the highways in Tamil Nadu, I see that, a lot of crisscrosses are there. And you don't know what would happen suddenly and so on. So there are unknowns which we don't know, but definitely it really can help in the bigger scheme.
Sir, one question.
One last question we'll take. One last question. Quick question.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Sure.
Praveen from Renault Nisante.
Hey, Praveen.
So I'm working on battery forecasting, aging forecasting, and also working on battery temperature forecasting. So we use deep learning models. So we get pretty good accuracy. The thing is, you also work on forecasting. So in predictive maintenance, can we put some amount of explainability to the models? Like something is failing. So what is the cause? Which is causing that failure? So today we use some libraries like Sharp, Lime. So these are all simple explainability models. But along with using GenAI, is there any thing you are doing so that explainability is put into the model as an integral part? Because that's a big question for us today.
Yeah, so there is a lot of context to what, in this case, what is the cause has a context to it, right? So I think in the examples which I have shared, we only know the context to this, right? But there is a lot of knowledge which we need to feed to this that need to be brought in to have. That's a more general answer I can give. But I have not been an expert on the battery side of things. But maybe if Shamir or others want to add, maybe you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Anish Cherian from Harman. An extremely insightful conversation. Can we have a huge round of applause for Anish, please? Thank you so much, Anish. Do not go anywhere. You all know what it is time for now. It's time for Code Craze. So many of you here were here while Code Craze was happening last time. I'll request my fellow team members from our incredibly talented machine hack team to come forwards towards the stage. The setup is going to be done for Code Craze. I know many of you must have registered yourselves already. Absolutely amazing. Yesterday, we did Design Off at Code Craze, where we had designers and prompt engineers and coders here on stage live. And we had them recreate a picture. There was a picture which was given by our team already. And then they had 4 minutes to put in their prompts and recreate the picture. There was a similarity score up there on the platform itself, and the person with the highest amount of similarity score. By that I mean, in layman's terms, a person with the prompt that you're putting in, if you're able to create a picture, generate a picture that comes as close as possible to the already given picture in 4 minutes time, then you win exciting and incredibly fun goodies from the AIM team, the machine hack team. We have taken the contest today a notch higher. It's not just going to be one person doing it and then the next participant. It's going to be two participants competing at the same time. Two participants competing at the same time, 4 minutes for each coder. And up there on the big screen, you will see all the prompts that they're putting in, the picture that they're trying to generate, the countdown that is going to go on for, and of course, there's a leaderboard as well. So yesterday, each 4 minutes, we could only take one participant, and there were like 6 or 7 participants for 28 minutes. Today, we can take a lot more. The contest will go on for 30 minutes. Each 4 minutes will be 2 participants competing together, which means we can have a lot many more participants. So all those who have registered, come forward. All those who have not registered but interested to play, come forward. We have the registration list already. There's a small little change in time, 3 minutes. 3 minutes is the time that you get to put in your prompts so that maximum number of people can play. These are the names? Yes. All right. Saranya, I'm going to announce the names and you all have to come forward. The first 2 participants would be Kartikesh and Saranya. Sharanya and Kartikeya. Kartikeya, is that you? Please, please come forward. So I'm going to announce the names and then you all come forward. Kartikeya and Sharanya. Is Sharanya here? Okay. Ankur. Is Ankur here in the auditorium? Disha. Please come forward. Come forward quickly. Code Craze Design Face Off. You won't need your machine. I will request everyone to, when you get to hear your name, come forward quickly. Almost do a brisk jog. Come forward to on the stage, Baba. Come, come, come. Yeah, sir. Let's reduce the music a little. Once again, we will tell you the rules. There's going to be a couple of pictures on screen. You get 3 minutes to put in your prompts. The challenge is to create an image that is closest to the reference image shown. Reference image will be selected randomly. Each participant will be given 3 minutes to write a prompt and generate an image from the reference image. Once you submit your prompt, a similarity score will be generated. Evaluation criteria, whoever is able to get the highest score wins. And you'll get to see your leaderboard as well. You are not competing against each other. All the participants are competing against each other. Whoever gets the highest score wins. Kartikeya, you also be seated. The images will now be generated. Both the screens will be up. Lovely. I have the leaderboard here with me as well. Amazing. Yesterday, this contest was a lot of fun. Today, it promises to be even better. Images are set. Images are set is the same image. All right, hang on. Can we remove that? Yes. Where is the stopwatch? The countdown is going to be added. Read the picture. The countdown is added. Are the 2 of you ready to type out?
Can we read?
Read the image? All right. A little bit of time, not a lot. Kartikeya, ready? Disha, right? Disha, ready? Okay. You can have your fingers on the laptop and the countdown starts now. All right. Prompting has started. Once again, I will tell you all, it is not that Disha and Kartikeya are competing against each other. All the participants are competing with each other. All the participants will be competing each other. Right at the end, the person with the highest score, as you see up there, there is going to be a similarity percentage score. The person with the highest similarity percentage score wins. And one last really cool thing that I want to tell you all, this entire platform has been designed and created by the engineers, the extremely talented engineers of Machine Hack themselves. Exactly, lovely. Can we have a round of applause for our Machine Hack team, please? Absolutely amazing. Keep writing, guys. 2 minutes left, and let's have some dhamakedar music, sir. I will request the next two participants to be ready. Is Sharanya here? Sharanya not here. Is Ankur here? Ankur, are you? No, the camera person. Surbhi, is Surbhi here? Surbhi, come forward. If anybody deserves a second shot at this, it's Surbhi. She competed yesterday and she was absolutely phenomenal. Surbhi, be ready. Be ready in the first seat. And Pankaj, is Pankaj here? Pankaj, cannot see. Is Pravalankar here? Pravalankar, can't see. Vamli, is Vamli here? Guys, you all have 1 minute 6 seconds left. Kathiravan, is Kathiravan here? So many people registered. I hope somebody tell them it's happening now. Likhit, good name. Likhit. Can't see. Guys, if you all are coders, if this seems like something that would excite you, interest you, come forward and you all can play. Oh, are you Likhit? No, okay, but we'll just take your name down. Please come forward. Sir, please come forward. We'll have one volunteer down. Just take their names. Absolutely. Get a pen and a paper. Get their names. Anudeep. Is Anudeep here? Anudeep, cannot see. Santosh Kappa. Is Santosh Kappa here? Okay, guys, 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. You got to put in your name. All right, time is up. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Wow, not bad. Karthikeya is already up there on the leaderboard. And now we'll have Disha. Surbhi, be ready. Come up on stage. Nice. 76% for Karthikeya, 73% for Disha. Amazing job by both of them. Huge round of applause, guys. Absolutely incredible. Surbhi, please come forward. And we'll have another participant, sir, in the purple shirt. Sir, please come. Quickly, sir. Very well done to our first participant. Sir, your name? Adikalam. Please come, sir. Our next one is between Surbhi and Adikalam. Again, they are not competing against each other. All the participants will play. And then the final leaderboard, whoever is right on top wins. Guys, if you have registered, then please come forward. Code quiz is happening right now. Please, names are being taken there. You are also Surbhi? Okay, the next one will be Surbhi versus another person. All right. Picture is ready. Surbhi, Adikalam. Whenever you guys are ready, we'll start the stopwatch. But it has to be, you guys are ready? Both? Okay. Stopwatch on screen. Your time starts now. Let's have some music. Guys, some energy. Come on. This is a very psychedelic music and psychedelic picture. Did somebody have mushrooms for lunch? Check. All right, we have Surbhi here, who's going to be participating next. Do we have Likhit? Nope. Likhit is here. Likhit? Was he all along here? Were you here when I was asking 3 minutes back? No, please. Come, bro, come. Come quickly. Come, Likhit, come. Quickly. The next contest will be between Surbhi and Likhit. Again, not competing against each other. Y'all are competing against everybody. All the participants. It's a leaderboard. Guys, 90 seconds left. Please come up on stage and be ready. Come up on stage. Both Surbhi and Likhit. Anudeep. Is Anudeep here? Can't see. Santosh Kappa. Can I have a cup of coffee, please? Santosh, whenever you're here, please do come forward. Anusha. Do we have Anusha here? Come forward, guys. Come forward. Guys, 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Hari Krishna. Can't see. Ranjan Mishra. Nope. Nandini Jain, please come forward. Come. Neelu Kumari. Neelu? Yes, please come forward. Chalo, we have our next 2 sets of participants ready. Rupa. Is Rupa here? Your Rupa? Yes, of course. Come forward. Please. Manisha R. Manisha, please come forward. Come forward. Rupa, please come forward. Manisha R, please come forward. Guys, 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left, guys. Ten seconds left, guys. Guys, 1 and time is up. Generate the image. Thank God you don't have to write the name before time is up. All right, moment of truth. I'm excited. And wow. That one is from Surbhi. That one is from Adikalam. Surbhi is up at number 2. Adikalam is at number 4. Very well done for both of them. Come on, guys. Give it up. And now we're doing a new thing. Let's get the caps as well. Surbhi, Adikalam, be on the first seats itself. Up next, we have our next 2 participants already ready. Come forward. We have Surbhi again, and we have Likhit and Surbhi. Come forward. I love the leaderboard. This entire platform has been generated by the supremely talented engineers of Machine Hack themselves. Can we once again have a huge round of applause for our Machine Hack team, guys? Come on! Give it up for them. Lovely, I love this picture. Like in yesteryear, ninja trying to save his land in Japan. What do you call them? Samurais. Yes. Yesteryear samurais. All right. Surbhi, Likhit, studied the picture. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
All right. Timer on screen. Let's have the timer on screen. And your time starts now. Let's have a round of applause for our participants, guys. Come on, put your hands together. Lovely. I'd request our 2 next participants. Please come forward. Come forward, our next 2 participants. Two and a half minutes left, guys. Our next participants are Neelu and Nandini. Manisha R. She's here with us. Rupa is here with us. Vibhav Agarwal. Vibhav, please come forward. You'll be participating next. And we want to quicken the process up, guys, a little. Something that our previous speaker was talking about, fitness. So we'll not do slow walks. We'll do brisk walks and come forward towards the stage. All right. Aman Khanna. Do we have Aman Khanna? All right. Tulika Areen. Tulika Areen, please come forward, Tulika. Please. Palash. Come forward, Palash. Absolutely. Quickly, quickly. Tulika, come forward. All right. Kef. Come forward. Come forward. Okay, we have a lot of participants up until now, and that's our sheet. So we'll try to accommodate as many as possible. There are seats here. You can just remove the bag. Niche. Which gets me thinking, where is my bag? Anyway. Guys, 70 seconds left. How many people were here for yesterday's code quiz? How many people are new here? Hands down. All right, great. So I can crack that joke once again. Likhit and Surbhi. Come on, guys. Go for it. Music, music, louder. Left, guys. 20 seconds left. Three seconds, 2, 1, and time is up. This is the time that you have to generate. This is the time where the moment of truth arrives. Quickly, your names. All right, this is Likhit, about to get submitted. I'm excited. Not bad. Similarity scored 63%. Well done, Likhit. Surbhi. Wow. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, Surbhi and Likhit, huge round of applause. Come on, guys. Come forward. Come forward. I love it. A quick contest. Absolutely amazing. Very soon, Surbhi is going to be right on top of the leaderboard, which she already is. Surbhi at 81%. Our participants, we have Nandini and Nilu. I do not want to say it. I don't want to say it because then it'll sound like I'm saying, are you guys ready? The two of you. Studied the picture. Little bit of time. Both of you ready? All right. Your time starts now. Absolutely. What I was trying to say is, we have all had those uncles and aunties, sometimes fathers, sometimes mothers, sometimes grandfathers, sometimes grandmothers who have said, you'll study and you'll play sports and all that jazz, but you will grow up and you will get married and go to somebody else's house. I'm talking about all those family members who have said things like these to young girls. Absolutely, those times have changed. Those times have completely changed. I am so happy to see so many of the participants for our context that have come, and the gender doesn't matter at all. So many girls here participating in this contest. Lovely to see. So yeah, the next time you see some borderline sexist uncle or auntie making comments like them, just stop them right there so that they're not feeding those things into young girls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes left for our next participants. 2 minutes left. Let's request our next two participants. Come forward. Come forward. You're participating, right? Please come forward. Come. Upstairs. Okay. Cool. Come forward. You are Saranya. Saranya versus Manisha versus Surbhi versus Kapil versus everyone. It's not 1 versus 1. All the participants will be finally calculated. Right now, at the top of the leaderboard is Surbhi. So if you have to win, you have to beat Surbhi's 81%. All right. Guys, 70 seconds left. What did Shahrukh sir say in Chak De India? 70 seconds? 70 seconds hai tumhare paas. All right. 1 minute. That is the joke that I was asking about. How many new people are here? That means I can crack that joke again. It's such a shame that we have been able to kind of finalize our list of participants, because we will have to take at least this much short of a break for lunch. But I wish this contest could have gone on and on and on, because it's a fun contest. Just, और तालियों से नहीं, like a loud yes से मुझे सुनना है. How much fun is this contest, guys? Again, a little louder, because it's just this crowd who are going to participate. Is this contest fun to watch or not? Absolutely. Chaliye, guys, 15 seconds left. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Time is up. You got to generate. Now you got to generate. This is a haunted house, an assassin entering a haunted house or something. I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out. Nandini's picture about to get generated. Oh my God! Man, that is amazing. Wow, and shoop, Nandini is right on top. Incredible. Time for Neelu now. Neelu with a double O, not a U. Neelu's picture. Wow. Oh my. Wow. 86 at one, 88 at the other. Both of them absolutely amazing. Round of applause, guys. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come forward. Neelu, Nandini, incredible. Shoop, 81, 86, 88, incredible. Our next participants, Sharanya versus Manisha. Nope, versus Surbhi versus everybody. All right, look at the picture, study the picture quickly. Let's have the timer up on stage. I mean up on the glass screen. And are both of you ready? All right. Your time starts now. Start typing. Absolutely amazing. Nandini was amazing. Neelu was amazing. Loving it. Loving this contest, guys. After this, who are our next participants? Come forward versus... Come forward. Quickly, quickly, guys. Quickly, quickly. Jogging. Hi, man. Your name? Vignesh. Vignesh. Big V. The battle of the V's. V here. Vibhav. Vibhav Agarwal and Vignesh. All right. Let's have some music. Louder music. And now, I want all the people here. Trend abhi se, for all the participants, the last 10 seconds, we'll do the countdown together, all right? The last 10 seconds, together we'll do the countdown. If that puts them under a little bit of pressure, that's fine. They're used to it for 2 minutes and 50 seconds already. This is a... I don't think I should feed ideas, but it looks like a library to me. But it's a library with an avatar tree behind. Please don't take these ideas from me. I have no idea what I'm going to generate. 90 seconds left. $90 seconds left. 75 seconds left. Up on the leaderboard right now, we have Neelu with a staggering 88%. That is phenomenal. I mean, to be honest, the pictures that are getting generated are just getting better and better and better. So cool to look at them. "45 seconds, guys. Manisha and Saranya. After this, we at least have 3 more sets of participants to go. That is 6 participants. And we'd request, I know the leaderboard is up. You can see your name, but don't go. right at the end, we want all of you on stage while the award is being given out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Okay. Time is up. It's time to generate. Saranya had limited prompts. I'm interested to see. Wow, not bad. Not bad. 78%, 77%. Huge round of applause for Manisha and Sharanya, guys. Well done. Very well done. Sharanya, well done. Come forward, guys. Our two V bros. We have Vibhav and Vaishnav. Vidhur. Let's have the next picture. They're already reading it. Okay. They love Japan. They love Japan and China. Alright guys, the timer is up. Whenever you guys are ready. Are you guys ready? Time starts now. Alright. New participants in the design face-off. The design face-off. Loving it. We still have Surbhi at the top of the leaderboard with 88% and then some more. 88 point something something. मुझे आज तक एग्जाम में कभी इतना नहीं मिला. Can we have our next two participants? Yes, go for it. Come forward. We'll have the ones who have registered. They will go first, sir. You have registered. Have you given your name? Yes, please come forward. Ma'am and sir, you guys have registered, right? You've given the name. Okay, perfect. Come forward, come forward. You are?
Tulika.
Tulika. Full name?
Tulika Arun.
Tulika Arun. All right. You?
Saurabh. Saurabh Taide. Saurabh Taide.
Saurabh Taide. The next contest is going to be between, basically the next participants are Tulika Arun and Saurabh Taide. Have you given your name, bro? You guys want to participate? Let's see if we have time. We have like 8 more participants still to go. And the contest was supposed to end at 1:40. Alright guys, 90 seconds left. Our next, you haven't played yet, right? Have you given your name? Both of you have. Oh, lovely. Where were you guys when I was announcing the name starting May? Yeah, I know. Right after this are you guys. You haven't given your name, nobody. When? Oh, ho gaya. Oh, there's a phrase in Hindi called Raat Gayi, Baat Gayi. Alright guys, 50 seconds. 50 seconds. $40 seconds. After this pair, we have time for 2 more pairs. 2 more pairs. The people who are already sitting in front, we have them. And ma'am, what did you say your name was again? I'll come to you. But the countdown is about to start. Energy. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And time is up. Time is up. Vibhav is going first. Vibhav Agarwal. Not bad. Very nice, Vibhav. 82. Vignesh. Not bad, not bad. Vibhav 82, Vignesh 77. Very well done. Round of applause, guys. Very well done. Our next participants, come forward, come forward. We have Tulika and we have Arun. No, that's Tulika only. Tulika and Saurabh. Let's have the pictures, guys. We have them Our next pair, be ready, our next pair. Come forward. You can see the image. Are you guys ready to start typing? Don't remove that. Remove. I love it. Tulika is like, by the way, he's just started typing, huh? Just saying. All right, your time starts now. Okay. This is some futuristic metro. Futuristic metro, which is basically the one that is constructed in Bangalore. Because by the time it finishes, it will be future. Long way into the future. And RCB will still not have won an IPL title even then. Alright guys, 2.5 minutes. Our next participants. Okay.
Palash.
Palash. Palash, that's a bong name. Are you bong? I didn't think so. Bongs are never this tall. They just don't get to that. They get to 5'7" and stop. 5'6", I just fake it that I'm 5'7". Alright, we have our next two participants here. And we have our next two participants waiting, which is, ma'am, is your name here? What is your name? Your name, ma'am? Anupama. It's not there in the initial list. Okay. And your name, ma'am? Garima. Garima is also here. We have the, alright. Did you register, ma'am? Come again, your name? Rupa. Rupa, you're here, and? Third name, Rupa and Ankur. Come forward. Music, sir. Music. Rupa and Ankur. We did register them first, and we are at a short of time. We'll try to get this game back again. I can't promise, but if we have time, we'll try to get the game back again. But right now, we'll get the people who registered right at the start at our stall, the stall of Machine Hacks, which you guys must go and check. They're doing some incredible work. You can click pictures and there your AI generated images will come out. And those are not like the Chinese apps AI generated images. No. They're proper futuristic ones. 50 seconds, guys. This is our second last pair and this is our last pair. $30 seconds, guys. Less than that, actually. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't you want to type, Tulika? Okay, let's generate. Time to generate. I think we gotta cancel that. Okay. Tulika in caps. Moment of truth. Well done. 81%. Absolutely amazing. SPRO. Very well done here. But what did his score come up to? Saurabh, right? Saurabh got 76. Tulika got 81. Guys, put your hands together. Absolutely amazing. Very well done. Come forward. Congratulations, Tulika. Very well done. Well done, Saurabh. Come forward. Our tall buddies. Oh my God. I need to stand on a stool to get to his height. I'm on ground floor. He's on first. If I want to say hi to him. Lovely. All right. Futuristic island. Futuristic person. Are you guys ready to type? Your time starts now. All right. Let's reduce the music a little bit. Guys, all the people who have not been able to participate yet, there is a contest happening at the Machine Hack stall from 2:30 p.m. Do check out. It's a similar contest. almost a very similar contest, fun contest, 2 people competing at the same time, picture generation, prompt engineering happening live. So do go there and play those contests, and there are a lot of goodies to be won. All the people who didn't get to participate here today because of the time constraint, we have our second last pair here and our last pair, Rupa and come forward. Come forward, come. Yes. Rupa and Ankur, bag won't be needed. Rupa and Ankur are our last pair. Come forward. And just for context, there have been some incredible entries. So many in 80s house now. But even now, leaderboard number 1 position pe, it is Surbhi with her 88%. I'm right? It's still Surbhi, right? Yes. It's still Surbhi with her 88%. Is it? You didn't generate first. Surbhi is confused. Was it me or the other Surbhi? Oh yes, it's Neelu. Surbhi was in the 80s. I am completely, because so many people have performed so well. My bad, Neelu with her 88% is right on top. Is the score to beat. 88.04 to be precise. 88.04, Neelu right on top is the score to beat. Guys, 50 seconds. Check. 25 seconds, guys. It's your turn now. They were doing the countdown. Put pressure. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. Time is up. Picture has to be generated. Kaf from 6 feet 1. Not bad. Very well done, Kaf. Very well done. And Palash from 6 feet 4. 81%. And Kaf is at 84%. Incredible. जितना कमाल का इनका कद है, उतने ही ऊपर पहुंच गए ये लीडर बोर्ड में. Kaf और Palash के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां. Come on, guys. Absolutely amazing. Very, very well done, guys. And our last pair, come forward. Rupa and Arun. Ankur, so sorry. Come forward, guys. Our last pair, Rupa and Ankur. Still, the number 1 score to beat is Neelu with 88.04%. We request our participants, don't go anywhere, because of course, the final prize distribution ceremony, we want everybody to be here. Yes, no signal. That's what you have to recreate. I think that should be easy. Wait, guys. We are just going to have... Is the timer up? Okay. No worries. Let's have the timer up. Let's start the contest. Can we have the timer up? Let's have the timer, reset the timer. Breathless. Yes. Are the 2 of you ready? And your time starts now. Okay. So we are getting 1 screen, and that is Ankur's screen. Ankur's screen we are getting. Rupa's not yet. We'll try to recreate it, but that's fine. Rupa, don't worry, keep typing. There's no problem with your app. Keep typing. All our participants, so I have lost track of name. So all our participants, after this, please stand up and we'll have everybody on stage. one winner, and of course, a great group picture. Can I have? By the way, just what I was saying, the machine hack stall, you can get your pictures clicked and then these AI pictures are coming out. And if these pictures are anything to go by, the AI thinks very highly of me. I'm glad. All right. Can I have somebody run to Lima's desk and get us a full goodie bag quickly? All right, guys, one winner, but goodies for everybody. All the people who have participated, we have goodies for them from the AIM team, from the machine hack team. One winner, of course, the prize, but goodies for everybody. So we insist and request, don't go anywhere. Come forward, all the people who have participated. I'm not good with names, but I'm good with faces. 70 seconds, guys. Rupa and Ankur, 70 seconds remaining. If I'm not wrong, in that corner, we have like 3 participants, right? Or all 4? All 4, come forward, come forward. All 4. And a little quickly, some cardio. Come forward. Everybody, all, yes, Surbhi. Participants here, come forward. Be right next to the stage. You 3 as well, everybody. All the participants, come forward. Yep, come forward. 30 seconds, guys. Rupa, Ankur, 30 seconds. All the participants come forward. As I said, one prize, but goodies for everybody. ये तुमको कैसे पता चला? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, time is up. Ankur is typing. Rupa is typing. Rupa has a score of 83%. Ankur has a score of 67. Rupa, extremely well done. Ankur too. Huge round of applause for Rupa and Ankur, guys. Absolutely amazing. Our entire team, come forward. Rupa, Ankur, kahin mat jao aap log stage pe. Please come to the stage. Come forward, come forward. Let's try to remove this. Let's get some volunteers. Why else do I work out? Let's remove this. Okay. 1.5 लाख का लैपटॉप है, मेरा घर जाएगा इसमें. All right, come forward, guys. All the participants, come forward. Where's Neelu? We know who the winner is. Any guesses? Ladies and gentlemen, with 88.04%, Neelu, huge round of applause. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. We'll request Ranjit to give out the prize to Neelu. Come forward. It's a time for some lovely pictures. Where are camera people? Yes, lovely. Absolutely amazing. Very well done. Lovely. Congratulations, Neelu. It's time to give out the caps to each participant. Very well done to all our participants. All caps, more caps, more caps. सर, बाकियों को भी देना है? ऐसे कैसा? Tulika Arun, very well played. And everybody together. Lovely. All right, this is gonna make for a great, everybody together, little compress. And can we have the video team, please? Do we have the videographer here? No worries. Let's compress everybody with the caps on and get a lovely picture. Everybody with the caps. With the caps. Yes, Neelu, you can come in front.
Breathless.
Sir, sound off. Sound off. Lovely. All right, guys. And let's click a video where everybody knows what it is. So I'm going to say 3 cheers for MLDS. Exactly. All right. 3 cheers for MLDS. 3 cheers for MLDS. 3 cheers for MLDS. Lovely, lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful participants of ours. Huge round of applause for them. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to all of them. Thank you so much for participating, making this Code Craze Challenge such a success. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you. Man, that was something. आप लोग, I know ज़्यादा crowd नहीं है. I know कोई lunch करके वापस आए हो. It's after rice, so it's going to be a little less energy. But still, tell us, was that fun or was that not fun? Come on, guys. Absolutely. I mean, I can imagine. Post-lunch energy, this much is enough. All right. But let me tell you, in the second half, it's going to be even more fun because we have some amazing, amazing sessions lined up. And from 5:30 p.m., the absolute highlight of MLDS 2025, let's play the AV. Let's play Kumar Varun's AV. This is one stand-up.
जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए बस आप 2 साल एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग साथ में कोई जज नहीं करता भगवान देख रहा है कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have seen him in All India, but can't say it, payment cut jayega. You guys have seen him in AIB, you guys have seen him in multiple other skits. He's an absolutely hilarious man and stand-up comic, actor, writer, multi-talented personality. It's the grand finale act of MLDS 2025 from 5:30 p.m. today, right here in Hall 1. Do not miss it. And of course, all the people who have not eaten yet, don't miss lunch either. I will see you guys in about half an hour's time. This is me, Cora Croy, signing off just for half an hour.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "We got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages. even where. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Matco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Matco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world. And Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Matco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Matco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out. Sleeves and say, we got this. The spirit of we got this is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing. the new way to cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers.
Check.
driven by
Sir, let's play the Kumar Varun AV 2-3 times back to back.
think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
तो एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स. कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है, तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए, बस आप 2 साल. एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं, आप लोग साथ में, कोई जज नहीं करता. भगवान देख रहा है, कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी. हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with proceedings in the second half of MLDS 2025 Day 3 here. In a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with proceedings in the post-lunch session here at Day 3 of MLDS 2025. There's a humble, earnest request. We saw a few bottles lying around on the floor behind there, a couple of them lying around here. We insist and we request, there are bins. Please do put the bottles in the dustbins in their designated areas. And of course, post-lunch, after a fair amount of rice, we are Indians, we are here in Karnataka, why not? But after that, everybody feels a little sleepy, of course. So there's a lot of tea and there's a lot of coffee for offer throughout till the end of the event. But just one request, the glasses, don't bring it inside the auditorium. Just adds to extra work for the cleaning team. We to pick up our bags, our backpacks, and we leave. But then the poor cleaning team after that, they have to clean up the glasses also. Sometimes the glass spills, so they have to clean the floor also. That is not their designated work. Their designated work is just to pick up the garbage bag and clean that. So we have a humble request. Don't bring the coffee and the tea mugs inside the auditoriums. And another humble request, the bottles that you all have, don't throw it just about anywhere. There are designated places, which are the dustbins. Yes, all the lovely people coming forward, please take your seats. Fill up the red seats here in front of the stage. And we'll be seeing you in a very, very short while. Proceedings in the post-lunch session here at Day 3 of MLDS 2025 will be kickstarting in a very, very short while. Console, sir, let's play the Kumar Varun AV once again. Oh, by the way, grand finale act, comedian Kumar Varun from 5:30 p.m. Don't miss that.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स. कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है, तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए, बस आप 2 साल. एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं, आप लोग साथ में, कोई जज नहीं करता. भगवान देख रहा है, कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी. हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर. तो एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स. कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है, तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए, बस आप 2 साल. एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं, आप लोग साथ में, कोई जज नहीं करता. भगवान देख रहा है, कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी. हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर.
Check. Sorry that the AV didn't have the timing. 5:30 p.m. Grand finale act of MLDS 2025. Comedian Kumar Varun, famous from his AIB days, famous for a lot of really, really hilarious skits, and of course, his outstandingly hilarious stand-up. You don't want to miss that. 1 hour of absolute, downright funny jokes right here at 5:30. Don't want to miss that. And of course, before the entertainment hits, there's going to be a lot of insight, great discussions, great enlightenment. And for that, I'd like to call on stage our next speaker, who's going to talk about the iterative process of using LLMs to improve CX. AI is not magic, it's a process. We will take you through how Razorpay is iterating LLM adoption to enhance customer service, streamline agent workflows, and refine AI-driven interactions. And for that, we'd like to welcome on stage our very, very special guest, Director Analytics at Razorpay, a platform that everybody uses. Please put your hands together and welcome Kritika Kumar Muralidharan. Can we have a round of applause for Kritika, please? Murali sir,
yeah.
Very, very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Stage is all yours.
All right. Hi, bro. Can you hear me? Works? All right. Great. I didn't get the clicker. Hi, everyone. So my name is Kritika Kumar. I work in analytics at Razorpay. And this session is about our experience and learnings from the journey of improving customer experience with AI and with language models specifically, right? So let me start off with why does this need an entire presentation? We are in an age of R1, O3. Why do we need to sit here and say that the process is iterative and slow? Maybe some learnings from our journey that we can share with you. So, and I think we were all excited when large language models came about, and they were our ticket out of old chatbot woes. We've all seen these chatbots. We've all struggled with them for years. We've struggled to code them. We've struggled to use them. And we've always hung up the phone and said, I need to talk to a human agent, right? And last year, when the tide sort of turned, we all thought, no, this is now going to get significantly better very quickly. But then our learning since then has also been that the process is going to be a little more iterative, right? I'll tell you what that's been like. So again, why does this need an entire presentation, right? So this is a little simplistic, but what did we expect when we got the wonderful large language models for customer experience, right? We will launch a nice chatbot. Customer NPS will be happy. They're getting their answers very quickly. All the answers are prompt. No escalations. Everything will be personalized for the customer. Maybe this is just me, but everything is going to go fine. But what actually ended up happening? Right? So this is a generic journey. So we launch an AI chatbot, and then it starts giving customers life advice, which they don't come to your platform for. And then we scale it down. And then we enter into a long, hard slog of putting in guardrails, putting in processes, putting in safeguards, and ensuring that it is something that can actually work for you, your use case. And then you go to a review meeting, and then they ask you, what happened? There's no progress for the last 3 weeks. Are you going to ship anything? You promise us a lot. Right? And then when you finally get something, hey, this was due 3 months ago. Right? So I think there are a lot of people who can resonate with this kind of journey. The initial expectations given to a long, hard slog of iterative, incremental improvement. And what I want to do today is just take you through some of the learnings that we've had and just help you figure out how to plan this journey. What we've learned, hopefully that can help everybody. Just plan out your journeys on customer experience a little better, right? So broadly, I'll just be talking about 4 things. First, identifying opportunities, starting small, scaling thoughtfully, and then refining the magic, right? So let me start off with identification of opportunities. So the first question that we learned we should ask very early on is, what is the problem we are trying to solve, right? We have a tool, but you know the saying, right? If you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So you can't just apply that fancy new tool to every problem. So first, we had to dig deep, look into our problems, and that's a journey I think all of us will have to do in every organization. So what are the most common frustrations that customers face? Where are your support teams struggling? How do users use your product? Where are you really going to make value? Where are you really going to add value from language models in your product? Right? So just giving you a sample of the kind of process that you would follow typically in any organization, right? So how are you listening to your customer? You have your surveys, your NPS, customer satisfaction. You have a bunch of tickets that people raise. Right? You have complaints. Customers have left and gone to competition and they've left you messages saying, hey, I didn't like this about your product. And you have your on-ground sales teams who talk to customers day in, day out. First thing to do, and for us and for everybody, is to listen to this and start identifying what are the core problems that customers are facing. Before we jump into anything about LMs or AI, first thing was ensuring that we're capturing all of these properly, analyzing them properly, distilling them down to the core problems that we were facing. Right? And then the next touch point for us was, where are support teams really struggling? Right? So the kind of metrics or the kind of things that you can look at are ticket resolution time. Which tickets or queries take the longest to resolve? Which ones do we say, hey, this is resolved, and then the customer comes back and says, no, you didn't answer my problem. Then the ticket gets reopened. Which kind of tickets, and we've all seen these kind of tickets, they go to one team, they say, I don't know how to solve this, let me redirect you elsewhere, let me redirect you elsewhere, let me redirect you elsewhere, and then they sort of goes around in a loop for weeks. Which are these problems? Right? Which tickets get priority? Is your most important customer in their most urgent time of need getting the kind of priority support that they deserve? So this is another problem. This is another question that we decided to ask. And another one is, there are a lot of on-the-ground learnings. You talk to anybody who handles customers, talks to customers, they will give you pages upon pages of what we should improve in our product. Right? How are these being structured, distilled, organized into business and product recommendations? Is there a structure to it? Is it ad hoc? Hey, I had this problem, please fix the product. Right? Can work for one, doesn't scale. So really digging into the data and digging into some NLP techniques, but sort of trying to distill what are the core problems, which kind of issues are people really struggling with. Right? This was one very important step. The other aspect of customer experience is how are people using your product? Right? And this is standard product analytics or business analytics in any way. So where are people dropping off from your funnel? What are your unhappy flows? What steps lead people to start dropping off from your product usage, where they don't continue any further? Where do they have to upload documents? Where do they have to do mobile OTP validation, or God forbid, email OTP validation? Right? These are all problems that if you talk to any product manager, they will be able to tell you. And these problems sort of start distilling out from the data. Right? Which parts are accessed most least? There are parts of everybody's product which were built with a lot of passion and enthusiasm, which never get used by anybody. Right? And that happens to everybody. So asking a lot of fundamental questions before you begin, we found to be very, very, very vital. Why? Otherwise, you end up solving something that doesn't need to be solved. And when you have something that doesn't need to be solved, you will never be able to scale that solution. You will never have adoption, you will never have cross-functional support. So nothing will fly unless you're answering key questions. Once you've asked all these questions, assume we have the data, okay? We have all the data, we've asked all the questions, we have some answers. Typically, where do language models sort of come in, right? Let's be realistic, what can and cannot be solved with language models, right? So there are repetitive chat interactions, chatbot, we all know it, great, language model will help, okay? Customer-facing agent enhancement, right? So not necessarily this is something that only a language model can solve. Simple product data insights can also help a lot, but language models have their part. They can intelligently summarize, they can suggest how an agent can respond to a customer. They can do a lot of things in addition to the data. So it is not only language models that can solve it. And we have to be realistic about what is AI or what is a language model going to solve for this problem. Right? Personalization and engagement, again, has been around for ages. So if there is any search or conversational flow, great. Language model, we can plug that in. But if it's just about ranking recommendations, it's about what to buy next, not really something I would go to a language model for. We've had algorithms to do this for ages. Right? A lot of internal process optimizations related to support ticket, categorizing them. This is about how you share the knowledge from your agents to them, categorizing support tickets, internal knowledge retrieval tools. All of these things, yes, language models can definitely make them better. Right? So when we plan before we build, we commit realistically, we know what we're attacking, and then we take a plunge together saying, this is what I will realistically solve. This I will not solve using language models. Don't expect this, just expect this. And this part is very clear, very important that we are clear about before we start the process at all. Right? So now that we have identified the opportunities, you've identified saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. Right? What are we going to do next? So I think as the slide suggests, we are big fans of pilots and proofs of concept, POCs. Right? And that we feel is fundamentally the only way to really scale new and breaking tech like GenAI. Right? So how do you choose what is a pilot? You've identified a bunch of things. What does your pilot need to have? Impactful, it first needs to be impactful and low risk. Right? You can summarize text, you can create quick responses for agents. Anything that is internal facing is an easier solve. Start small, start with something that is low risk. Don't directly put a chatbot in front of a customer on day 2 after building it, right? So there are some things where you sort of start small with low risk and medium to high impact, right? So if you have a FAQ section where you have great documentation for all your major questions, great, you can start with that to start training a chatbot. Small impact, low risk. Next one, I think I have personally learned the hard way in my career, feasible with available data. I will walk you through a scene. I was once, maybe a couple of months into an AI project, and I'm sitting in a review with business leaders. You can imagine business leaders going 2 months in, and you have the data. They say, get lost. Next month, I'd better see a model here, I'd better see a chatbot here. Right? And other words were said, which I will not repeat here. But the point is, if you need 3 months to construct your data, to train your model, to construct a knowledge base, to train your model, don't start that for your first pilot. Right? Pick something you can do. Pick something that you can show early results of. Everybody has used ChatGPT and all the other interfaces. Everybody thinks they can do wonderful things. Nobody will wait 6 months for your first version to come out. Right? So please pick something practical, something small, so that you don't need to go out and build an entire data warehouse for or an entire new knowledge base for. Right? Measurable. So the next thing is, how will you measure this pilot? What will make this a success? How will you know that this thing is going off the rails? If it is completely hallucinating, making up things, it is destroying your experience, how will you know? Right? How are you going to measure this? This is very important. Right? So sample ones, so if you are building a chatbot, some sample metrics that you always have, and we've always had them, are things like containment rate, which is essentially how many queries go beyond the chatbot and onto an actual agent. Is this improving or not? You will always have your customer satisfaction scores, your thumbs up, thumbs down ratings, all of those kind of things. Right? And one very important thing is, at the early stages, we should have an experimentation set up to know which variants are working, which are not. At the outset, you may not know whether a casual tone for a chatbot is going to work better or a slightly more formal tone is going to work better. Depends on your use case. So you need to have multiple variants being tested, given feedback, being measured. So you need an experimentation setup. You need to know variant 1 versus variant 2 versus variant 3. These are we discovered that we had to categorize some information on some of our customers' websites. And when we started doing it and we started making the API calls, the latency was around 8 seconds. And nobody is going to wait for 8 seconds in real time for your screen to load. So first iteration went great because it's on our Python notebooks. So great, works great on my notebook. So good to go. In production, 8-second latency. So these are things to sort of bake in so that you are able to track what is sort of working, what is not working, right? And now I want to come back to sort of what I call the standard operating procedure for AI improvement, right? you train, you deploy, you get weird outputs, you panic, then you make changes, and then you go back to step one and start doing it again, right? So I pretty much call this a standard operating procedure for AI development. So if you are ever panicking why my AI is saying this, it's fine. It's standard operating procedure. Don't worry. We've all been there. That's how all great products get made, right? So what do you need in, how are you going to conduct a pilot now that you've chosen your pilot, right? First, you need to have a very clear objective and scope. So what is the problem that is being solved? And what does success look like? We talked about success metrics, but let me give you an example. So if I take all the tickets that come into our organization, customers sort of raise tickets, they have to be resolved. And I say the success metric of my chatbot or agent support assistant or anything is 90th percentile ticket response or resolution. Okay, P90 ticket resolution. And then I go and build my chatbot to attack the simplest queries. Do all the low-hanging fruit, only do FAQs, only do basic things. I will fail. Because your 90th percentile queries are the most complex queries out there. You're doing nothing to tackle them. So just a choice of 20th percentile or productivity versus a 90th percentile can make a huge difference between a success and a failure. You may have a genuinely good product. Just because you chose a bad metric, it will come across as a failure later. Right? So you have to be specific about how you're going to measure what is it going to solve. If you're going to solve only the simplest of queries, success metric is probably productivity. Right? If you're going to solve the most complex queries, then you get into things like 90th percentile response or whatever, 90th percentile time. Right? Reducing agent errors. Right? Which ticket, which category, which cohort are you going to attack? If you're automating some process, which process? So please be very, very specific about what you're going to attack, right? Then please ensure that you have short feedback loops. How do we ensure that we have short feedback loops? Easiest one is human in the loop. Don't expose anything directly to customers yet. Have some human testing and validation for a while before it gets released, right? And we've all been there. We've seen examples, and we had this hilarious setup internally where we were reviewing a merchant has raised an escalation. My thing has not got resolved. What are you guys doing? And our internal bot is responding, hey, great, we've resolved all your queries. Hope you're happy. Have a nice day, right? And there's an angry merchant and who is just going to get even angrier after reading that response. Thankfully, that was not something that was released externally to our customers. This was read by an agent who tagged it to us saying, what is this rubbish? And then sort of went and gave an actual response to the customer. So please have these human feedbacks, have the shorter feedback loops. Don't wait for a month or two to sort of measure what is going right, what is going wrong, right? The next point is core mission team, right? A core mission team has to sit and review, these metrics regularly for course corrections. Now, what is a core mission team? The core mission team is not only data science or engineering team, right? It is the business team who you're solving it with the product, with whoever you're solving it for or with, is part of the core mission team. And that will be critical to your pilot or your experiment success. Right? So if you are solving it with the customer success team, if they are not part of the pilot, this pilot is going nowhere. The product will go nowhere, nobody's going to adopt it. Right? So the core mission team has to be defined. It has to have users as well as developers. And you have to keep reviewing all the metrics that we spoke about regularly to course correct. Right? And lastly, regular iterations. So the easiest example I can give you from this thing is simple query. At Razorpay, we handle lots of payments. So, hey, where is the money for this payment? That can possibly have 20 to 50 different responses. Payment is already there, payment is made, but it's stuck here, payment is not here. There are a bunch of different responses. So just knowing the intent from the language is not enough to figure out what has to be done. And often it becomes a many-to-many mapping of intent to a resolution. So mapping these out in detail is very, very crucial to ensure that you have the right sort of response mechanism in place, right? And we talked about experimentation again. Now you've done your pilots, you've identified what works, you've identified what doesn't work, right? And now you're saying, now let us start scaling this. How do we scale this? How do we make this big? I want everybody to adopt it, right? So all my customer-facing engagement should go through this. What are the kind of things that we need to keep in mind when we do this, right? So First of all, I asked this question again earlier. Are you solving what the business needs solved? The sad fact about most AI and ML projects is that they sit in your notebook and they die in your notebook. Most things don't see the light of day because they are not aligned with business goals, because they are not aligned with your business's priorities, because they are not aligned with what the product or business wants you to do. And it is very, very important to have your projects aligned with business goals, to walk up to them and say, hey, your goal is customer experience. This project is going to improve this. This is what I'm doing. I hope we are all aligned. I hope we are one team tracking this and driving this, right? How are you going to measure success in ROI? Very important to resolve, right? So we made a lot of investment on this model. This is what we're training. This is what we're doing. How am I going to measure success, right? Again, this needs to be discussed with the user teams. Very important. Review, adjust, and report, we've already sort of covered, right? But again, this is also very important in this phase. Next is designing your solution now for scale. You'll notice until now, made no mention of model choice. When you're doing a pilot or a proof of concept, again, it's just that. You're just proving that the concept works, right? So now these things start becoming much more important. What is your model choice going to be, right? So, of course, you can have large language models for everything. But one of the discussions that we keep having internally is, what if you have 10 instructions for a chatbot? Yes, great, prompt work. 50 instructions, they work. 500 may not work. What kind of architecture will you need to support a mature state responder system, right? So these are questions that you have to solve. You have to start asking when you're scaling that solution now, right? So where do you need a dynamic setup, hybrid setup, general understanding, large model, routing to very, very specific small models, hypothetically, right? So do you need this kind of setup? These are the questions to start asking once your pilot is successful, right? And next is, again, all your context grounding. So how are you going to do it? How are your prompts going to be structured? Again, our problem earlier was how long are we going to keep adding things to the prompt? They keep increasing the context window. So far, we have not run into that barrier yet. But this is again a question that you have to start asking at this stage. How are we going to structure this when this is scaled up to much larger sort of setup, right? Latency considerations, sort of your cloud, you want to host models in-house. How do you want to do it? The very interesting thing that we had to do as we scaled was pre-computes, caching responses, caching standard responses, so standard kind of question. Saved us a lot of latency, saved us a lot of cost as we started scaling the model to larger and larger user base. How is it going to integrate with existing infra? And this is a point I'll touch upon a little more. Very importantly, you have to find the users of your language models or AI where they are. If they have to log in onto a different website, upload a different CSV file, download something, and then read it and make sense of it, you will not see traction internally. This is product management 101. Reduce your barriers of usage of your product for the internal users. So if you have a CRM and you have an intelligent support assistant internally, it has to be integrated into that CRM. Most CRMs today offer that functionality, right? Collaboration tools, Slack bots, right? You have to find your users where they are, on the surfaces they use, not make them break their workflow and come somewhere else and sort of retrieve responses, right? Minimize disruptions. Don't change their processes immediately. Unless there is a very tearing hurry to change that process, please don't change the process. Integrate it into the existing processes. The more seamless you make adoption, the easier the users will sort of adopt it. This is this sort of product management 101. Last thing I want to just touch upon is, we spoke about pilots. We spoke about starting small. Now, how do we expand these use cases? How does this get big? Scale is one thing, but how does it do more and more things, right? So what we have to start asking is, what more can be solved with the same core that we have, right? So let's talk about one use case that I mentioned, which is ticket handling. So in ticket handling, the easiest pilot you would start with is just making a summary of tickets, of resolutions. Easy one for internal reference, not very controversial, can't go wrong, right? Next step, this works, you want to scale. Now you want to start categorizing issues, and you want to start recommending responses to your agents on their screen as soon as their ticket is raised. As soon as they open a ticket, it recommends, hey, you should do this. You get feedback, this pilot is successful, you scale this. Then next step, it actually starts resolving the cases. And then for complex cases, it sort of triages the cases and gives you a response saying, hey, this is how you can do it, but I'm not going to resolve it for you, right? Another interesting addition to this in the next iteration could be you prioritize issues proactively with AI. You sort of have ticket queue management with AI, simple tickets resolved with AI. Maybe only the complex ones really go to the agents, right? Each of them has to have a value proposition in itself, has to be established and successful as a pilot, right? All the process that we sort of discussed so far has to be done for all of those steps. But if you do it, and if you explore adjacencies properly, step by step, we can ramp up to significantly more complex use cases, right? Talk about customer communications, right? Customer communications, we've all used email generators, so generic email generators. You can have maybe custom email generators with some basic customer context, right? Next step, you start exploring use cases. You want to talk to customers for cross-sell, you want to talk to them for support, you talk to them for this. How do I customize the tone for my company tone, the context from my company context? How do I customize it in the next one? So that internally, again, this is all human in the loop, right? You're not sending anything out directly, right? Next phase to this would be, when should I send out that email, right? So that is where your personalization or propensity model kind of thing comes in, saying, hey, this customer seems very engaged right now. Maybe that customer would like to explore some of our other products. It's a great opportunity for a cross-sell, right? And it also gives you the mailer. This is an email you could send to that customer, right? And the last step to this could be, it sends out the email directly, right? So if you iterate and explore each step, and each step is a viable solution in itself that people can use, then you will sort of easily scale, sorry, I shouldn't say easily, then you will scale in some way through different stages and arrive at the kind of thing that people dream of when they first start using AI, right? But if you start promising them stage 4 from the get-go, you will only end up with sort of failure, right? Last bit I will leave you with is refining the magic. This is sort of more general, is not specific to customer experience, but I will just cover it quickly anyway, right? So first thing is monitor and address risks, right? And we know this is sort of, by now, this is sort of common knowledge for everyone. You have security, you have to prevent prompt injections, you have to handle all the hallucinations that the model will do. You have to prevent it from giving general life advice to people, right? Compliance and privacy, you should not have personally identifiable information in the model at all, in the training data or knowledge base for the model, and should ensure it never comes out as well, right? Bias. I think there are less obvious forms of bias in an enterprise environment that we have to tackle. I think to a large extent, the larger providers of language models have taken care of societal biases to a large extent. But there are smaller biases in an enterprise setting. Your agents could have closed tickets of small merchants or small, not less important customers, as it were, in a more short or curt kind of way. You don't want your model learning that. You want to give the same treatment to everybody because now you can, right? So there are less obvious biases in our data that we will have to maybe address, right? Given that the larger general societal biases are usually taken care of well by the larger providers, right? And again, AI way of life, again, not specific to customer experience, but this is something that is specific to most AI use cases. So every department in the organization has to have this training. Every department should have an AI champion, should explore their particular use cases from customer experience, marketing to operations. Every department needs to have AI champions. Every department should have their pilot projects and sort of create playbooks. And I mentioned already, right? So when we started off with customer experience, the customer success team is part of that core mission team driving that pilot or project, right? So they are helping us fine-tune our models, our responses, our prompts, right? And everybody's sort of strategy roadmap, what I'm going to do for the business teams, should contain sort of AI initiatives. This should not be something that only a data science or an engineering kind of function should contain, right? And when it becomes a way of life, when every sort of monthly review tracks saying, hey, our business goals are this is how our AI projects are going, becomes a way of life, that is when true scale will be achieved, right? That is when it becomes a way of life for everybody, right? So that's it from me. So in summary, please identify the opportunities well. Look into your data, hear your customers, identify your opportunities well. Start small, scale thoughtfully, and then sort of keep refining that magic, right? And hopefully we all get to the promised land, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murli. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody with any questions, just raise your hands and our team will be there with the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question is on on the POC point of view, right? You said like a lot of iterations has to be done for a certain time frame, right? And I think when you are doing a POC, you will achieve certain success criteria, and then I think then you will move on to the production side of things, right?
Yeah.
Now, once you reach that point, I just want to understand what kind of workflow changes will you do when there is something like completely different user coming up and raising a ticket, which might not be there in the database, or maybe there might be a model drift as well because of the latest changes that are happening. So how do you make changes in your workflow?
That's a very good question. I think that's one point that I was not able to address. So number one, even at scale, I think for us it's been important to have checking mechanisms in place. So for instance, a lot of customer metrics, let's say customer is unhappy, it's already too late. It's a lagging metric for us. So we often have things like other language models doing relevance scores, for instance. Let's say a response is there generated by our main core model. We'll have another model overlaying and saying, what is the relevance score of this response? If the other model sort of feels that there is no, this is not relevant, it will not go. It will just answer saying, this is not a very relevant response. So we have to have checks and balances in place. I think we've discovered there is no 100% guarantee with all of this for sure. Checks and balances all the way through all 4 stages, right? So have other models to check for sure. And I think the part I mentioned about workflow changes, right? So workflow changes, when we scale, often choice of models becomes different. Then we notice there is a slight breakage in experience when you used a certain model for a pilot, but for scale you have to use some other kind of setup. Right? The initial period has always been a little turbulent when we sort of figure out how that happens. Again, we sort of go into sort of focus monitoring very closely in that stage as well to try and figure out that the new scaled setup is also working like we promised in the pilot. So inevitably, when we start a more scaled solution, it will be a little different from how the pilot performed. Right? So we have checking models in place for most of our responses as well, and we sort of try and do this.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else with any other question? We only have time for like one or two more questions. There you go.
Hi. So
Please stand up if you can. Thank you so much.
Hi.
I had a leg day last night, so.
You had a leg day last night?
Yes.
Hi, bro, fellow gym rat. Your question.
So yeah, my question is, what could be the data points for testing the model? I can think of product insights and help articles to train the models.
How to train the model?
Yeah.
Okay.
What could be other?
So, for instance, for something like a chatbot kind of setup, right? Honestly, it is, we have a historical data of questions and responses and resolutions, but there is actually a big manual element to selecting which are the good ones, right? So that goes into it. It is a little unavoidable. Not all your history of data will be good. And there are a lot of SOPs that we sort of create. Let's say if you get this kind of question, you should do this, right? So in a lot of cases, we are actually generating it on the fly. Not all the SOPs were documented and structured in that way. So we are actually creating it on the fly. That's why I said it's a process and we have to iterate. That's why we launch only few use cases selectively. 5 use cases, I have an SOP for this, great. Next 5 use cases, I develop SOP. So sort of, we don't sort of expose it to everybody until we've sort of figured this out step by step. But for these kind of use cases, it is sort of like that. We dig into our historical data, we dig into our SOPs, historical data of conversations and back and forth, like that kind of thing, and SOPs. And that's why the ops team, as customer success team, being a part of the project is very important. They have to sign off saying this is the right SOP you're training the model on, and those kind of things. So you're right, there's no easy training data. We sort of have to create some of it as we go along.
Thank you. We only have time for 2 more quick questions.
Thanks for the great presentation. So previously you spoke about context grounding, where you said while making a choice between RAG or a large prompt versus fine-tuning, how do you make that choice, especially where have you seen like RAG and large prompts fail where you've been forced to use fine-tuning as a method for context?
I think wherever we have, okay, maybe I'll just take a step back. In the initial phase, when we are designing for maybe 5 use cases and we are very different, it's easier to have RAG. When we start splitting hairs as we go longer and longer into the project, let's say, hey, my payment failed, I didn't receive it, or my payment was due yesterday, I didn't receive it today, or it gets much, much more granular. My payment has been debited there, but not here, right? And we often see sort of RAG struggling with when I need, in the input itself, I need to split very, very finely the kind of intents. We have struggled a little bit with RAG scale. We don't put the personal data? No, we put it like, we will put like earlier conversations and let's say like SOPs. If somebody asks about payment failure, then this is how you should respond, this is the API you should hit, etc., right? So when we start splitting fine hairs, the similarity of the RAG is just not good enough when we scale, and we need to split it very, 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 very finely. So it works upfront, but when we scale, we can use it to maybe distinguish between broad sets of categories. So for instance, you can have 5 different sets of ticket categories. Yes, RAG helps, great. Within that 5, there are 25 different detailed procedures to follow. It's a little difficult for us to do it. Then we sort of have it in the prompt.
Okay, one last quick question, please.
Have you seen the use of red teaming exercises for especially machine learning kind of models? And in general, what are the best practices that you've seen around red teaming exercises?
About what, sorry?
Red teaming.
Sorry, not familiar with red teaming?
Basically, ethical hacking of AI.
Ethical hacking?
Of AI chatbots, machine learning software, stuff like that.
I think we sort of, if you're asking, part of our internal training process is to try and break the chatbot internally, right? So that is part of the pilot process. How do I break the chatbot, or if it gets broken or not? That's why we do a lot of internal dog fooding of anything that before it goes out. We give an open invitation, hey, here is our chatbot, please try and break this, right, before we sort of release it anywhere externally. I mean, people at SAP are great at coming up with so many different ways to break these things. So it's great to have a good creative employee base that we can test it on internally. We do try, I haven't say we're 100% successful, but we always try to have these sort of done at the pilot or POC phase.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kritika Kumar, Mlds Audi, can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mlds sir. Absolutely wonderful session. Before we call our next speaker on, we would like to give you a small little jhalak of what is about to come. The grand finale act of MLDS 2025. Can we have the AV of Kumar Varun, please?
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स. कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है, तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए, बस आप 2 साल. एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं, आप लोग साथ में, कोई जज नहीं करता. भगवान देख रहा है, कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी. हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kumar Varun, Mr. Funny Man, famous from his AIB days, famous for the quizzes that he hosts, and absolutely famous for the incredible stand-up that he does. Be ready to be here from 5:30 p.m. and have 1 hour of absolutely unforgettable humor. But before that, unforgettable insights right here. We're going to talk about AI and governance of data. With AI governance becoming an extremely critical issue, governments talking about it as to how important that is, we will break down how organizations can now manage AI risk, compliance, and accountability. And for that, let's welcome on stage DGO of Bank Muscat, Mr. Saurabh Pramanik. Can we have a round of applause for Saurabh, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you.
Welcome, Saurabh.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks to be here. And first of all, thanks, Analytics India magazine. It's always a pleasure to be here on the stage, working with Analytics India on different events. Last year also, I was part of MLDS and Data Engineering Summit as well. So today, first of all, I would like to ask how many of you are part of the governance space or compliance space, have been working in this space? Because, okay, I see some few hands already there. So that's really good because in the last few sessions, we have seen people speaking about agents, about LLMs, about prompts, right? So what I'm trying to bring in is a perspective of the different types of regulations that is across. In an organization, working as a governance officer, what are the key inputs that we need to think about whenever, we work with the different data scientist teams, data BIU teams and all. So this is one aspect we always, neglect or we get sidelined. People, they don't consider that. We more focus on the fine tuning of the models, we more focus on the other things, right? So let me just ask you, so this is something about me, I'll just bring it on. But, coming up with an entire data experience across the years, my entire journey has also transformed, right? Being like a database developer, then going into the compliance and the governance space and all. So I keep on continuously doing a lot of these things, and today I'm going to share some of these insights on it. So first of all, let me just ask you, how many of you are aware about AI governance? Have you heard this term, AI governance? Okay, I see a few hands around. That's really nice. That's good. So I think this becomes a very important topic of discussion, and for you, all of you, even to be aware of what are the different regulations, because around when you'll be working with the organizations, you'll be working with different teams, you need to understand, right? So as part of a governance officer, it becomes very much important to have those right policies in place, have the right practices in place, have the right aligning these practices with the different types of frameworks so that, you need to, while you are trying to work on the model governance, model prioritization and efficiency, there are other aspects also that you think about, where you need to have these policies in place, identifying the right AI stakeholders, AI actors as part of it. Now, these are some of the significant risks. So Gartner came out with some of the key priority risk identifications, where organizations, they mentioned, like, what are the key concerns that they are more about. So one of the key you can see is the 42% is more on the data privacy side, while a lot of the organizations are working on the other aspects where you can see bias and fairness people are speaking about, where you can see a lot of security aspects being spoken about, hallucinations being focused, but majority of people have highlighted about data privacy being very prominent aspect about it. And that's the reason where you can see a lot of significant risks which are associated with AI. So one of the key aspects is unauthorized mass surveillance of the models that you're creating. You have something which is also about the unexpected and unintentional breaches with respect to your personal data that is going around. So the models feeds in a lot of the personal data, the different types of personal identifier information of the customers, right? So that looks. Then there's a lot of personal data that has been taken and it gets manipulated. You might have heard about deepfakes and all, right? So where customers' informations have been being identified, they have been used in between, they have been injected in between, and then later they have been used for manipulating and then reaching out in a different way. Generation of deepfakes, as I was mentioning, then violation of the different data protection principles. So across your data privacy regulations, if you see, there are certain key components that are very prominent across the different regulations like GDPR and all. So one is with respect to purpose limitations. So when you see you go for, let's say, account opening, the banks start asking you a lot of information, but is there an actual need for asking all those information? So purpose limitation, data minimization, storage of those relevant data has to be there. So a lot of these regulations these days, you'll see, will start speaking about these aspects. Then I heard a few of the sessions where people were speaking about societal bias, where discrimination and the models that we are doing, like, for example, you have a person who is a black and a white, and the model starts behaving in a very different way. So that kind of discrimination and societal bias should not be there, And there is also another aspect of intellectual property and copyright infringement, right? So this you can see primarily in the arts space, where you now see a lot of, you just upload a model with a lot of songs and all, and it starts creating a new song for you. That is something that's completely disrupting the entire industry. And the same side of things, as you can start feeding the model with a lot of images and it can start getting a new content, right? So intellectual property and copyright infringement is also one of the key aspects that you will start looking into. So this was one of the things where in March 2023, around 30,000 individuals involving a lot of the technologists and leading corporation industries, they came in together and they wanted some of the new regulations to start coming up as part of the AI Act. Now, one of the key components which a lot of organizations are using is the Gartner's AI Prism framework. So if you see this layer, it has multiple layers in it. So while your AI systems is including all your models or applications on your agents, which is part of it, On the top of it, the key components which the risk, security, and the trust aspects on which AI Trisms focuses on is one is explainability and transparency. Anyways, responsible AI also has this component. Model management and model operations. So right from the point where you start identifying, you're creating your model, you start developing your model through your entire life cycle, from model deployment, model testing, model validation, all part of it. It's aligns to those principles of DevOps and DataOps. That is part of it. Then you also have content anomaly detection, you have data protection with respect to the privacy regulations I was speaking. Application security has a component of AI security and the data security components. So these are the key technological components which Gartner came out as part of the TRISM model. Again, this is a framework which some of the organizations are using as well. Then, and on the bottom, you can see there is privacy, fairness, bias, and control. These are the key objectives that we try to do as for any models. On the other side of things, you have how you start defining the policies, the workflow management, and start automating the entire thing where you try building in and bringing in a lot of the AI actors, the chief data officer part of it, AI officer part of it, the data scientist, ML engineers, data engineers part of it, right? So all of these will start aligning those roles and responsibilities and aligning them to these entire principles. Now, if you can see, we try to identify some of these blind spots. We have something called a shadow AI. Have anyone heard about shadow AI? What is shadow AI? So a lot of times, what happens, the AI models, they keep on working in the behind, and you don't understand what is the actual model working on, and what is the model performing on. So shadow AI is also one of a key aspect where, in the behind, there's a lot of models that we work, but what are they doing, how they are working is something not very clear. So you can see on the top, there are a lot of regulations, because while the AI models, you can see a lot of these AI models being in there, what kind of security controls are there? What is the risk rating that you look? And some of the regulations that you can see, the European Union came up with the AI Act. I will be speaking in the next slides. We have the Canada came out with the AI, IDA, Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. We also have the United States coming up with 1411110. You have the, within that specific regulations, state-specific regulations, like New York came up with their United States New York regulations. Illinois had their own regulations. Brazil came up with their AI law somewhere in 2023. China has been quite pioneer in some of these AI regulations as well. So they have their interim measures on Gen AI, which is quite popular. Algorithmic recommendations and provisions, which again China came up with. Singapore has a model AI framework. So because a lot of you I know will be working across with clients which is across the different geographies, right? So it becomes very much important for all of you to also being aware that when you are working with a specific client in a specific geography, try to be aware of what kind of regulations that they might be falling into, and you need to comply with those regulations. So it's not only a job of building the models or creating, testing, validating of these models. You need to be aware of these regulations coming across. So I will speak across some of these regulations today so that you get a bit of an idea and awareness about it, so that when you're working with your clients, you can speak, you can understand what they are speaking about. They are not completely unaware of them. Now, if you see, to establish the entire AI governance module, it's a more of a 5-step approach. So first is the component of discovering the AI models that you're working, right? So in this phase, you are trying to analyze what is the systems, what is the use case, what is the business. So in the previous session, you already have heard, so business objectives, business outcomes is the core aspect, right? So what is the use case? What are the different use cases? Based on those use cases, what are the models that I'm going to build? Whether I'm going to use a RAG, whether I'm going to use a diffusion model, whether I'm going to use some of the other model like autoregressive model or generative or deterministic kind of AI models. So that's the AI model discovering aspect, and where it is residing, whether it is going to be there across your public clouds, on your private clouds, or any of your SaaS applications. Then the second aspect is how you can start assessing the AI model's risk. Right, so in this, there is an entire risk management framework. I might not be able to cover it today, but in the deck it is already there. So, you can reach out to me later. I can share that with you. And on my LinkedIn also, I'm going to post it. But there is an entire risk assessment framework right from identifying the risk, checking the risk, and then validating the risk. Well, the third aspect is the data mapping the data and the AI flows, right? So AI governance obviously is a kind of a logical extension to your data governance, right? So some of you might already be working on data lineages, identifying the data process flows, data flows and all. So that is also one of the key components, right? Because all of your AI models, if you take, inherently will use data, right? So even when you start defining and creating your AI governance, one of the key aspects is to establish a proper data governance principles. So in data governance, what we normally try to do is, we try to identify where is my data getting generated from, how is the data getting transformed, how is the data getting moving, using a different pipelines, what kind of transformations it is going through. So the entire data life cycle. So even that gets extended to your AI side. Then in implementing the data AI controls, what kind of necessary controls that you're going to put in. So in that aspect, you will have to work with your security teams, the risk management teams, what kind of controls that you can start putting in, you will put in that. The step 5 is more with respect to complying. So you have the program management piece, the compliance team, where you understand what are the regulations which are there, and you need to start complying with them. Now I'm going to just skip some of the slides because this I just spoke across, how you can start identifying across which all environments it needs to reside on. Now, one of the important aspects is the measuring the value, right? So you have something called as model cards, where you start collecting, you start defining the purpose of the model, what kind of training data that you are doing. So a lot of these things, like some of you might be aware about the concept of data products. Have you ever heard about data products? Data as a product, where you now start thinking that data is like a product. It has a complete data product life cycle. Just like as a product manager, what is the role of a product manager? You right from the point where the conception of the product happens, right from development and even at the end life cycle, right? So same goes for the data also, So the same aspect goes for your model cards, right? So a lot of times we miss on the documentation part of it. What is the data that is getting used? What is the purpose of the model? Then what's the model architecture? What is it being developed for? What is the use cases that it is going to support? So a lot of these things will start coming in. So you start creating a lot of these documentation so that at any point in time, there is a very high level of transparency that is residing. Then, as I was mentioning, so you start cataloging a lot of these, right? So just like you have data catalogs, where at any point in time, you get a complete view about all the aspects around the data. Same goes with your AI aspects also. You start cataloging a lot of these things, and then start identifying these aspects around it. Then one of the important aspects is to review and validate what is the kind of input that is coming in. Now, some of the trends that are there in the AI model discovery is you don't want to do all of this manually, right? So one thing is automated discovery, right? So data classification, when whatever the data that is coming in, can I start doing classifying data into personal data, secure data, right? So one of the important aspects is cataloging a lot of these things, right? So there are a lot of tools out there, a lot of solutions out there, they're right now doing it. For structured data, it's very much easy. There's a lot of things that is happening in the unstructured space because the model accuracy is still not there, right? So that is one aspect that is coming in. Second is the standardization of those things. So can I define those specific classes across which I can be standardizing them, I can be classifying them? That's the aspect. And then how they would be interoperable across them. And then cross-domain between the different business users. Can I start collaborating with different teams and start getting their inputs, start applying those inputs into your final models? Now, while you're framing the AI risk, there are different aspects that you want to look into. One is the ethics and performance aspects, where you define the bias, the discrimination aspects of it. from a societal aspects, what kind of impact that it is going to create within your people in your organization, as the society as a whole, your customers and users. Then from the security perspective, what kind of security risk that you might have to look into. Like, for example, you have prompt injections that they can basically change the behavior of your model, the model behavior, the bias and everything. So we'll just cover that as well. Then on the oversight and accountability perspective. So can I have the necessary controls in place so that I can start reducing the risk? And from an organizational perspective, is there what I'm trying to achieve? Is it meeting the business objectives that I'm looking for? Now, one such framework, if you can see, is developed by the United States National Institute of Security, which is your NIST framework. Now, how NIST defines this is primarily they have created it's more on a risk-based approach, where they have divided this into one as part of the harms that it might be creating for people, the harm that it might be creating for organizations, and the overall harm that it might be creating for overall ecosystem. Now, for that, what they have defined is govern will be there throughout your entire process when you're creating, when you're mapping your requirements, when you're measuring, or even you're managing your different requirements. So these are the key pillars, and you can see that governance layer would be covering all of them. It is there in the center. Now, along with that, social responsibility being one of the key principles. So that is also being defined as part of the ISO 26000, 2010. And what they have is responsible AI has this couple of aspects. So data governance being one of them. You have model development, one part of it, then governance and accountability, monitoring and feedback, and then model validation and testing on the other side. Now, this framework primarily has been divided into two main parts. So on part one, it is trying to frame the risk, identify the risk that is there, which are related to AI and the respective audience. Frame two is more with respect to the governing, mapping, measuring, and managing. So this framework is quite extensive. So in case you are using this framework, it has several subcategories and categories as part of it. So like, for example, on the govern space, you can see it covers the different topics on legal, regulatory, risk tolerance, risk management aspects. Under manage, it also has the different types of AI deployments, risk tolerance, risk response, covers the different categories and subpart. Similarly, it has for mapping different subsections and sections. On the measurement side perspective, also it has different frameworks. It's a very comprehensive team, so it's a very comprehensive framework when the governance team would be working on, so they need assessing across each of these areas. And as you can see, it has been divided into three main areas. The second act is the EU AI Act, which is developed by the European Union. Now, this again defines the kind of risk or categorizes the risk into four main parts. The first being the unacceptable risk, which are the prohibited risks. The second category is the high risk, which are more like those systems which has high risk but not unacceptable. The third category being the limited risk, which is more on the transparency side, and minimal risk, which is more on the code of conduct. Good examples for each of them you can see here. Like for unacceptable is more like in case there are any social scoring that has been by public authorities or exploitation of vulnerable characteristics, right? On the high risk side of things, they have defined some of these criteria that will classify them. Similarly for limited risk and minimal risk. And when there are different articles in the European Union Act. So you can see that for each of these articles, it has been categorized into transparency and explainability, safety and explainability has certain articles as part of it. Then on the human insight, oversight, on the privacy side, on the data security side, on the risk management side. So each of these articles mentions what are the key obligations that organizations need to take care of, right? So risk management, governance, and aspects all would be covered. These are some of the other regulations which are out there. So OECD has come up with a due diligence guidance for responsible business conduct. which is also part of their framework. Then ISO 31000 or risk management guidelines has been very specific on AI governance. United Nations NIST has been speaking about AI risk management framework, RMF. European Union came up with European Union AI Act. Then Government of Canada has this IDA Act. Similarly, you have the Council of European Human Rights, Democracy and Rule of Law Assurance Framework for AI Systems. Again, has defined certain regulations on the AI side of governance side. IEEE has a 7021 as one of the standard on AI governance. And ISO guidelines 51, which also speaks about the AI governance aspects. Now, there has been certain cases, in the world which primarily, focuses about some of these challenges. Like, for example, OpenAI, if you guys know, was banned somewhere by the Spanish government and the French government for some time, in between, because of the data kind of residency which was not there. And it was some of the other states and countries also followed suit. And a lot of these evaluations have been done, when you want to start using any of these models, a lot of these open source models, in fact, DeepSeek and all of these which are coming up, you see that not everyone is going to go and use it, right? It also depends on what is the kind of the risk that the organization wants to take, because a lot of their data might be getting used by these models, right? So some of the organizations might be going with a complete on-premise kind of a setup. So some of these models has a limitations of working in them. Then Clearview also had an instance where, there were huge fines that were being levied on Clearview based on the kind of the data sets that they were using. Same goes with Replica AI, So these were some instances that happened in the past. And some of these laws and regulations that you are seeing, they will work along with some of the other regulations which might be there. Some might be some sectoral specific regulations. Like, for example, in Canada, you have the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, you have the Food and Drugs Act, you have the Motor Vehicle Safety Acts also. So these regulations also, have to follow along with some of your global regulations or AI-specific regulations. Now, this is an OECD report on risk management, again of similar framework, where you can see that governance body is sitting on the top. So across your entire life cycle of your AI models, right from planning and designing, collecting, processing, building the model, verify, the governance layer sits on the top. And as you can see, this is a continuous framework, right? So this model on the right side basically shows that it is not like a one-time exercise, that you're going to just do it and close it. It's a continuous effort, right? So while you are doing it, again, you might have to revalidate, you might have to recheck what is the validation all about, and reassess and do that. Similarly, this is a similar framework that has been defined by OECD. So it starts with being responsible, defining the policies in place. Then it goes with identifying and assessing the impact assessments, what kind of impacts that it would be creating. Third is trying to prevent and mitigating some of these adverse impacts that it would be creating. Then tracking and the implementation efforts, what are the results that would be going in, how you would be start communicating how the impacts are being addressed. So it's a kind of a complete cycle, and finally, you will start working with different people for the remediation as well. This is again a risk management 31000 ISO risk management guideline. Again, one of the risk management guidelines we use for not only for the AI aspects, but any of your data aspects, data-related risk aspects also. It is quite useful. So there are certain principles and clauses across each of these frameworks that you will see start playing a relevance. This is a kind of a comparison between the different models. Like, so on one side you have OECD, ISO 31000, NIST, right? So I was speaking about so many frameworks and so many regulations are, around. Now, which of them gets applicable to you and all? So this is a kind of a comparison across your governance, defining, assess and treat. Which of the acts are, specifically mentioning what is applicable, and which of them are mentioning what is not applicable. Yeah. So if you can see the entire life cycle, risk management and life cycle, so it starts from your data collection, processing, which includes your designing the models, then it goes for a verification, validation. So the risk management is across the entire life cycle, and while you're trying to go through any of these frameworks, any of these models, right? So you need to start identifying and start defining. So I think I'm just gonna show a lot of these things, impact assessments. You need to do an impact assessment across identifying what are the challenges, what are the processes and methods in place. From a transparency perspective, you start identifying what are the issues, what's the purpose scope. So just like you in your data privacy side, you have impact assessment to understand what is the impact of your data privacy regulations. So on the AI side of the things also, you might try to do this impact assessment to understand the relevancy, transparency aspects. So this is a kind of a risk assessment scores you can see for some of the models on the accuracy, fairness, bias, toxicity for Anthropic, OpenAI, Meta, Google's across their model names, where organizations have done that, and then the kind of ratings that they have also provided. So yeah, I think I'm not just going to cover all of them because in the context of time, it's a quite extensive thing in itself. And I think in the previous session, some of the speakers have also spoken about some of these aspects, about the different types of attacks that is happening, the evasion attacks, poisoning attacks, privacy attacks, abuse attacks that's happening across the different industries. Again, NIST has been defining a lot of these principles across. And what are the different types of mitigation steps that goes across, right from data poisoning prevention, where data has been poisoned for the not meeting the actual needs, because a lot of these AI models will require to use data. Now, if you're exploiting the data in itself, the model might start behaving differently. DDoS, again, a security terminology now has been extended to AI side, where now you are denying the AI models from from the users from using the AI models. Data leakage prevention, again, on the security side now, while the AI models are working on it, like the chatbot and all, you are trying to get the data out from them. The chatbot starts asking the user some of these questions, personal details, which I am trying to intercept and trying to use it. And permission and entitlement controls, right? So having a role-based access controls, having with the right set of people is very much important. There are a lot of LLMs, firewalls have been coming up across where the security teams have been working on them. There are a lot of organizations that are bringing up a lot of fire in this space. Retrieval firewall, prompt firewall, response firewalls as part of it. So in the India space, if you see India guidelines on AI in biomedical research and healthcare has come up as a framework. Similarly, other organizations and other countries have their own frameworks. Vietnam has their draft national standards on AI and big data. Like that, you have different types of regulations coming up. So I'm just going to leave it over here because there's a lot of things. This topic in itself is a very big topic. Covering it in a half an hour's time is quite difficult. But I just wanted to give you some of the key ideas about some of the regulations that goes around and what are some of these. So this is some of the benchmark reports I'll share with you separately. You can have a look where there was a specific list of priority items that were being looked into by executives, and organizations defined and shared their, kind of priority areas for, when it comes to AI risk and AI governance perspective. Most of them were AI officers. Organizations responded to it based on their kind of the budgets that they want to spend on, what is the kind of new AI models they want to focus on. So it's a kind of, again, a poll or a response they have created and they have shared. So I'll just leave it up to here. I think, open it for any questions. Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes away. One question we'll take. That's all we have time for. Ma'am has her hand up. Let's quickly take one question for Saurabh.
Hi, thank you so much. It was a very extensive presentation. I had two questions actually. Number one, we have all these regulations up and running, but we don't see the adoption of these regulations in the companies. So question number one is how to increase that and
Correct.
how to show everyone the importance of adhering to these regulations.
Correct.
The second one is, this is very independent from the technical side of AI. So how do you combine these regulations to the technical metrics that people are using in responsible AI?
I think very good question. So, and I can relate to it, So first of all, as one of the important aspect is awareness, So creating those trainings, learnings, creating those learning modules, making mandatory trainings and all for organizations, within organizations, not only for that culture has to be there, So I always say that the data-driven culture has to be there, and AI is a kind of an extension to that data-driven culture. So when businesses start learning more about them, these regulations, so then in privacy term, we have something called as privacy by design, So that journey has to start right from when you are building these models, right? So same goes in here in AI perspective, that when you are right from the point in identifying the use cases, so that journey should start from there. And that can only happen when businesses are aware about all of these regulations, this risk. Coming from my experience perspective, when you start going and telling a lot of these people, organizations and businesses will always think that, is it bringing some value? How can I start earning about? It is not. It's an expense, obviously. But then you start showing them that if you don't adhere, there is a $1 million fine that will come in. You want to save some bucks and some dollars and all, but there is a huge fine that goes in. So how you can start showing them that perspective, right? So a lot of these things are non-technical, definitely, but for business users, they do understand a lot of these things. And I say that normally, data governance, as I always say, you have a body that has to be there. It has to start from the top. The executive management should be part of it. People in the working group should be definitely part of this entire thing. So you create something called as a data organization structure, which has an involvement of your executive committee, steering committee. You have people of your leadership teams, the heads, part of it. And then you have the working groups also part of it, right? So everyone, all of it, it's a journey that you have to take in together. But AI governance officer definitely plays a very important, and that's the reason you now see a chief data and AI officer coming as a role, who can drive these initiatives, make people aware of it. I hope I answered the question. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Saurabh. We had a really, really insightful session here. Can we have a round of applause for Saurabh once again, ladies and gentlemen, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurabh, for that wonderful session here at MLDS. Moving on with our next session, we are going to talk about Gen AI from data pipelines to products. How do AI-driven data pipelines enable powerful, scalable applications? We will be guided through strategies for seamless AI product deployment. And for that, we have here a man who was here yesterday as well, a very candid person, somebody who loves music as well. Lovely to have him on stage once again, CTO of Morningstar, Ravi Warrior. Can we have a round of applause for Ravi, sir? Ravi, sir, welcome to MLDS. Stage is all yours. Can we have the clicker for Ravi, sir, please? Is the clicker here? Yes.
Thank you. Okay, quite a bit of dwindling crowd, I must say, towards the afternoon of Friday, the 7th. So welcome everyone to this talk, and this will take you through our journey in Gen AI and otherwise across our data themes. So let's begin with the first video, please. Can you play it? Try to capture some of the different data sets that are coming together that we have to deal with, and we will review that as well.
The unbiased, independent perspective of Morningstar.com, your first, second opinion.
Our team has been having some fun loading up the OpenAI service with Morningstar's signature research and data. Voila, Mo was born.
So 2023 was the year when we also launched Morningstar Mo, which was our chatbot and foray into Gen AI, along with Azure, Microsoft Azure stack at the back end. And we loaded the corpus of all of our research-centric data into a vector database called VV8. Now, taking a step back, the reason why I played that video was not just to show, but to show the data scale that Morningstar has. Privately held companies, which is really the venture capital, which are like millions, we have about 5 million privately held companies when we have 4 million entities and securities that are listed. And these are being tracked 24/7, and continuously you have data flowing through our systems. So you have various types of mutual funds across the world, which was really our moat, and all the data associated with the mutual funds that come in. And you can take a look at that in morningstar.in for the India-centric themes, or morningstar.com, which is our global website. And these are the types of data, managed investments, entities and securities, private markets, indexes, and exchange-related data that flows through a system. So that is the scale that we are actually talking about. And all of these can be classified in various ways. And today, the alternatives are becoming very, very important, because as an investor, we would like to not only invest in mutual funds and stocks, but also would like to get a stake in a pie which traditionally only venture capitalists and private markets have access to. And that's opening up, which will be the next theme for us, which is a private market and public market convergence to build out mutual funds on top of that. Now, all of these leads to a whole sets of users. So here again, we are talking in terms of millions of users around the world, from our .com subscription, asset managers, and so on. And finally, this is the list. We have half the users on our institutional or corporate side, and the other half on the retail side. So what does all of this mean, and where does Mo 2023 journey fit in? That brings us, I missed all the sets of products that we have, but we have sort of gone through that. But the intelligence engine was sort of born through that journey over the last 2 years. In fact, we have been working on this for the last 8-9 years, more in earnest last 6 years in terms of the real models that we gone into, from statistical to character-based to word-based to natural language-based to neural networks and so on and so forth. And now in the Gen AI space, with the chatbot theme, we had to take a step back and figure out, how do we carry these things out in an appropriate, compliant, scalable way, which was very, very important. And you saw the previous presentation, how the legal themes are also, growing and becoming more and more mature. So we needed an appropriate engine that can take care of all that. And this is where the name is not very fancy. It was called an intelligence engine. And few of the components that stood out of the intelligence engine included a prompt library to begin to curate and make the prompts more and more refined. We called our things that could be used by the engine or extensions of the engine as tools. We had an evaluation setup that could be utilized as you're building your applications along it. And then definitely you have to have your data corpuses in place. And in a simplistic way, if you're trying to build a Gen AI-centric application, it will use a data corpus that you can feed into the engine. You can assign different types of tools that you'll be working out of it. You will be writing your prompts and refining them. That goes into the prompt library, and you'll continuously test your output as a flow. And then there will be a display that you can attach on top of it. And we went with this kind of a smaller framework, connecting that back into our Mo chatbot so that you would have an appropriate guardrails framework, GDPR, PII information types of framework that would also support it. And different applications could then begin to take and make use of it. And we'll see a demonstration of that in the back as well. So here is a very high-level architecture of the same. You have a set of applications which are different types of Morningstar applications, some of those themes that you saw earlier on. And then there is a management console, which not only tracks different types of metrics, including the cost, the token, the time taken, and your own tools, custom tools that you would be putting in there, how much performance it's actually being running on. Along with that, it'll give you the other metrics associated with your inputs and outputs that would be coming out. So that console theme is extremely important to continuously monitor the activity at this scale. Of course, middleware, there is an API layer, and behind the scenes, there is a Celery Kubernetes pod that actually runs a distributed queue through which various types of messaging APIs come in. And there are different types of tools which have been standardized, whether you are going to do a RAG type of an activity, a QA-centric theme, or you would like to extract some specific financial data, or you would like to have some specific queries, which we'll also see some examples on, and how the products are actually using it. And messaging is a very, very important theme. We are using both SNS and SQS on AWS to carry that out. And then, finally, all the privacy securities and things like those. So the configuration of this is a very simple Postgres database where the applications, the jobs, the theme which run on those applications are configured on the Postgres database in the middle. Your files get loaded into the S3, and then the embeddings are from OpenAI GPT that gets stored in VV8 along with the rest of the similarity themes. All of that you would have seen over time. This has just scaled up quite a bit, and for compliance, we also use Azure API for our outside-facing applications. And for inside themes, we are also trying out a lot of open themes like even CodeLlama and some of the other pieces, which we tie back into Continue, which integrates very well with VS Code to use as our developer productivity. Some of that also I'll talk about in a bit. So this engine then drives what was called Morningstar Mo. It actually becomes Momo, but Namo was already taken. In any case, Morningstar Mo is the chatbot where we loaded the corpuses of our all research and themes that we continuously publish and update. We provided it with a bunch of tools for the QA, data point themes, and so on. We have pre-published prompts that the financial advisors can use. And then we all have also put in like the testing and evaluation capability. A lot of this is still human in the loop, by the way, because we have a huge research team and collections team that can continuously check what the responses are coming in and refine the default prompts as we go forward. So finally, this is the demo of Mo being adapted to two themes. Now, what is important over here is that the financial applications have a very large workflow, and you need to know a lot of different things to combine and build something or build a portfolio, for example, for the risk or tolerance that you would have in terms of your investing. Secondly, there are a lot of research reports that come out based upon which this gets drawn as well. To make it a relative, the advisor to do it with a relative ease is where we are taking all our complex applications, we are simplifying the workflows to make them as assisted workflow. This is a chatbot-driven theme, along with a summarization that will help them in understanding why some actions are being recommended at this place. Can I play it?
Yeah. So I'm in Rob's dashboard, and as we can see, his risk profile is between 38 and 57. Currently, he has a retirement account under his portfolio. To create an investment plan, let's click on the Mo icon. So here we have a bunch of stock questions that will help Mo identify the intent of the advisor. They can either click on this question or type that question and click on the submit button. Now that Mo has understood the intent, below are the assumptions that it will make to create an investment plan for Rob. Since Rob has a single account, it will consider Rob's current portfolio as his starting asset. In case there are multiple portfolios, it will select the one with the highest value. In case of no portfolios, it will select a cash account worth $100,000. Next, it takes a default value of 7 years as the time horizon, as beyond that, there isn't any major impact in the client's risk comfort range. The preferred investment is a model portfolio that has a risk score lying in between Rob's risk comfort range. And finally, a flat annual fee of 1% gets applied. Now, each of these assumptions can obviously be updated using this edit button as per the advisor's discretion. I click on the create investment plan, and using the single click, an investment plan gets created. So once a plan is ready, I can click on the view investment plan button to navigate to the IPX screen. Appropriate messages are highlighted that this is a Mo generated plan. As per the asset allocation in the selected model portfolio, the investments gets distributed accordingly. Additionally, we can see that Rob's current portfolio was way beyond his risk comfort range, and the new portfolio, the proposed portfolio that we have created as per the model portfolio, it lies within Rob's risk comfort range. Advisor can then click on generate talking points button that helps to create talking points for the So this section, of course, consists of various segments that can give an overview of asset allocation, MPRS alignment, the quality of holding, stop holding analysis, fees breakdown, and so on. So advisor can click on any of these segments to hop onto that section and get an overview of or a summary of the proposed plan. Alternatively, advisor can also view the talking points from the dashboard screen by clicking on the page icon next to the plan name. So here we'll have it once the plan gets loaded. The other way was through a pop-up that we just saw in the IPX screen. So that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, so what you're seeing over here is not only does the advisor get assistance in picking the type of stocks and portfolios to match the risk profile accordingly, they have model portfolios they can look at, and then they have the summarized talking points as well through GenAI. Now, what is very important is all the words and the sentences that are picked up over here need to be from our own data that we have put in the corpus. And we tell the LLM that please do not use any external word, statement, or themes, but just use that to make sure that it is fully compliant with what we are doing. But the most important thing is, in order to be able to do this, the advisor would have had to do a lot of other work, do a lot of research, prepare all of these themes and get together. Now with this, they can do it in a matter of minutes, compare different themes, run in what we call X-rays, and also continue to do benchmarking as they go forward. So moving forward, what are we doing? Complex workflows are getting simplified. So this becomes a very, very important theme using the Gen AI-centric pieces. Then multimodal inputs can also be put in. For example, if an advisor wants to take 2-3 clients and they come up with their reports or PDFs or printouts, or even online PDF screens of their portfolios, they can directly be loaded into the advisor's workstation, and it will create portfolios for them. So multimodal inputs are there. If there are multiple graphs in financial themes, you will see reports with all kinds of graphs that would be out there. Now with a click of the button, they can do summaries and bring correlations among those graphs. One important theme that you would have heard in this whole agentic theme going forward is the agent memory needs to be with the agent. But right now we are looking at the memory to be with the application on the left-hand side so that they can manage it better. And all the tools and pieces are running stateless in the back so that they can be performant. Further agent simplifications are coming in with watch lists, sending what we call notifications upon those watch lists after looking at the various news channels and themes that would be coming in. And we are trying to build out further asynchronous agentic AI, which we'll call Sidekick for you or something like that. And maybe it'll become Morningstar Sumo as we go forward. Okay, then we have the data pipeline themes that are coming in. Here we are also using transcription, using OpenAI's Whisper. The challenge with OpenAI's Whisper is it loses the timestamps. Hence, the correlation between the text transcribed and the audio is still a little bit difficult. We are just going live with it in February, but we'll just stick with it for now and see how that comes about. If you guys have any solutions about this kind of transcoding, please reach out. Transcription, please reach out. And there is a theme around auto annotation that we continue to do. And this is an important theme that in documents you need a traceability to go back between what data you have collected from, say, an annual report to what your product is showing. And these are annotated and kept in HTML. It's done using span tags. In PDF, we have the XY coordinate along with the text line that we store as well. And this is part of it is getting automated. Few themes, multi-language pieces. Again, data extraction is being done by consensus of 2-3 models. The fine-tuning of models is still going on with SLMs. We are not there yet, per se, in terms of how it would actually help us yet in terms of cost and performance. And our whole collection methodology is currently in review. Finally, developer productivity is, we have gone ahead and instead of Copilot, which had a huge licensing cost of about $40 a pop, we are using Continue at this point, and we are using our own deployment of the code models, including Code Llamas and some of the others. And it has done a good job in unit test generation and code explanations, etc. And we are now integrating it in our CI/CD pipeline, including PR requests, review of the code, and then getting back to the team leader. This will save us some time. And we have released a chat.morningstar.com to all the employees, again using the same intelligence engine in the back, so that everybody can now use GPT-4o models. And it is compliant. You can load your code, and the context is basically small, so that's a big challenge in terms of the productivity. Okay, so I'll close it with some fun. I think there were 2-3 slides which I missed. Okay. Okay, looks like we have missed a few slides, but I can take on more questions that way. So one key theme which was not there in that case was really our data pipelines. Maybe those slides were hidden. And in this case, what we do is all the millions of documents that are coming in, they then get converted, translated appropriately, moved into HTML pipelines. We section them appropriately, store them into the RAG pipelines or regular expression search-centric pipelines, identify the tables, auto-extract the data from them. And this you would look at about, say, 200, 250 pages. Annual report documents, financial filings with the SEC, the pitch book process documents or pitch decks that would be going out, web scraping in a lot of cases. So every day, at least 1 million documents would be getting processed. and taken forward. The mutual funds continue to send their data, including their total net assets value, their unit trust values, and so on and so forth, which we review. We do a sandboxing around where those values should actually land, what will be the backtesting, and how they will get appropriately moved forward into all of our product pipelines going ahead. So I think the best bet would be, we have 8 minutes left. I can take on any questions.
Absolutely. Anybody here any questions? Please just have a raise of hands and our team will be there with the mics. Please go for it.
Hi, sir. So one question is, how does the RAG pipeline actually help? Is it about the customization of the data set, or what is the use case of the RAG pipeline?
So the use case of the RAG pipeline you saw in the summarization set. So there are a lot of financial reports that we publish. And at each point of time, if we have to summarize that and give it to the advisor, and also highlight from which document this has been picked up, there could be a geographic-centric report, there could be an economic report, there could be a market outlook report, and we track each of the industries and their sectors. One of the themes you saw was ISM, which is the industry and sectoral metrics. So for pharma industry, for a particular pharma company, we will track that. And the qualitative aspect of that data, the research analysts will feed it into the RAG corpus that will be out there. And then when a query is coming in this way, you can appropriately match it using whichever similarity measure that you would take and pull the data out, and then you can summarize it or you can do whatever you want with it. Okay. And that will help out across all of our product pipelines.
So a follow-up question. So this summarized data is being fed to the LLM model, is it? So it's
No, the LLM will summarize and give you from that research report to the advisor.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with a question? Yes, go for it. Not audible.
Where are you at?
Hold it close to your mouth. Yes, always happens, man.
Yeah. So
little closer to your mouth.
Yeah. When you mentioned research agent, you might need sometimes to search for new information, right? So how did you handle that? Like all the information will not be available in the RAG or, maybe in our system. So sometimes we need external information, like maybe a basic Google search or something like that. So how did you handle that?
Not in our case, because you saw that whole legal list of things before. Thankfully, he covered a lot of these questions for me. And what we have is a big research team of our own that continues to specialize in different, like I said, the industry structures, the fund-centric areas, and they continuously are looking out for these things and publishing their activity. So one important principle that we have is we are looking at investments for the long term. We are not looking at immediate, some things come out and you make a buck out of the trade.
Got it.
So each of those pieces are already reviewed, checked, and that's when it goes into the database from it. It'll be picked up.
Got it. So researchers work and
yes,
upload their
and
data.
They will come out with their material that would be put in. So the latest news may not be there. And there also the response time is fairly quick. If latest news is coming out, they typically get on it fairly quickly, and within a day or so, you will have something published out as our opinion into it.
Understood. Thank you.
But it will not do a Google
sorry,
search.
Sir. Please, you were saying?
Sorry? No, I was just saying that it will not do a Google search and try to pick something, because otherwise we'll be dinged on compliance big time.
So sorry, sir, that got interrupted. Any more questions? Anybody else? Just have a raise of hands and our team will be there with you. Please go for it.
Yeah, hello, sir. My name is Prem. Earlier you mentioned about your data pipeline that you use Amazon S3. So, but how you manage the whole volume, dividing the block storage and everything?
Sorry, from the which part? From the corpus part or from?
I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing, I have a picture for that, which I wanted to show. I'm not sure why it's not showed up. The whole thing is pretty big. So in some sense, you consider, say, the stock of Apple, and Apple publishes a 200, 300-page document in its annual report where it gives out all its filings. So we pick up such documents every 5 minutes. We are looking at 7,000 to 8,000 profiles by which we are picking up the documents. They come through us through email, through FTP, through websites, through direct APIs. And these documents are deduped first. We check if there are through hash code. We check if there are any duplicates. Then we do the first round of metadata extraction to make sure we can push it into appropriate processing pipeline. So if it's a stock or a fund or a commodities and energy document, it will go into that processing pipeline and get stored into a S3 document warehouse from which various product processors will pick up and auto extraction will take place. This is regex plus ML plus, and then if we are not able to extract, if there are issues, then it goes into a data analyst pipeline who does the final extraction. Then there are quality check rules and things like those. Then it moves into data production, which goes into a data lake. From data lake, then all of our product processors begin to take a look at it and they do their own calculations. So whether it's fund-centric, whether it is commodities-centric, indexes are calculated, or our credit ratings are built out and rechecked and sold out into the market.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
We have time for one more question, maybe. One or two short questions. If it's short, we can take two.
Okay. Hello, sir. I'm Anirudh from EY. And I have been user for Morningstar from last 1 year at least. I find it very fantastic actually, because a lot of data has been shared and quite detailed analysis has been presented. I wanted to ask you, so this entire flow of the data, right? How much time it takes usually from like, let's say, because any stock guy would like to have like immediate information since it is published. Right. So what is the timeline it took? Because the procedure, it looked like it's longer one, right?
Yes.
And also, have you considered using sentimental analysis in this part, where of course the data showing one thing while what people are thinking? Yeah.
Okay. So first part is relatively easier. There are different types of SLAs that we have for different types of data. So the most important SLA is where we have is from the indexes area, where a document coming in and going out into the product needs to happen within an hour. So those are prioritized sooner, and they will be moved up into the pipeline, processed, checked, and pushed out. It is 99% automated. So there's also, how much you can push within an hour through the pipeline. The second set of larger companies go in 4 hours, and then the next piece is about 12-hour SLA that comes out into our PitchBook product along with the lineage. And then most of the pieces are with 24-hour SLAs. Now, when there are new fund activations and new themes that come out, typically all the data is not readily available. So some of the SLAs also go up to 4 weeks because we have to do outreach, we have to check with different sources, we have to make sure that everything is correct. So it moves from 1 hour to, say, 4 weeks wide. Second, again, very important thing is our data is not to be looked at instant trading piece. We do not typically work on this whole price action theme where, day traders are working today. And it's becoming popular. It's very, very risky. Please be very careful. Some of our employees have also lost money on that. So it's SLA-wise, 1 hour to 4 weeks. That's the window. Second theme, in terms of the sentiment side of thing, we are not really looking at it that way. It's really hardcore analysis that actually gets carried out. We had a team of behavioral scientists to basically encourage investors to work in a right way rather than trying to figure out how the market is really moving over the short term. So for us, a company and our holding should continue to be running through efficient management and various themes over the long term. All right.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? One last question we have time for. If anybody else has one more question for Ravi, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
That was
I
Ravi
hope you
Warrior,
enjoyed
sir.
it.
An extremely insightful session. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi, sir.
You're welcome.
Always the ever smiling, ever so charming man. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from Smiling, there are going to be a lot of laugh out loud moments from 5:30 here on stage 1. The reason, we will show you through a video.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए बस आप 2 साल एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग साथ में कोई जज नहीं करता भगवान देख रहा है कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरे हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, the show itself is going to be called Laugh Out Loud. Renowned, loved comedian Kumar Varun. You've seen him in AIB. You've seen him hosting the quizzes. You've seen him in multiple more skits. And of course, his incredibly funny stand-ups. He's going to be here with the closing act, with the show-stopping act of MLDS 2025 from 5:30 p.m. here, Laugh Out Loud. Do not miss that at all. But before the entertainment, we come back to our great insights, great discussions, great discourses. For our next session, we will be talking about building scalable e-commerce infrastructure for Bharat, good old Bharat. How does Meesho cater to India's billion-plus users? Our speaker will reveal how AI-driven logistics, personalization, and scalability are redefining online shopping for our very own Bharat. And for that, let's welcome on stage Vice President of Meesho, Mr. Kiran Kumar Katredi. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Kiran, please. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Hello. I think it's been 3 days. I can understand every one of you are completely tired listening to a lot of GAN sessions. I will try to keep it as engaging as possible. Okay. So how many of you actually use Meesho app? Okay, very few. It used to be almost zero a couple of years back when I asked in Tier 1 markets. Right? Now it's changing. Right? So the Meesho came into existence to basically question the status quo, where a decade back, Indian e-commerce started as a Tier 1 phenomena where people always thought e-commerce is more for convenience-focused users, not for the price-focused users, right? So that is what we wanted to challenge, and we wanted to take it to the villages and make sure that people in every nook and corner of India can transact online, can sell online, and make sure that similar level of convenience which Tier 1 users are getting can be delivered to the Tier 3, Tier 4 plus markets. Right? That's where we came with this mission where we wanted to democratize internet commerce for everyone. In this journey, in last few years, we have more than 2 million sellers on the platform as of today. And on top of it, we have built this huge logistics ecosystem which caters to serving the needs of 160 million plus users who transact online day in and day out, right? The reason we were able to achieve this kind of a massive scale in Tier 3, Tier 4 markets especially is a couple of things which changed in the e-commerce. One is moving towards the zero commission model for all the sellers. In the past, sellers used to pay huge marketing fees or fee for the platforms to list them. Now we made it completely 0% commission where they can just come, click on images of the products and just upload and start their business, right? And even initially the e-commerce used to focus more on the Tier 1 experiences where naturally people gravitate towards branded stuff, right? Even though there are a lot of interesting Indian brands which are making similar products at a much cheaper price point, no one wants to take them. Everyone wants the Nike shoes or Adidas shoes rather than something which was made in India, right? So that is what we have changed. I think most of the selection on Meesho, even today, is completely unbranded selection by a lot of sellers who are very small, running their businesses out of their houses in some places, and doing the manufacturing in their houses and selling it to whole Bharat, right? So in the journey of enabling all the small and medium enterprises and even reaching the 100+ million users, we have broken a lot of records. One of them is like we have become the fastest shopping app in the world, not only in India, in the world to reach the 50 crore cumulative downloads. And we have been the most downloaded app on the App Store for 2 years in a row, 21, 22, right? And on top of it, we are the only, see, doing all this is great. A lot of places, a lot of marketplaces out there who are still not profitable, right? But we are the only horizontal e-commerce platform which is profitable while enabling this Type 3, Type 4 users and even small businesses, right? We are being recognized as the Times 100 most influential companies in the world, and we are the second company from India to get into that list, apart from NPCA, that is nothing but your UPI. Right? So what makes Meesho unique, or what makes Meesho Tech unique? Because e-commerce is a solved problem. There are a lot of e-commerce apps out there in the world. But what is the difference? What we have to do differently in tech to enable this kind of users, right? Because for that, you need to first understand what kind of user personas we are catering to. If you look at our user base, 80% of them come from Tier 2+ cities, not from the Tier 1 cities like where we are living, right? Most of them, or I think 30% of them are the first-time internet users, forget about e-commerce, right? And on top of it, 70% of them are first-time online shoppers. They never shopped online. They never built a trust with any platform before. So this is a completely white space, what I'm talking about, right? It's like these are completely new internet users, new online shoppers who are coming and interacting with the app, where a lot of places they lack the basic skills to interact with an online app, right? And on top of it, on the seller side, as I mentioned, out of the 2 million sellers, 80% of them are selling for the first time online. They never sold online. They might have businesses in their own towns or villages for the last 100 years, but they cater to only 20-30 kilometers radius, not beyond that. But with us, they started selling pan-India, but they don't even know how to catalog their products, how to basically fulfill an order when order gets placed, right? All of that education we have to do, right? If I had to sit and make 2 million sellers understand how to do all this, it's not at all possible. That is where I think a lot of the AI interfaces comes into picture. For example, most of our cataloging process for sellers is completely automated. It's like you need not understand what product you are uploading. Rather, just take a picture and upload. We'll try to find the texture of it, color of it, and do all the listing, which is similar to a Tier 1 seller would have listed, right? With all the attributes, whatever required. So that's where we do a lot of automation using AI. On top of it, even when some of the users are coming to the app, right? So their persona, because of their persona, they don't understand search. For example, as a Tier 1 user, if I go to any app, if I want to buy shoes, I will go and search for shoes. I'll search for certain type of shoes, certain brand of shoes. I know what I'm doing because I'm a high intent user. I know how to navigate the complexities of search because we are all trained over years to do that. But most of these users, they don't even speak English, right? They don't even know how to type even in their mother tongue, right? How do you enable them to basically go search what they are looking for in the app at the same time give them at a much cheaper price point than the local shops which they are getting a lot of this selection already, right? So that is the biggest challenge, where we had to reinvent ourselves multiple times, rebuild our tech stacks multiple times, just to cater to those users, where most of the decisions we have taken over years have been completely data-driven. For example, in the beginning, we used to have a very bulky app, right? But we used to get a lot of uninstalls happening on the app. When we went and dig deeper, what we realized is like most of these people have low-end devices. What I meant by they have hardly 1 GB RAM kind of devices, right? Where half of it is gone for Android OS. They can potentially afford to keep 1 or 2 bulky apps, right? Then we had to go back to the drawing board and make sure how can I make my client completely thin, where it should be bare minimum footprint on their disk, and most of the things should be done on the server or edge, right? These kind of pivots we had to do. For example, our app is now 13 to 14 MB range. We kept it at that for last 3 years. And this is the smallest e-commerce app in the world, not only in India, right? And that actually, these kind of learnings we get from a lot of data, right? In this journey, our business have grown like 100x as I talked before, the 2 million sellers plus 160 million transacting users, and it keeps on increasing. I think right now we're at 180 million or something like that. And as part of that, we even enabled completely logistics infrastructure. Most of the new age logistics companies you talk about, at some point, 50% of their volumes are going from Meesho. Right? Right now, it got reduced to 35% because we have built our own logistics platform or a marketplace where we started delivering a lot of these things. Right? And the secret sauce is nothing. It's like affordable prices, zero commission. We are an asset-light marketplace. So what it means for tech, right? So business growth is very good. All business leaders will be very happy. But the people like me who have to lead the tech are very unhappy with this growth because every quarter our order volume is to double. Whatever infrastructure I put up, whatever algorithms we come up with, they all start breaking after a point. And suddenly we have to rewrite a lot of tech stacks, right? So at some point we had 120x search query surge. Think about your search infrastructure, what it has to go through. In a year's time, it's not in few years, right? And similarly, a lot of our API gateways and even because we are a data-driven company, we started collecting a lot of data and even storing a lot of data. Everything went off the roof. In that process, we tried to partner with a lot of cloud providers, we tried to partner with a lot of ISVs, but we have tested everyone's limits, right? So where we had to go back and every time we hit the limit, because we can't expect them to solve our problems, we have to go back and figure out what other platform I can build on my own so that it can withhold the scale of India, which world has never seen. That we are the first ones to see those kind of scale numbers. If you look at the numbers itself, right, our API gateway basically have 70,000 requests per second, right? It's not minute or anything, right? Similarly, our A/B testing platform, that is bread and butter for any e-commerce app where we'll be running hundreds of experiments for different cohort of users, right? It looks at 250K RPS, right? Similarly, we have an ML platform which we built interestingly on our own because none of the existing ML platforms were able to serve our needs. We had to keep on increasing and testing their limits. So we built our own ML platform which now caters to 10 million inferences per second, right? So during regular days. And doing all this is fine, but the biggest achievement for us is to keep that overall latency very low. I'll tell you why we had to do that, right? Because our API latency as of now is average 30 milliseconds. Reason we had to do it is like as I mentioned before, most of these users have very low-end devices and their network is very flaky. It's like even if we go to a village, you will not get kind of 5G, 4G networks we are getting. They are still running on edge and even 3G networks. Right? Making your app work with that kind of network requires you to be very low latent infrastructure. That's where we always look at our APIs keep on reducing the latency at the same time having that same level of availability and all that, right? So, for example, these are the peak numbers we achieved, and most of them are recently during Diwali sale. One of the interesting aspects of e-commerce is like on a regular day, if you are seeing some X volume, on a sale day because of offers and everything, you will see 3 to 4x of the volume. For example, this Diwali, when we ran the Maha Blockbuster sale, MBS, what we call it, right? On the first day of the sale, we have seen 15 million orders in a day, which never happened in Indian e-commerce before. Previous peak was held by us only. It was back in 2022. It was 8.7 million orders in a day. And think from tech perspective, right? As a technology team, you will basically maybe say that, hey, last year it was 8.7, let me prepare for 10, 11, right? But in the first hour of that sale, in the midnight, 12 to 1, we have seen 1 million orders coming through. Because most of our users are lower middle class and sometimes even BPL, right? For them, whatever price drops we are giving them during the sale is a huge, in terms of their percentage income, it could be 20-30% of their regular income, which they make in a day, right? They care about it. That's why they wait till the midnight when the prices flip and then go and grab whatever they can. right? This is the kind of users we are catering to. That's where I think we see a lot of peaks during the sale because of this deal-seeking nature. On top of it, whenever our competitors run the sale, because now we are known as a low-cost e-commerce platform for a lot of categories, especially for women fashion and all. A third-party benchmark says we are 30% lower than any other platform out there, right? So those cases, again, even if we are not running a sale, a lot of load comes onto us just because people come here to compare the prices before they make the decision to buy in any other platform, right? Some of these known, unknown peaks we have to cater to. For example, during this sale, the sale ran for 10 days during Diwali. And all 10 days, the systems were up. There are hardly any glitches at this scale. And even the peak API traffic, it is 650K RPS, which we ourselves not seen. And in the world, very few tech systems would have seen this kind of scale, right? And on our ML platform especially, we have processed 7 trillion features. I'm not even talking about millions or billions, right? We are talking about 7 trillion features being computed, even 200 trillion rows of data being processed during that period. So these are the peak numbers we have seen in terms of app opens, like 183 million app opens is what we have seen, and even on a load balancer, we have 1.47 as a peak UPS. Right? Some of these are all fine, but the biggest thing is not only our system, a lot of other third-party systems like CDNs and all, they start seeing a lot of load on them because of us, because we keep offloading a lot of our application caches and even database load to the CDNs. Even CDN started seeing, and not even one CDN was able to scale to our kind of load. Now we have to distribute between CDNs and run it, give images to someone, give the app traffic to someone else. And so that is how we have been managing, right? And even on the DB, so naturally everywhere you have seen the scale in the application layer. Similarly on DB layer, we have seen too much of databases, and even we keep innovating ourselves, because at our scale, naturally, to keep the latency low, whenever scale increases, right, you have to look at the newest databases. For example, we use ScyllaDB a lot. For example, we use a lot of MongoDB even today, right? And most of them evolved. I think maybe in this process, we would have tested 10 other databases and would have used some other database maybe a couple of years back. Now it looks stale. And now something looks great, but after 6 months, it looks stale because of the volumes or because of the limits it keeps hitting. Right? So typically, as I mentioned before, right, our users are unique because it's a completely white space, new users to internet. Right? We had to power a lot of interfaces differently. For example, our search. We are the first one in India a few years back to launch image search on the app, where you can just take an image of some shoe and upload, and you would see similar images popping up. And similarly, we support voice as a first-class citizen in the search in all vernacular languages, right? So people can speak to the app in their own language, and we understand. We basically start giving them the results. For example, someone can come and say, "Hey, I am looking for parda," right? You have to understand parda means curtains, and then give the right curtains and all. So all this semantic mapping and understanding the local languages, everything we have been doing even before the LLMs came. Now it has become easier for us because now we started using vector embeddings and a lot of other stuff. But even before that, we had to do a lot of engineering effort to make it work and implement a lot of data science models to understand the context and run them, right? Similarly, as I mentioned, right, so we had to make everything available in local languages. Even an app works in the local languages for the people who can't speak English or read English, right? And how do you make the parity across all these apps always there so that their experience doesn't go for a toss? And at the same time, we try to innovate a lot in terms of adopting all the newest systems. Like right now, we are already using HTTP 3 when whole world is running on HTTP 2, right? So we do a lot of localization. The reason I mentioned was the low-end devices, right? So low-end devices poses a lot of challenge because now I mentioned I have to keep my app size at 14 MB. The moment I say I have to keep my app size at 14 MB, I cannot cache anything on the client. I cannot keep any information on the client. So still they need to get the tier 1 user experience sitting in that flaky network. How can I achieve that, right? So where we move a lot of our functionality to the CDN edges or the edge network and try to run there, which is much closer to the, as good as you running it on the client, at the same time not as latent as you running everything on your data centers and servers, right? That is where we do a lot of things. For example, simple use case could be if someone is looking at a product image, depending on the different form factors, different type of devices, resolution, whatnot, right? All that resizing happens on the edge, right? And even we optimize CDNs to deliver optimal experience just because we even give a lot of hints to the CDN to tell, hey, this is the probable content you might have to go and save so that these users from this region. For a simple example, like we run a lot of regional sales, right? Some of the festivals in India are basically local to a particular state or couple of states, right? There, a lot of those selection, I need to cache closer to them only in those states, not everywhere else, because that will not give me any value for money, right? Some of these decisions we basically take and even send those signals back to the CDNs and a lot of places to optimize. And so a lot of this edge computing we do, and that comes to it, right? So, and on top of it, bigger thing what we learned over the years is like, unlike tier 1 users, most of our users are browsing heavy in nature. For example, tier 1 users go to e-commerce apps when they have a high intent to buy something. These people are like most of the users we have, right, in tier 3, tier 4, they are used to a lot of the social networking kind of phenomena, right, where you just keep swipe up, swipe left, right, and then you'll get something and you stumble on something and you start looking. Even shopping, they do like that, where they don't search anything, just go to the app, whatever recommendation they come, they just keep on swiping, try to figure out if there is something which is useful to them to buy, right? This kind of behavior requires you to do the personalization at a user level, not even at a cohort level, right? That is where we deploy a lot of data science models, and even we do a lot of real-time personalization, in-session personalization, which very few companies does in the industry, right? Where, for example, if I open my app and versus one of you opening your app, you will see totally different tiles coming up there, and you will see totally different kind of the recommendation people have been doing for years. Like you look at the history and just do the recommendation. We don't just do the recommendation. We just even look at this user has a high propensity to look at the top products, not their own history-based recommendations. This user has a high propensity to look at something else, right? So all the tiles itself we change, and what widgets to show, what user experience to give, that itself is done in the real-time fashion based on the user, based on the device, based on the location, and everything else, right? That's where we have built this 3-tier prediction model, which basically hyper-personalizes everything, and even the product ranking itself completely changes based on this, right? So these are all fine, right? For seller side, we have automated everything using AI for cataloging and even listing their products and everything. On the user side, we hyper-personalized and did a lot of real-time personalization so that their browsing behavior converts itself into some orders, right? But as I mentioned, at our scale, running our call centers itself become a big pain. As I mentioned, if we have on a given day, if you are running some 5-6 million orders, but on a sale day, it will become 15 million. So the volume of calls they get also will become 3x or 4x because of the number of orders itself has gone up, right? So I cannot get 3x or 4x of employees to come in and start answering these queries overnight, right? That's where we started investing in AI chatbots even before this LLM boom started. And we had a text chat engine which was serving 95% of our chat volume, and users cannot even perceive that it's a bot which is talking to them. It is that sophisticated. The way we built it is like we have built our own intent detection module, which is again our own homegrown detection module, which basically looks at different intents with which user comes. Let's say, for example, a user comes to look at where is my order kind of queries versus a user who comes here to say that, hey, I want to change my address, something like that, right? So different intents we try to understand based on the query and map it to the similar queries behind the scene and give it to a LLM agent, which is basically ring-fenced only for that intent. For example, every intent has an SOP attached to it, so that the biggest problem of deploying LLMs and a lot of these chatbots is that LLMs start hallucinating when you start asking them the question which is not relevant, right? That's where we ring-fence it by saying that, hey, if you don't know answer, you cannot answer anything beyond this particular SOP for this particular intent. And if any question goes beyond that, just seamlessly transition it to the human agent, right? By doing that, we were able to offload 95% of the charge to the agent. At the same time, our CSAT has improved massively, right? Which is a side effect, which none of us actually expected. Because if a human agent is answering these queries, morning he will be fresh, evening he will be like you guys now sitting here after 3 days, right? Completely tired. They will be basically giving all random answers or maybe show their frustration on the user, right? All of that is gone with AI, right? With the success of the chatbot, now we have 3 months back, we have deployed AI voice bot, right? Now this voice bot talks to the users. When you call our call center, this voice bot is the one which is talking to the users, right? Again, similar success we have seen here. Right now, 30% of our voice calls also go to this chat bot. Right now, we support only English and Hindi. We are expanding all other local languages now. In next few months, we'll be launching it across. Right? 30% of our queries actually come for English and Hindi speaking users. That's why this is 30% now, which means 100% of that cohort is already scaled. Remaining 70% is all local languages. That will scale in next few months, right? This bot has similar impact, right? So more than anything else, it has impact on the customer experience, how we basically give the tier 1 experience to the customers. And these are the key features of the bot, where we have multilingual support, intelligent interruption handling. This is, for example, a lot of places you would have seen some screenshots I was seeing I think a couple of days back, is one of the real estate bot giving some stupid answer to people who ask something random, right? So our bot never does that just because of the ring fencing which I talked about before, right? It even performs very well on the low-end devices. This is another important thing which we need to do, right? So because of the nature of users we have, low-end devices we have, how can bot perform well on the low-end devices? That is another significant improvement we have made. And we keep basically applying all the latest and greatest techniques, not only partnering with a lot of other AI companies, we also homegrown a lot of these AI. Because if I take any base model in the world, that will not work in the Indian context. You have to, again, retrain that on your own data. For example, especially a company like us, which is more vernacular focused, local language focused, none of this corpus is inbuilt into base models, right? Where you have to take it and again retrain all the models. For example, this voice bot, we retrained it on all our call records for last few years, so that it understands what kind of questions come and how the human agent have been answering, so it adapts to that, right? And these are the key technologies which are powering that, right? So automatic speech recognition. Right now, our bot is still speech to text, text to speech. Now we are trying to figure out a way to make it speech to speech, so that that latency can go down even further. Even today, it's very low, and humans cannot even perceive the latency, right? And most of the success metrics we look for this kind of bot is like interaction should be human-like. That is visible in the CSAT improvements, and most of the resolutions should be done by the bot itself rather than offloading it to the human agent, right? We have 95% resolution right there, okay? And even the right now, if you look at the human agents, right, whichever call center I ping, people say, okay, people make you wait. Even the banks keep waiting, making you wait for 15 minutes to answer for 5 minutes, right? That goes down with the voice agents now. And most of the customer engagement is pinpointed conversation rather than random conversations. So that helps answer the queries quickly and get to the root cause quickly and solve the problem quickly, right? And this is a bigger achievement for us, is like building that intent detection model and solving the problem of hallucination using SOPs. Okay. This is our high-level ML platform architecture. Whoever is interested in can copy this, but this is much more powerful. This architecture, what we have done over the last 2 years, I talked about the scale at which it is operating, right? This is a cutting-edge ML platform, I can say, in the world as of now. We are in the process of open sourcing it. We already announced that we are going to open source this ML platform so that people who are interested can adopt it and run it at scale, right? And most of the tech we are building, we are figuring out the pieces which we can open source and contribute it back to the community so that people can apply them at scale. Because if something works at Misho scale, which is equivalent to Bharat scale, it will work anywhere in the world, right? That is the POV with which we are going. That's it. I think if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, anybody any questions? Please, can we have a mic to Ravi sir, please? Ravi sir sitting right there. Sir, so sorry. Mic is coming, sir. 1 second.
Yes, how do you make money in zero commissions?
Yeah. We have the ads business. The way we do this is like most of the sellers, they save some X percentage by not giving commission to the platforms. We ask them to basically invest some part of it back in their ads. Right? We run an ads business, which is like the sponsored search results and a lot of other things in the app. The ads itself is a positive flywheel for us to make profit. And another thing is the reason we are profitable or EBITDA positive is like as a tech team, we have reduced our server cost by 70% in last 2 years. And we run everything optimally. And that is another thing. Third major reason is biggest cost in the e-commerce ecosystem is the logistics cost. Right? We have come up with our own logistics platform or a marketplace called Valmo, Value Movement, that is what we call it, where any partner can come on and start delivering the parcels. For example, this is kind of a distributed disaggregation network where disaggregation network. In the disaggregation network, what happens is if you are delivering something from point A to point B, it can go to point C, D, E, and then go to point B, but every leg can be optimized. Overall, if you look from point A to point B cost, that could be maybe 50% lower. Just because there are a lot of smaller players in India who don't get the volume because no one trusts them. In this marketplace, we give them the fair chance to compete with big logistics firms. For example, during COVID, a lot of these smaller players went out of business. They might be delivering to only one district or one bundle, right? Some of them now take the package at 10x lower cost. Right? That is the third point where cost goes low. That again goes back into price drops for the sale and all, which gives a positive flywheel.
Thank you so much, sir. Anybody else? We have time for just one more question.
I have one question. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I was curious about your roadmap because if you take a company like Amazon, which was started as a e-commerce website, and eventually they became a cloud provider for the world. So here also you're saying that you're testing those cloud providers with your usage and you're building your own platforms. So do you plan to become the cloud provider in that way? And
not yet. We might, but not now. Like we have to still solve a lot of problems for Indian e-commerce users first. For example, we have pivoted ourselves into some financial services because most of our sellers were in Type 3, Type 4. They don't have any credit score. Most of our buyers also, because they're all lower middle class and BPL, they don't have a proper credit. They don't have the credit ratings and all, right? We have started our own financial services arm, which is actually helping these people to get some unsecured loans with the help of a lot of ecosystem partners. Similarly, we are pivoting to, we already have a grocery business, which we are scaling now into Type 3, Type 4, because everyone ruled out in Type 3, Type 4, no one buys groceries online, but we are again challenging that and we are able to crack that into Type 4. So there are a lot of things to be done before we even venture into infra play and start building. Who knows, right? If we start hitting more limits, at some day we might even start building at least one for ourselves and then think about giving it to the other customers like us.
Ladies and gentlemen, VP of Misho, Kiran Kumar Khatredi. Can we have a round of applause for Kiran sir, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiran sir.
Thanks, guys.
Lovely to have you here. Before we move on to our next session, there's an important announcement. Somebody has forgotten their RuPay card here. What I'll do is I'll quickly note down the details just to make sure the card doesn't get lost. So the 16-digit number, CVV, whey protein add to cart. Jokes apart, I think we have the owner of the card right here, so she can come forward and collect the card already. Going from bad jokes to good ones, let us showcase to you what is about to happen here in just half an hour's time. Let's play the AV.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए बस आप 2 साल एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग साथ में कोई जज नहीं करता भगवान देख रहा है कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरी हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर
Check. You know, this a little badly audio edited clip doesn't do justice to this man. He is extremely funny. I know you recognize him by face, even if you don't recognize him by name. He was one of the founders of AIB. He is also the founder of Random Chickamum, a celebrated quizmaster, YouTuber, actor, writer, stand-up. Extremely talented man. It's going to be 1 hour of absolute laugh out loud humor starting from 5:30 p.m. right here. So do not go anywhere else. And of course, before the entertainment, it's time for our final session of the day, ladies and gentlemen. In the final session, we will be talking about from data to intelligence, AI transforming industries all across the world, and India playing a pivotal role in that. Data science is not just numbers, it is intelligence quite literally. And our next guest will discuss how AI and data science are revolutionizing industries across energy, finance, and beyond. Gives me great, great pleasure to welcome our final extremely special speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, VPIT of Aprava Energy, Shabir Badra. Can we have a round of applause for Shabir sir, please?
Good evening, guys. And I'm sure it's the last one. And the next show is the stand-up comedy show. So let's participate. Easy for me. I think people had enough of technical gyan today. So trust me, I'm not going to talk too much of technical. I don't know technical at all. Though I started my journey writing codes and everything, I recently did my research in Gen AI application in power industry. I'm about to get my doctorate in a couple of weeks' time. But still, I'm not going to speak anything technical. But before I go there, you know, it's very important to recap because I happened to attend a couple of sessions in between, and last 2 sessions from Ravi and Kiran, right? It was great. I was just hearing them, and I was absorbing all the technical knowledge or jargons, jo bhi bolo aap, sir. I was just embedding it in myself. And then I was thinking myself, because I call myself as an agent and the agent which marries technology and business, and that's my role. That's what I'm being paid for at Aprava. All right, and then let me share one of my personal experience of my interview. So when I worked 23 years in a chemical industry, based out of US. And when I was joining this organization, this gentleman was a European guy called Malcolm Wrigley, and he's like, Shabir, you worked 23 years in a chemical industry, you are moving to a power industry. And I said, Malcolm, technology is technology. तुम मुझे FMCG में डालो, power में डालो. I am an agent. I can marry technology with business. So that's my core. So before that, a quick recap. I think there's enough of data science and Gen AI, all these things spoken. I'll not really read out because I've actually done a copy paste. I'm a smart guy. I did not want to spend much time in making the decks and everything. But this is pure copy paste from Wikipedia. What is data science? I don't want to spend time. But yeah, this is important. And why it's important is because you know, I personally feel data science is the most critical and important element for any technologies or the evolving technologies which are coming, whether it's AI, Gen AI, which was there in existence, but there was some disruptor who came in and he started changing the entire landscape. All right. So what really happens there in the back end? You know, I think Kiran spoke about a lot of data cell elements. They said we are using chatbots, then we started using LLMs. That's where data science also is coming in is playing the role. All right. So if you look at the couple of things, you know, though I have said, and why I wrote finance, health, and marketing, because that's where it is more evident. If I speak much about my industry, probably you guys will not understand because that goes a bit technical. But I will try and spend some time on that in explaining you how we at Aprava are trying to do or transforming energy. And I'm personally contributing the way to the government authority, especially the Central Electricity Authority, in terms of drafting a lot of policies around the power industry for the India. So that's it. This is, I don't need to see this one also. But yes, this is, I was hearing one of the speech from one of the guy that automation in the automobile industry. And he mentioned one thing. There was a question asked by one gentleman about a recent incident or one of the Tata Sons director. He passed away in the road incident. And he said, he's not sure, but I have an answer for that. And that's the best gut answer. The reason is very important is because, when you talk of anything, you need to have a good infrastructure. And when we talk of Gen AI, when we talk of AI, when we talk of LLM, when we talk of any technology, if you do not have a good infrastructure, no matter which technology you bring in, it is not going to survive. The adoption and the right infrastructure is very, very critical. And that's where, the lot of organizations in India, e-commerce like Meesho, what he spoke, Morningstar, individually, they are in a position to bring in that value using the various technologies, but not really the people or the other industry segments. They are in a position to bring value only into their basic operations things, all right? So yeah, this is some differences. I can leave this slide back with this, guys. Anybody wants to have it. We speak about a lot of things, what is AI and what is data science. It's quite different, but a lot of time people interpret, even when I speak to a couple of folks within the industry or a lot of other business stakeholders in other forums where I speak, लोग आज भी business intelligence को है ना data science और AI बोलने लगे. So it's very strange. So that awareness also is important. It's very, very important where the technology people start playing the role of only marrying the technology with the business, and all the business users also start understanding technology well. All right. So this is just on the machine learning. I think Kiran spoke in depth about machine learning. What example it does it like Facebook is a classic example of machine learning technology. Then business intelligence, I was just telling you a while back, where they just pull the data from somewhere and do some analytics, and they say, no, this is this thing. But trust me, we have all heard these things quite a few places. Why from a lot of people that data is the new oil. It was already in oil. People were not leveraging the power of data. Just imagine the way the disruptors came and people have started leveraging the data. But as an Indian continent, are we really leveraging completely? I would say, we are getting there, but this is still long way to go. Trust me, guys. And I really look forward for people like you to become entrepreneurs, take this lead forward and build a nation. We all have to do that together. So if you look at the data science, it is much, much larger. This is just a depiction, whether you talk of deep learning, machine learning, AI, Gen AI, data science is the most critical element. अगर वो सही रहा, बाकी सब सही हो जाएगा. All right. So this is, I'm sure you guys know better than me. You guys are youngsters. I've done this out of my research, all these things, but you all would know better terminologies than what I put here. What are the techniques used in data science? What are the techniques used in AI? All these things. So what is the approach in data science? It's very important. And what I was trying to tell a while back is the second portion, the data cleaning. The data cleaning. Because, at any place, if your data is not clean, it's like garbage in, garbage out. If you're looking at any AI, Gen AI, or any other applications to be built in, like when Ravi was saying, when he was mentioning about that portfolio generation, that classic use case, and I was really enjoying it, because they have defined the right data set. They could define that investment portfolio. Is that my understanding correct, sir? You are a CTO, you know better than me, but that's where it is, because the data was structured. And trust me, at the end, that message was very important. There is a lot of hype in the market. AI जॉब लेके जाएगा, Gen AI जॉब नहीं लेके जाएगा सर, किसी का जॉब नहीं जाएगा. You have to change with time. If people don't change with time, people like me wouldn't have been standing here. I graduated out of management, and then I did some technology, and I entered into technology background. All right? It's only thing you have to keep yourself abreast with the technology. Look at the way when, I wouldn't use the terms of computers, but I'll still go in the back age. When initially the automobiles industries came in, slowly the people who were traveling were by bullock carts and everything, they felt ये सब का काम चला जाएगा, but they adapted with the change. So unless you do not change with time, it is difficult for survival. So if you want to be with the time, if you are be with the time, no technology can take away the job. Because in his case study also, in the last, after the entire investment portfolio, there was still a human touch which was required. So any Gen AI platform also, if you look at ChatGPT or the Gemini or Copilot, which we use extensively within our organization with all of our O365, whether it is Outlook, because it simplifies my job. My team did entire appraisal this year using ChatGPT and Copilot without realizing that I would not understand. Because वो अचानक उनकी इंग्लिश से जो अंग्रेजी अच्छी हो जाती है ना, तो पता चल जाता है कि चैट जीपीटी ने किसी जैन AI ने लिखा है. वो सडनली अंग्रेजी अच्छी हो जाती है तो कहीं ना कहीं डाउट आता है. So that's what it is, But at the end of the day, look at the way, unless that human touch is very, very important. All right, I think this is almost the same thing I spoke. I'm going to spend some time on the slides which are coming up. This is just a recap of whatever you guys have been doing since last third day, and I'm the last man in here trying to speak on a couple of things. Focus and applications, okay? This is the purpose, what is AI, purpose of data science, what is the purpose of data intelligence, okay? AI we all know because it's been extensively used in one of the places. I was slightly disappointed when one of the panelists, she said, why do we look always upon the West? And I was like disappointed, and I said, no, it's wrong, we are changing. West is looking upon us. Look at the way the Indians are leading the show now today. And that's where precisely a lot of Indian startups are actually giving a lot of values within the country and outside also. So that's where the complete shift in the dimension is happening. Look at the way Satya, I happened to meet him once in Microsoft World AI Tour. And look at the way, he's such a super guy. The way, he's transformed the entire Microsoft. He's turned Microsoft into a big, big revenue business. So, hum desi kafi aage hai, sir. All right, data-centric versus intelligence-centric decision. What I'm trying to drive here is, all right. Probably it was reversed, I was just getting confused. All right, so data science is basically, it gains an insight in making data-driven decision. Because if you have the right data to speak and all this thing, that decision, the power of data will come out. Okay, right in the morning session also where somebody was speaking, that they could bring in that value because they had that right data and they had structured their data. A challenge with a lot of organizations, and of course it was with our organization also, where we did not have the data in a very structured approach because, people were not realizing the importance of data. वो ERP install कर दिया, implement हो गया है, finance reconciliation हो रहा है, बहुत हो गया. They were not really looking at the market intelligence. They were not really looking at the data, what it is there. All right, so that's where I'm trying to emphasize on this slide. Okay, where this is used mainly, I think, while this is based on my recent research work where I was just trying to understand the differences, this is the slide where I picked up from. I'll quickly skip this slide. I want to spend some time on some other sites. Okay, this is data science applications. This we can spend some time on this slide. People may feel, I've seen that, especially in the health industry, when you try and go and speak to some doctors or some pharma CTOs and all this thing, Sometimes there's a misconception within the leadership, within pharma itself, whether it's a data science which is giving that output or the AI which is giving an output. All right. So if you look at this analyzing patient data, your AI will give a type of things. Like say, let's take the first example, analyzing the patient data. If you look at the analysis of the patient data, probably it will say that this is the analysis within this region, that these are the type of diseases very common amongst this set of people, this age of people, and all this thing. But where AI and Gen AI comes into the picture is where it comes across and brings it the value from other states, other countries, and sort of gives some analysis how this can be controlled. That's where the real intelligence comes, but not in giving the output. Okay. I want to spend some time specific on the power industry because it will be interesting, though I have not written full of the things. I'll quickly skip this slide. Maybe required will. Are my slides missing? All right, energy management. Now, and when I will speak, probably you will say, "Oh, ye to hona chahiye tha." Now, look at the way the power industries are transforming day by day. The Indian power industry is completely getting transformed, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister also, in the recently held COP summit also, where he committed for carbon zero by 2070. And the big pressure is specifically on, of course, on all the industry, but there's a high amount of pressure on the power industry and in setting up a lot of renewable sites and all these things. Now, where it is bringing value. Now, let me use one of the example where we brought value at Aprava. So the model of our business is we generate electricity, we sell it to the government. We are not selling it to any consumer. I'm not sure we have a plant in Karnataka or not. I think we have one. If I'll go and check back the name, because I'm mainly sitting out of the headquarters, so I don't go much to the plants. But where we brought value is, we have power which is generated from wind. You see various winds side. We have power which is generated through solar. We have power which is generated through coal. So intentional decision or a strategic decision, we did not take coal into consideration because that creates a lot of carbon footprint rather than reducing the carbon footprint. But our focus is more on the renewable sources. Now what we have done is all my power which is getting generated is getting collected by SCADAs. I don't know if you guys know SCADA and all this thing, that SCADA collects the data. There's an analysis which happens. But what is differently what we're doing? That's the common which everybody is doing. Is my wind generating the right power? Looking at the wind intensity, that can be an algorithm. But is that still sufficient? No. Then what is the weather condition? How is my GIS data being used in all this thing? So we try and incorporate all those data to see how best we can optimize our power generation and do a predictive maintenance. Now, when we come to the wind sites, the blades are quite huge. When you look from a distance, they look so miniature. But actually, one blade is quite huge, and you can actually go up. It's like a mountain when you go up to the wind sites. So for us in the industry, it's very important that we do a timely execution for the projects, because the way this industry works is we have to bid with the government authorities and then we sort of win the project. And it is timely execution. If you do not ensure that if you do not give the power by that time back to the government authorities, we are penalized. So how and what is the difference we did which brought us a lot of value was, in the sense is we use predictive analytics using the weather conditions, using the road conditions, using the VSAT connections. So we incorporate all those things, which helped us in ensuring that if you go to Aprava's LinkedIn page, you will see recently we commissioned a site in Sidhpur. And this is where it was really getting late. And then I said with the project management team, where are the challenges? Okay, these things are not, the logistics is getting hampered. So let's make use of the technology, how technology can help here. So that's where, I became an agent of marrying technology and business challenges, and we started bringing that value. And we could, bring the turnaround on time. Today, we are in a position to give the leadership the real-time visibility as to, भैया मेरे wind का चक्की इतना line से लगने वाला, कितना लगा, कितना नहीं लगा. They get all those things visibly right at one single fingertip. All right, so that's the whole purpose. Now, when we started started using the predictive analytics, using AI and ML and different sites where we are doing, where the wind intensity is there, we look at the various weather conditions, we started generating more power, and we started building projects on time. So that's where I thought I'll spend some time, if it may help you guys in taking some key takeaway. All right. And then one, this is the waste management slide. Let me go there. The other thing which we are in the process of doing is we ventured into a new business called smart metering. Quite a few places now the traditional meters are getting replaced by smart meters. Aprava is one of the bidders, and we bid with the likes of Adani's and all the big players in the market. So we compete with them. And we have won quite a few bids in that one, especially in Gujarat and other states also. But what is that different we are doing it? So how are we bringing that value to the business? So this is something which is under the development, but it's good that I share with you. Now look at the power consumption, which we all have it in a day. So the thing which we are all working on is, this is your house, your refrigerator. We're just trying to map the IoT, the ML, the predictive analytics of all the elements of those particular things. Like say, for example, your billing cycle for this month has gone high, and your air conditioner has consumed this much, your refrigerator has consumed this much, your geyser is consuming this much. So all those parameters we are trying to track, and this is WIP, so it's still not in production. And we're just trying to make this an app. So you bring in control right on your handheld. So we're just building an app where, you can just say, okay, guys, this is where I need to control my power. Can I shut down this AC in this time? This is the power which I will save. It is not about only saying, कि भैया 2 घंटा AC चलाएंगे, बंद कर देंगे, power कम आएगा. कितना कम आएगा? That analytics we are giving out of this intelligence. Okay, so that is a WIP which I thought I'll share with you guys. Okay. This is waste management. This I was talking to one of our colleagues, and this is, I thought of putting it here, how the smart waste bins are getting evolved and all these things. So it brings in that, easy turnaround time in cleaning, improving waste management efficiency. Then this is the classic example once again. And the reason I use this slide is somewhat similar to what I was talking a while back, is, in business, it can optimize, increase efficiency, provide valuable insights for better decision making. And the whole purpose is to ensure that the power of data is used for making for us as an individual, we need on our handle all the controls. So, so that's where it is. I think I spoke on jobs also. AI is creating a lot of jobs, guys. There's a lot of demand in the market. I think Ravi told that some programming, you said if somebody knows, please connect back with him. So, there's a lot of potential back in the market. The fear is for a lot of people who do not want to change. I keep telling that change management is an old jargon what people feel, but trust me, it is very, very critical. And if it is not managed well, it becomes extremely difficult. All right. So this is one of the example how, in AI, if you look at the robots are doing this versus a human, how it is doing it. All right. So that's my final slide. I think I have enough time left. I intentionally, ran through a couple of slides because it would have been repetitive for quite a few things which was going on since last couple of days. So I quickly ran through the slides. So open for any questions if you guys have it. Yes, I was expecting one from you, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you can expand on the waste management part.
Sure.
That's a huge...
So though I have not handled it, this is the input which I took it from someone. I don't know if it is, so they are looking at we have this waste bins and all that stuff. So there are sensors. So once the waste bin is coming to a particular level of the filling in, it sends an alert automatically back to their central station that this particular waste bin needs to be, taken up immediately. So that's the whole game around there. Rather than, it reduces a lot of cost of the truck going there, picking up the garbage every day. Of course, as I told you, the infrastructure in India, though it's a mandate that wet waste and the dry waste has to be separated, but I think hardly 20 to 30% people are following, but still people are not following. Wherein if you look at the other countries, it is very stringent, and especially in countries like China, where I happen to be spending 2 years, it's very, 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 very stringent there. And that brings me to one more thing. Especially when I was in China and Shanghai, there are a lot of places how the way logistics are working. I don't know. I've never seen this in India, but I'm sure it is going to come. Like say, for example, if you're ordering something, near every big corporates or any or a bundle of apartments and everything, people are not going door to door. So there are a sort of electric lockers kept at places, and there are digital lockers. And when your parcel arrives they just open that digital locker, they put in that, and they say the alert goes back to the person whose things are there. He just goes and collects it. So they don't have to bang the doors and go at each place. So at one place, like उस building में अगर 10 parcel देना है, वो 10 minute की जगह 10 second में he can finish it off. So this is personally things which I've seen it. So hence I keep telling, with due respect to our infrastructure, I think which is getting evolved, we still long way to go. हम जुगाड़ू है, वो लोग काफी creative है, but we'll be there. We'll be there. Yep. Waiting for you. And I was looking around for you. I know. I intentionally scanned through few slides because there was a lot of repetition of things which has happened. So I just try to focus on my own industry as to what we are doing it.
Makes sense. You save time, sir. I'll save some time as well.
Sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who has questions? We have our volunteers with the mics. Just raise your hands.
Ravi had one question which I answered.
Anybody with any questions? Check one. Yes, we have one question there in a blue shirt. Can we get the mic to him?
Waiting for the next show. Hello, sir. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Yeah,
yes.
Sorry. So I have. So I think it is to do with the data reporting part. I don't know if it is really relevant to this, but let's say like I'm a company who is reporting emissions in scope 2, while since you are producing energy with the sustainable sources, right? Are you reporting it back, saying like this is? I don't know the difference. But if I'm reporting as emission, which actually came from sustainable, you see that reporting loop, it's somewhere missing. If you can explain on that.
So what happens is it gets net off. Like say, for example, in Aprava, and hence I said, we are focusing more on the renewable thing. And we are reporting on scope 3, by the way. We're not reporting on scope 2. So what happens is, we are, though we are signatories for a couple of scopes, and we were the first company to sign, I forget the term, especially in the ESG term, but we were one of the first organization to sign, and after us, Tata Power signed it. And we are very, very particular about that. Hence, we are looking at divesting our thermal business, which is a lot of emitting a carbon footprint. But today, as the current scenario, we do a net off between our carbon producing business and the non-carbon producing business.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But one follow-up question actually. So are you reporting that data back to the consumer?
We have to report.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
You don't have choice.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
We don't have choice. In fact, we have invested in technologies of that, what we call it, the benzene floating, because when the carbon is burned, so we have invested a huge amount of money, and that has saved us in reducing quite a few carbon footprint, though being a thermal plant. I think we are the only company who's done a lot of water waste management also within that region. Of course, when we look from the global comparison perspective, we still get hit hard. But when we look from the Indian perspective, we are one of the best. And hence, when we do our reporting, we use the global benchmark rather than the Indian benchmark. That's where our scoring are still getting down. But it is important to be reported.
Any other questions? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session. Last chance to ask questions. Any other raise of hands? All right, with that, we come to an end of the final session of MLDS 2025. Mr. Shabir Badra, can we have a huge round of applause for Shabir sir, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Shabir sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are absolutely delighted. Comics right here. Kumar Varun, you've seen him in AIB. You've seen him host quizzes. You've seen him do the funniest of stand-ups across not just the country, but across the world. And the next 1 hour here is going to be an absolute laugh riot. Uski choti si jhalak. Just a small little sneak peek of that. We are about to show you right now. Let's have the AV.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए बस आप 2 साल एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग साथ में कोई जज नहीं करता भगवान देख रहा है कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरे हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर
From 5:35, from 5:40, here, Laugh Out Loud is the name of the show with Kumar Varun. As I promised you all, 1 hour of absolute joyride, laugh out loud moments. Check one, check. Can I have one volunteer here with me, please? One of our bros in the black suit. You're not a volunteer. You're in a brown suit. Can I have, yes, bro. There you go. People will give answers, they'll win. These are for them. All right. So while we wait for our grand finale act, this is going to be a Dvitiya, a part 2 of the quiz contest that we did yesterday. I will ask questions. We'll have a raise of hands from you guys. Whoever gets the answer right has AIM goodies here that they can win. Okay, I'm going to go easy. The first question I will ask an easy one. In the 1990s, a not so successful Hollywood movie was called Artificial Intelligence. Which legendary Hollywood director directed that film? First hand that went up right there. Curly hair bro in green hair. Nobody say it out loud. Can we get a mic to him, please?
Steven Spielberg.
What's your name, bro?
Saket.
Saket. Steven Spielberg is absolutely the right answer. Can we have a round of applause for Saket, please? Well done, Saket. I remember Saket from Cypher. He was the winner of the quiz with Cyrus Brocha. बस माइक नहीं लेना उनके हाथों गुडी भी देना है. Give the goodie to Saket as well. And that will be the photo op moment. Yes, let's have a picture. Congrats, Saket. Very well done. Now we'll move on to more technical questions. More tech heavy, which I have all chapoed from ChatGPT. I'm just kidding. Okay. When was OpenAI's very first ChatGPT launched? Okay, first hand went up here. Sir in red shirt has been one of our most vocal viewers across the 3 days.
2019.
2019.
19.
Wrong answer. Okay,
18.
Bro here. Don't scream it out. 7 feet bro here. 7 feet bro in a black shirt.
18, huh?
All right.
18.
And what was it?
ये तो follow-up question.
Okay, it's सवाल में ही the answer is there. When was OpenAI's very first GPT launched? 2018. So what was it called?
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT what?
GPT-1.
Wow. Well done, but you got the answer right. Palash, right?
Yes, Palash.
Well done, Palash. Can we have a round of applause for Palash here, please?
Thank you.
Very well done. All right. Now, let's have a few We'll increase the difficulty level bit by bit. Okay. How much did Meta invest this year to build AI infra? How much did Meta invest this year to build AI infra? Sir in a green shirt, green check shirt and specs.
65 billion.
Man, well done. Round of applause. 65 billion is bang on, and I know he did not get a chance to Google it. It was too quick. Well done. Sir, your name? Sandesh. You're not from Calcutta, are you? Absolutely not. I'm just kidding. Let's have Sandesh stand up. That'll be the photo op moment. And let's give him the gift once again. A picture. Yeah, or you can just hold the gift up. Yes, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. All right. Up next, long question. Oracle, OpenAI, SoftBank have come together to build a $500 billion AI infra project. What's the name of the project? Okay, black t-shirt guy, no point in screaming. No point in screaming. That's rule number 1 of a quiz.
Can I say?
Let's get the, no, I pointed, his hand went up first. De do bro, de do. Yes.
Stargate.
What's your name?
Anupam.
Stargate is the right answer. Round of applause for Anupam here, guys. Very well done. Anupam, please stand up. And let's pass the goodie to him. Okay. Now, I would love to ask more questions, but I need more goodies to give. So, production team, I need more goodies to give. Please pass more goodies to me. Where are the goodies? Abhijit. Lovely, lovely. All right. Yes. The next question, and you keep it with you. The next question, and if somebody answered it already yesterday, we will not be taking their answer, obviously. And the question is, who is the founder of DeepSeek? First answer, hand got up. Our friend, lady in green.
Yes, it's Liang Wenfeng.
Liang Wenfeng is the right answer. Well done. Round of applause for her. Lovely. What's your name, ma'am? What's your name, ma'am?
Karina.
Karina. Your name is Karina.
Not Karina Kapoor, it's Karina Kumari.
It's Karina Kumari.
Yes.
Were you born after 2000?
2000 actually.
You were born in 2000.
Yes.
Your parents are huge movie buffs. We can make that out already. Karina ji, please stand up and accept the goodie from our Machine Hack team. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Now the next few hands, I will be looking out in the blue corner. All the blue seats, those hands I will look at first. All right. We just have time for one more question. So I am obviously first going to be looking at the blue hands. All right. Which was the company who first put out a research paper on transformers, the core on any model? All right. Black shirt, specs.
Google.
And what was it called?
Transformers is what all you need.
Attention is all you need. Well done. Well done. That's a great answer. What's your name, buddy?
Chandra.
Chandra. Chandra, very well done. Can we have the cap for Chandra? All right. Now, a small little sneak peek once again of what's about to come in front of you. Let's play the AV, ladies and gentlemen.
एक प्राणी मिले मुझे जिनको बोलते हैं सीनियर्स कुछ नहीं उखाड़ा है तुमसे 1 साल पहले पहुंच गए बस आप 2 साल एक कॉमेडियन एक ऐसे नौकरी है जिसमें कोई भी कपल को आप पकड़ के पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग साथ में कोई जज नहीं करता भगवान देख रहा है कोका कोला में प्लेसमेंट हुई है तेरे हैप्पीनेस बेचना है तुझे जिंदगी भर
Check. All right, guys, as we promised you, it's time for our final grand finale act of MLDS 2025. We have had 3 days of great innovation, deep tech, incredible learning, insights. But what better way to wrap it all up than with a huge amount of laughter? Our closing act today, none other than one of India's finest stand-up comics. He's an actor, he's a writer, he's been part of All India, but can't say my payment will be cut. AIB, co-founded Random Chickabum, and is a celebrated quizmaster and YouTuber. He's known for his razor-sharp humor, satirical takes, and of course, his legendary quizzes. Let's make some noise. Put your hands together and give the warmest MLDS 2025 welcome to Kumar Varun. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome, Kumar. Absolute delight to have you here. Stage is all yours. Everybody's been waiting through the day.
Okay, thank you, भाई. मैं आ रहा था और किसी ने बोला क्विजिंग एंड ऑल, मैं डर गया. Please don't expect anything intellectual in the next half an hour. 3 दिन से वैसे ही बहुत सुन लिया तुम लोगों ने, है ना? है कि नहीं? सुना मैंने? कोई ज्ञान दे रहा था बाहर. टाइम फॉर वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन है. कोई कुछ पूछ रहा है फालतू का. क्लास की आदत गई नहीं है, यहाँ भी आके डीसीपी कर रहे हैं. हट, बाकी लोग कह रहे खत्म करो सारा दारू. एक टाइम पे एक ही माइक चलता है. चेक चेक. ओह, चेक 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 चेक. वाह, चेक. याद है बचपन में करते थे वैसे. स्कूल में एक प्रिंसिपल के उसके पहले एक बंदा आके करता था चेक 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 चेक. ओके भाई, एक ही चाहिए, मतलब हर चीज दो दो नहीं चाहिए शरीर में. हाँ है, यही माहौल रहेगा आज. ओके हाय, सॉरी थोड़ा ऑकवर्ड एंट्री हो गया. क्या चल रहा है? सब लोग नॉर्मल ह्यूमन ही है कि ए जनरेटेड है? चेक नॉर्मल ही है ना? हाँ, वही पता ही लग रहा है. 3 दिन में इतना ज्ञान सुन लिया, मतलब इंसान भी ए जनरेटेड हो गया 3rd डे तक. ओके, सब कूल. करे बकचोदी करे आधे घंटे चले, है ना? हाँ ओके. कोई है रिस्ट्रिक्शन? क्योंकि कॉलेज में जाके चेक करना पड़ता है कि फैकल्टी वगैरह तो नहीं बैठी है. यहाँ पे कोई फैकल्टी टाइप है कि क्या है? मतलब बॉस इज गॉन. बॉस इज गॉन होम. हाँ भैया, ऐसा 3 दिन पकाया तुमने कि बॉस इज गॉन ओनली. मेरी जरूरत ही नहीं है. डीप सीक आ चुका है, बॉस जा चुके हैं. Okay, but yeah, actually I can't see any senior person sitting. Very nice. Good to be in this crowd. है ना? पीछे बैठा रहे भाई. सर आप लोग की जगह तो यहाँ है ना, आप लोग तो डिसाइड करते हैं रूम का माहौल. ओके कूल. एक बार माहौल देख लेते हैं कि ग्रुप कैसा है, क्या है, क्योंकि ये बड़ा अजीब सा शो है ना. यू नो व्हाट आई मीन? लाइक आई डोंट मीन अजीब. आई मीन कि लाइक फ्रॉम अ ब्रांड पोजिशनिंग पर्सपेक्टिव, कि इट्स नॉट अ कॉलेज शो. Like you do go to college और बच्चे ऑलरेडी नंगे हो रहे हैं, कपड़े फेंक रहे हैं. Oh my God, केवी क्रेजी. वो तो है नहीं यहाँ पे. कॉर्पोरेट शो भी नहीं है वहाँ. लोग मैयत, वहाँ फ्यूनरल हो रहा होता है. वहाँ तुम घुसे और आगे यहाँ CXOs बैठे हैं जो ऐसे जज करने के लिए बैठेंगे. How much you have paid? Okay. Where is the PPT by the way? I can't understand without bullet points. ये बड़ा, मैं आते हुए मैनेजर से पूछा था कि ये क्या क्राउड है, कोई समझाएगा? बोला पता नहीं, कुछ तो है, कुछ तो फ्यूजन है दोनों का, पता नहीं. डेवलपर्स हैं. बड़ा डेवलप हो रहे हो भाई. ओके, तो मैं एक बार माहौल के लिए चेक कर लेता हूँ कहाँ कहाँ से लोग हैं. थोड़ा उस हिसाब से मूड बनाएंगे ना अगले आधे घंटे. मैं बार बार आधे घंटे बोलता रहता हूँ. बहुत MBA हूँ ना, तो पता है इतना देर का कमिटमेंट था. ओके, सो हु इज फ्रॉम नॉर्थ, लाइक दिल्ली? ओके, भाई ने दोनों हाथ उठाए. भाई को बताया फ्राइडे आफ्टरनून दिल्ली हैप्पी आवर, बाई 1 get 1. ट्रू दिल्लीite. ओके, वेस्ट बॉम्बे, गुजरात, बॉम्बे हियर. ओके, थोड़ा कम ही थे 2-3. ठीक है, बॉम्बे का तो रिवर्स है ना, हम लोग जाते हैं बॉम्बे, आप थोड़ी बाहर आते हो. करेक्ट. ओके, बॉम्बे हो गया. दिल्ली ईस्ट, लाइक कैलकाटा बंगाल टाइप कुछ. व्हाट? हाँ, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है कैलकाटा में, तो क्या ही ये सब नाम दिखता ही नहीं है वहां पे ऐसा. गूगल तो भी पहुंच रहा है. मैं अभी कैलकाटा गया था लास्ट वीक फॉर अ शो. एयर इंडिया काउंटर पे मैंने बोला कि अब अपग्रेड का वाउचर यूज करना है. पूरा सिस्टम हिल गया कैलकाटा का ये क्या है? मैं कहा, कोई बात। ओके, कैलकाटा। ये काउबेल्ट वाले अपने भाई लोग यूपी बिहार वगैरह से कुछ? इसमें से आधे हैं, आधे डाउट में है कि क्या करना है। बताना है इन लोगों कि हम कहां से हैं। हम तो रमैया के टाइम से बेंगलोर आ गए थे, हम तो बेंगलोर में हाथ उठाते हैं। ओके, काउबेल्ट इज ऑल्सो देयर। साउथ बैंगलोर लोकल। Okay, but Hindi is, oh, just checking. Hindi is just not making it political. Asking for show vibe, like, okay, Hindi is okay, okay. Not asking otherwise, because, yeah, it's okay only. No ratio, nothing is, yeah, good, good, good. अब 3 दिन में कुछ नहीं हुआ तो आधे घंटे में तो नहीं होगा। Anybody from other parts of South? Tamil Nadu? Anyone? एक पीछे सिटी मारा कि कावेरी। या तो एआई सीख के जाऊंगा या पानी लेके जाऊंगा। सिटी मार रहा पीछे। नॉर्थ वालों को बता दें, ये एक बहुत बड़ा इशू है यहाँ पे। आप लोग ये मत सोचिए ये क्या बोलने लग गया, पानी है, कुछ चल रहा है इधर, कुछ काफी टाइम से चल रहा है सब। ये लोग ने रजनीकांत भेजा, फिर भी वो लोग खुश नहीं हुए, फिर भी कावेरी मांग रहे हैं। पता नहीं, डिमांड खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है। क्या क्या देगा बैंगलोर। ओके, कूल, वाइब समझ गए। इंजीनियर्स, हाउ मेनी इंजीनियर्स? सब इंजीनियर नहीं, कुछ कुछ नॉन इंजीनियर भी डेवलपर बन जाते हैं भाई, तुमको पता नहीं है। कुछ भी हो रहा है दुनिया में। चैट जीपीटी के बाद तो जेन्युइनली कोई भी कुछ भी बोल दे रहा है। लोग जनरली गुड मॉर्निंग वगैरह चैट जीपीटी यूज करके भेज रहे हैं भाई। और मेरे को एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे किसी ने लंबा मैसेज किया और नीचे ये भी लिखा, तो लेट मी नो इफ दिस इज गुड टू बी सेंट। कब भाई ये लाइन तो हटा देता। All LinkedIn posts nowadays are chat GPT generated. Even the comments are chat GPT generated. Great insight. There is another business case like this in Japan from 2003. ये तूने लिखा है पक्का, श्योर तूने लिखा है। ओके, तो थोड़ी बकचोदी करेंगे, थोड़ी अपनी कहानी सुनाऊंगा, थोड़ी आपकी कहानी सुनेंगे और बस खत्म करेंगे। इसके बाद पार्टी है फिर, और क्या है। ओके, तो मैं जब मुझे बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है अलग अलग जगह से लोग एक जगह आते हैं, स्पेशली जब सब लोग साउथ में आते हैं, क्योंकि साउथ का वो माहौल है कि ज़्यादा बेटर जगह है। ऐसा बचपन से हमारे घर में तो यही सिखाया था कि साउथ में पढ़ाई होता है, नॉर्थ में तो गुंडा ही होता है। साउथ में पढ़ना है तो साउथ जाओ। मैं भी आया था साउथ में, तमिलनाडु में पढ़ाई की थी मैंने। 4 साल इंजीनियरिंग किया था। इंजीनियरिंग मैंने किया था बायोटेक में। 2004 में सबने बोला था बायोटेक इज द नेक्स्ट, जैसे अभी इसका चल रहा है। 20 साल पहले उसका चल रहा था कि इट्स द नेक्स्ट थिंग। हम सब बायोटेक करने चले गए। 3rd ईयर 4th ईयर में बाकी ब्रांच वाले मैकेनिकल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वगैरह जॉब ढूंढ रहे थे, हम लोग स्कोप ढूंढ रहे थे। हम लोग कह रहे थे बायोकॉन का वो कौन सा बस है जो बैंगलोर से निकला है, पहुंचा नहीं अभी तक तमिलनाडु। आज तक पैंडेमिक आके चला गया भाई, बायोटेक का स्कोप नहीं पहुंचा अभी तक। स्कोप बहुत है। First thing that all of us in India, when we go to a new state, the thing that we all learn is वहीं की भाषा में। Tell me this is a developer submit without telling me this is a आता हूं उस पे, second half is that only. Just testing how much we can push, then I'll come to that. सबसे पहले हम जाके किसी भी स्टेट में ये सीखते हैं कि वहीं की भाषा में ये कैसे बोलना है कि वहीं की भाषा नहीं आती है। पहले ही दिन जो जहां लैंड क्या बोलना है, हाँ तेलुगु रादू सीख लिया, हैदराबाद में दिन भर घूम रहा है तेलुगु रादू कर। हमारे यहाँ लोग IIT JEE लिख के, IEEE CBSE लिख के तमिलनाडु के हार्ट में, नॉट इवन चेन्नई, तंजावुर त्रिची के हाईवे पे हजारों नॉर्थ इंडियंस पहुंच गए और पहले दिन ही पूछ रहे हैं क्या बोले, तमिल तेरी आदत, ओके। अब समझो इतने सारे पूरे देश से, बेगूसराय, सीतामढ़ी, रोड पे घूम रहे हैं कि तमिल तेरी आदत, तमिल तेरी आदत, तमिल तेरी आदत, तमिल। इनको लग रहा है इनको तमिल सीख लिया इसने सीख लिया, पूरा लैंग्वेज सीख लिया। अब समझो, अंडरस्टैंड द ग्रेविटी ऑफ सिचुएशन। ऑन वन हैंड यू हैव वन ऑफ वर्ल्ड्स ओल्डेस्ट लैंग्वेजेस, क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज, तिरुकुरल, संगम लिटरेचर। एक तरफ ये है जो कल रात तक कर्ड राइस खीर समझ के पेल रहा था, इसने तमिल सीख लिया पूरा। इसको आज पता लगा कि कोजी कोड नहीं होता है, कोड़ी कोड होता है। फट ली इसकी, कह रहा है भाई क्या बोल रहे हो बे। अरे इसको एक दिन किसी ने डीएमके का फुल फॉर्म बोल दिया, एक हफ्ते सो नहीं पाया। कह रहा है काल द्रविड़ मुनित, वहां फट ली इसकी। ये बोल रहा है तमिल सीख ली। दिन भर हर जगह जिससे बात कर रहा है बोला तमिल तेरी आदत, तमिल तेरी आदत। हम लोग बस लेते थे, बस में बैठता था, कंडक्टर आके बोलते थे कि टिकट करते थे, तमिल तेरी आदत। कंडक्टर और गुस्सा करे, तमिल तेरी आदत। बस लेके हम लोग पौंडीचेरी पहुंच जाते थे। पौंडीचेरी पता है आप लोग को? बे ऑफ बंगाल का गोवा है वो, सस्ता गोवा। हम लोग पौंडीचेरी पहुंच जाते थे। पोंगल हॉलीडेज क्या करेंगे, हमारे यहाँ तो पोंगल होता नहीं, हमको पता ही नहीं था ये कोई फेस्टिवल भी है। हम तो नाश्ता में खा रहे थे। पौंडीचेरी जाके बीच पे बैठ जाते थे, बीच पे मजे करते थे। इंजीनियरिंग के लड़के बीच पे बैठ के क्या करेंगे, मतलब पता नहीं ना। पीछे बैठे हैं सीनियर लोग, सैंडविच खा रहे थे, चिनिया बादाम, झालमुड़ी खा रहे थे। पौंडीचेरी में लौंडे बैठे हुए हैं, 5-6 खा रहे हैं पांडे। वहां जाके फ्रेंच लड़की से बात करने लग गया। कुछ बात कर रहा है, कुछ सुनाई दे रहा है, कोसों अमन कोसों। इधर आया, कहता है, मैंने उसको बोल दिया भाई ज्यादा बात नहीं कर सकता, फ्रेंच तेरी आदत। गंवार आदमी। दूसरी चीज जो सीखते हैं, नहीं वहां नहीं जाते वो, दैट इज डिफरेंट शो, दैट इज प्राइवेट टिकेटेड शो। इट इज टू रिस्की, आई हैव टू प्रिटेंड आई एम एमबीए एंड ऑल हियर। तो ये सबने ये किया है, सब ऐसा कन्नड़ा गोथिला टाइप सीख के सब हीरो बन के निकल रहे हैं, घूम रहे हैं, गुड। अब 1-2 लोगों से बात करेंगे, फिर हम अगली स्टोरी पे आएंगे। माइक है लोगों के लिए, ऑडियंस किसी को भी दे दीजिए जो आपको अच्छा लग रहा है, जो ज्यादा सीनियर टाइप ना दिखे। वो बहुत बोरिंग होते हैं। मतलब वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम, हियर ओनली, व्हाट्स योर प्रॉब्लम। अरे मैं वो ऐसा शो नहीं है कि वो लंबे, वो काले पतले, नहीं। जनरली यार क्या चल रहा है चैट जीपीटी में, थोड़ा नॉट लाइक। सो ज्यादा सीनियर को अवॉइड करेंगे। I only brought Yahoo to India back in the day. My home address is called Silicon Valley यार। Bangalore the good old days और जयनगर। अरे भाई नहीं सुनना है यार, बताओ माइक्रो ब्रूरी में क्या चल रहा है बच्चों। यस, मिला कोई सुंदर इंसान, मतलब सुंदर इन टर्म्स ऑफ दिल, नॉट लाइक। भाई ने वैसे कर दिया, भाई ने वही किया जो हम लोग सिग्नल पे करते हैं कि है नहीं चाहिए। आगे, अगला पीछे, हाँ गुड, भगवान बहुत बढ़िया, नहीं चाहिए, नहीं। इधर दिल्ली, दिस इज द कॉन्फिडेंस दैट दिल्ली हैज व्हिच फकिंग नो सिटी हैज। दिस इज दिल्ली। Hi sir, you're from Delhi, as we all know. Yes, what's your name, sir?
Palash.
Palash? Everyone knows Palash?
No,
No one knows Palash. No. Now they'll know. You guys know Palash? क्या आप लोग ऐसे किसी ने टिकट देके बिठा दिया बस?
They know.
3 of you are together. You both know. Palash is your friend. You guys are colleagues of Palash, or 2 of you? Just so you 2 are colleagues, Palash and friends.
Yes.
बीच में there is some.
No, north south.
Some 30 feet road, which is okay. आप सर, you're okay with पलाश आपके साथ बैठे हैं ना? No problem ना? हाँ, आप लोग देख नहीं पा रहे उनका एक्सप्रेशन ऐसा था कि जितना मैं इंट्रोवर्ट हूँ, बगल वाला ही माइक लेके बैठ गया। अब मुझे मुंह हिलाना पड़ रहा है पूरे टाइम। No, not with him, yeah. Palash, you still live in Delhi or you are from Delhi?
No, I am from Delhi, but abhi I'm living in Bangalore.
Abhi you live in. Do you like Bangalore? क्या?
Yes.
ठीक ही है मतलब.
ठीक है.
कितने साल हो गए बैंगलोर में? एक साल ही हुए. उसके पहले पूरा लाइफ दिल्ली?
Yes.
बचपन से दिल्ली? दिल्ली में कहाँ?
रोहिणी.
रोहिणी. मतलब almost रोहतक. मतलब Sorry guys, this little bit Delhi internal conversation is happening. Okay, मतलब वहाँ का बानर गट्टा लगा लो. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कुछ है, रोहिणी चल रहा है उधर. उधर है वहाँ पार्क रोहिणी में ही है. बोलते ये लोग जापानी पार्क है. ये लोग अलग है भाई. ओके, एक क्यों आए आप बैंगलोर? लाइक मैं वैसे नहीं पूछ रहा कि क्यों आ गया भाई. जनरली जॉब कहाँ काम करते हैं?
जेन पैक्ट.
सबसे ऊपर. तमीज से बात करना सब लोग. पलाश से बकचोदी नहीं चाहिए. भाई का कंपनी का नाम है वहाँ. Genpact. What does Genpact do, sir?
मतलब I am in the AI/ML team, practice team, so Gen AI products and all.
अच्छा, honestly between us, अपन सारे दोस्त ही बैठे हैं, है ना? कोई बाहर लीक नहीं करना. AI/ML वगैरह कुछ है क्या? हुआ ही चल.
It is
generally only for this room. Is it a fad कि हर चीज में डाल दो AI या है कुछ चल रहा?
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है, वो बस model. It is just model.invoke with few prompts. That's it.
You guys have missed. You guys only heard the words. I could see body language also. Palash was almost like Don Vito Corleone. Sitting हाथ में बिल्ली वाला आया था.